Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Hey guys, just a quick, did someone just whistle? Thank you. Dang, okay, all right. Thank you so much. I never get the cat calls. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yes, we're gonna push back by 10 minutes. I know you guys are like, oh, it's time to start. Well, we're gonna push back by 10 minutes because I need to put my heels on, so. 10 please, thank you. Hi. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
You guys are too much. Thanks. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. A lot of empty seats in the house. That's all right. That's all right. I'm going to put this down here for a second. Is this changing? This is changing. Okay. Hi, everybody. Now, wow, are you guys really that young? Does anybody know what the correct response to hi, everybody is? Thank you! Let's try this one more time for all of you super, super young people who probably have no idea who the Simpsons are. Hi, everybody! Wow, we're going to try that later. Thank you so much. You're amazing. James Mahalik, I hate you. You're supposed to back me up. Anyway, so happy to have you guys back. There you are, James. You B word. Let's run through the agenda really quick. Oh, did everybody have fun at Disney last night, by the way? Yeah? Everybody had a good time? Yeah, I had a good time. I saw you guys out there. Y'all were drinking. Y'all were drinking. All right? I saw you. Photos were taken. I took some of them. I was not drinking because I got to be here. So very quickly, remember all sessions are on this stage right here. We will announce all the times. So make sure you're back on time for all of the sessions. Lunch is at 11:45. Be back here at 12:45. There is another party tonight here at the hotel. Do not get on any random buses. They will not bring you back. Wear your credentials at all times, please. The full agenda is available on the IZEAFest website and in the daily email that you should have been getting. So please be sure to check on those as well. Moving on. If this thing would move on, try an IZEAFest sign. Hold please, hold please, hold please, hold please. Ah, yes. Let's go ahead and thank our awesome sponsors, supporters, and partners. These companies, wait for it. There we go. These companies have been instrumental in getting all of you here today, and we are grateful for their commitment to supporting IZEA and the event. Special thanks, of course, to our partners over at Red Bull and Amazon and Pfister Faucets. And this nifty thing right here, to get the day started off, we're going to give away this awesome quick set. Part of Spectrum Brands. The lock is not only smart, but it was created by an Orlando startup called Unikey Technologies, and you might have actually seen them on Shark Tank. Let's check out Kivo. You need to get in my face.
Something is changing the way we do things, making our lives more simple with advanced technology, compatibility, and versatility. The key has evolved. With Kivo from Kwikset, now your smartphone is your key. So you have one less thing to worry about. It's making our lives a little better, smarter, evolving to fit your lifestyle. No smartphone? No problem. With Kivo's included key fob, just touch to open. Kivo has been engineered to maximize security. It detects if you're inside or outside the house before granting access to help prevent unauthorized entry. It uses multiple levels of encryption and comes with Kwikset's smart key cylinder for added peace of mind, knowing you can always use a traditional key. Get notifications at your fingertips. Know when they enter or exit and who they are. Send an electronic e-key to family, service providers, or visitors. All with Kivo's mobile app. And no matter how you use it or who uses it, life just got a little easier. From sendable e-keys to total control and feedback of your door's access. Kivo. Smartphone smart. One touch easy.
Yeah. Does that feel a little bit like an ad for Cyberdyne? Anybody? Skynet? We're in your house. But no, okay, let's go ahead and do this giveaway. My lovely assistant Jen will walk all the way over here because I walked away from her accidentally. Sorry, my dear. Picking a number, picking a number, picking a number. Let's see. 1863. Are you here or are you recovering with Excedrin and bottles of water? They're recovering. Let's try this one more time. 1648. A good year. No? One more time, and then I'm just going to throw it in the aisle. And whoever gets it, gets it. Let's see. 1880. Oh, all right. Oh. Jen's going to hand that out to you guys. Big round of applause for Jen. Thank you, Kwikset, for such an awesome giveaway. So many people came up to us yesterday and were like, we're going to get a Pfister faucet. We're going to get a Pfister faucet. So we got more Pfister faucets. And we're going to give them away. Keep walking backwards and I'll say stop. Faster. Faster. All right, stop. Go down that way. And stop. There you go. Congratulations. Look at you being a winner at 8:30 in the morning. So happy. Okay. Let's move on. Big round of applause for Jen. Thanks, guys. Oh. Everybody good? Everybody excited? You should be. Make sure, again, that you post your content on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, hashtag IZEAFest. Not IZEAFest 15, not IZEAFest 2015, just IZEAFest, please. And I will look at them and laugh at you. Here are some of our favorite images from last night. Let's see. Are you? Yeah, let's see who pops up here. Oh my God, Dreamer Show. Did you spend $400 on that stuff? I hope you did. Memories to last a lifetime. Who else we got? Oh my God, Stephanie. That's a good looking threesome, y'all. Next. Where's it gonna be? Natty Tomeo. Y'all are so good looking. Do you work at IZEA? We only hire good looking folk. It's like a requirement. And then the Superfly Nerd. Yes, you are. Thank you for visiting our Pfister Faucet photo booth in the back, by the way. Very cool. So let's get started. I'm going to introduce to you the 2015 National Speakers Association CPAE Speaker Hall of Fame inductee, Simon T. Bailey. Brought to you by TrueMove.
How do you handle change?
The reason most people don't embrace change or disrupt is because they have emotional equity in the way they've always done it.
Shift your thinking.
The more you continue to hear what you can to
Creator of the Shift Your Brilliance system. Get ready to embrace change. Simon T. Bailey.
Good morning. Let's try it again. Good morning. Do me a favor, look at the person that you're sitting next to, look him in the eye, and tell him after last night's party, you look amazing. Somebody said, I look amazing and I feel amazing. Well, it's good to be here. Welcome to the creator economy, where men and women as creators understand how to shift their brilliance. In the creator economy, men and women understand that a job is what you're paid to do, but releasing your brilliance is what you're made to do. In the creator economy, a paycheck is given to people who show up, but opportunities are given to people who choose to go above and beyond what they're paid to do. How many are excited to be in the creator economy? Now, the question I often get asked is, Simon, how did you become a creator? And what's so interesting is, a number of years ago, I was working here at the happiest place on earth. And whenever you work here at Disney, Mickey Mouse rule number one is you never talk to the media unless authorized. Everybody got it? Never talk to the media unless authorized. So one day I got a call from a journalist and he said to me, Simon, where do you see yourself 10 to 15 years from now? And I said, I see myself as the president and CEO of the Walt Disney World Resort and eventually the chairman and CEO of the Walt Disney Company, and he puts us in print. So, article comes out, page 12, Florida Business Trend magazine, and at the time, I was sales director of the Disney Institute. So my boss calls me in the office and he's like, dude, help me, what were you thinking when you did this interview saying you wanted to become the #1 guy at Disney? And I said, Larry, I work at this company whose motto is, if your heart is in your dreams, no request is too extreme, for when you wish upon a star, it makes no difference who you are, but obviously it does here. So, it's funny today, but it was not funny then. And I think what's so crazy about it is the people at branding, they had a little out-of-body experience, because if you look at this picture really closely, you'll see the Mickey Mouse topiary right here. And so I got a call a couple hours later from one of the senior vice presidents who reported directly to the president, Al Weiss. And his name is Jim Lewis, and Jim was like, dude, do you need me to go to the president on your behalf, because this is like the beginning of the end? I said, no, I'll be fine. So HR shows up a couple hours later, and they said, would you please sign right here? So I signed this little piece of paper that went into my personnel file, and let's just say Disney didn't fire me that day, but about a year later, I heard the footsteps coming, and they were not singing It's a Small World after all. So I decided, because I kind of sensed that things were getting ready to shift, and so I decided to put my resume out on the street. And I got 4 job offers, 2 vice president's offers to go and work at other companies, small companies, and a senior director position with Learjet to head up all customer care for Learjet owners in the world. And I turned all the jobs down because, like you, I answered 3 questions. Question number 1, what would I do if I knew I couldn't fail? Very important question. Question number 2, what would I do if no one paid me to do it? And then question number 3 is what makes me come alive. That third question came out of a book I was reading at the time, written by an author named John Etheridge. And in John's book, Wild at Heart, John says, don't ask what the world needs, ask what makes you come alive. Because what the world needs are people who come alive. And when I read that, creators, it's like the 4th of July fireworks went off in me, because what I recognized is I had worked at Disney as a great organization, absolutely loved what I was doing, but when I was even getting ready to leave Disney, I said, I gotta go and do this thing. And so today, we teach organizations and individuals how to shift from average to brilliant. Why? Because average is over. Average is done. Average is history. It is all about how do I operate in my brilliance. So I need all of you to do a favor with me. Everybody take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Let it out. And I want you to say this. Say Simon says, I am brilliant. All right, somebody says, Simon says, I'm brilliant. We're going to try this again. I want you to use your outdoor voice indoor like you were partying last night at Hollywood Studios. I want you to find your inner chutzpah, and I want you to say on 3, Simon says, I am brilliant. 1, 2, 3. Simon says, I'm brilliant. All right, turn to your neighbor and say, I'm brilliant, but I am a little concerned about you, okay? Which one of y'all kicked me? So the question people often ask me, okay, Simon, this is great. What is brilliance? Brilliance is your insight, it's your potential, it's your genius, it's your it factor. When you are living your brilliance and doing what you do really well, you experience flow. When you are in flow, there is an alignment of head, heart, and hands. When I have an alignment of head, heart, and hands, my feet will follow because I am doing what I love. When people are not operating in their brilliance, not doing their best work, what happens sometimes is they are unfulfilled, unhappy, and uninspired. And if they stay in that state, sometimes they'll start complaining, or they may become more negative than an undeveloped piece of film. And so when I talk about brilliance, it's understanding how do I tap into my brilliance? How do I understand when it's time to shift? So people say, Simon, how do you know when it's time to shift? Well, here's the deal. You will come to a place where you become uncomfortable being comfortable. And when you reach that point, oh brilliant one, it is time for you to shift. When I first started writing and talking about brilliance, I based it on some of the research work of Dr. Howard Gardner, who is professor of education at Harvard. Dr. Gardner, he and his team of researchers did an interesting study over a 20-plus year period, and what they discovered is that children up until the age of 4 are operating at the genius level. In their late 20s, only 10% were still operating at the genius or brilliance level. And as they got older, it diminished. So the question that you have, like I had, is where did this genius or brilliance go? It didn't go anywhere, but it became buried by a society that says color within the lines, sit down, give it back, you can't do that. And the more a person continues to hear what they can't do, where they can't go, and who they can't become, there is a neurological path that is created in the brain that causes individuals to shut down. So what happens is they go through life having this potential, this insight, this genius in them. But here's what I've discovered over the last decade since leaving the Mouse House and working with almost 1,000 organizations on 6 continents. Your brilliance, that thing that makes you come alive, is ignited in an environment where you are celebrated rather than tolerated. And when I'm in an environment that celebrates me rather than tolerates me, that environment invites me to be a vitamin, not just an aspirin. And when I understand how to be a vitamin, not just an aspirin, I will be brought to a place where the universe will invite me to experience what I call Vujade. Everybody say Vujade. Vujade is the opposite of? Deja vu means been there, done that. Vujade is going there, doing that. How does a creator know when it's time to vujade? How does a creator know when it's time to unleash the inner salmon to swim upstream? A creator knows when it's time to take everything to another level. Everybody say, take it to another level. Raise your right hand with me. All right, raise your right hand, and I want you to put a little neck action in it in a moment, and I want you to say, take it to another level. I want you to feel it, all right? On three. 1, 2, 3. High five your neighbor, make sure they're awake with the program. So, when I know it's time to vujade, what will happen is I will ask myself 4 questions. Please make the note. Question number 1, where have I been? So a creator will look at everything that they have done thus far and they will say, where have I been? How did I get to this point? Question number 2, why am I here? The greatest tragedy in life is not death. The greatest tragedy in life is to be alive and not know why. And there are a number of people that wake up every single day, the lights are on, but nobody's at home. They're one fry short of a picnic, right? So the why am I here question is critically important. Third question is, what can I do? So when I vujade, when I get ready to shift my brilliance, I will ask myself, what can I do? Let me tell you why that question is so important. Dr. Christian Mirsky, who is at Princeton University Psychology Department, says, when the brain is worried, the brain slows down. And when the brain slows down, it doesn't create neurogenesis, which is the process of growing neurons, which grows the brain. When I looked at his research, I Simonized it a little bit, and I said, wait a minute. So if the brain slows down because of worry, worry has a BFF called stress, and stress has a first cousin called fear. And when stress, fear, and worry get on the same page, they begin to slow down a person's operating system. And when a person's operating system slows down, what happens is they are not operating at the optimal level. So they have to vujade and understand, how do I find my internal Control-Alt-Delete button so that I can operate in my brilliance? And when you do that, you literally begin to live from the inside out. But it starts with the what can I do question. Fourth question, where am I going? Where am I going? So when I answer all 4 questions, where have I been? Why am I here? What can I do? And where am I going? This is the process to vujade, to flip the script, to begin to say, how do I take it to another level and create an awesome story? I want you to listen to this story of a person who found a way to vujade their life and take it to another level.
I discovered kind of a side world of blogging back in 2007 when I was pregnant with my oldest. And so I was looking for a creative outlet. I came from a magazine background, so writing and editing was my thing. And I sort of started thinking about, all the moms staying at home and decided to write kind of about that, about life, about the things we use, about the things we do, things we like. Honestly, it started off totally as a hobby, and I had no idea that it would ever become a full-time career, full-time job. I didn't even know that was.
It's all good. It's a great story.
I discovered kind of a side world. I discovered kind of a side world of blogging back in 2007 when I was pregnant with my oldest. And so I was looking for a creative outlet. I came from a magazine background, so writing and editing was my thing. And I sort of started thinking about, all the moms staying at home and decided to write kind of about that, about life, about the things we use, about the things we do, things we like. Honestly, it started off totally as a hobby, and I had no idea that it would ever become a full-time career, full-time job. I didn't even know that was a possibility at the time. I'd never met a full-time blogger, and I just kind of started dabbling and started writing and wrote about things we liked, wrote about places we went, things we did, crafts, that sort of stuff, and it picked up from there. So at some point, the Suburban Mom went from being my hobby to being a full-time job, and it did not happen overnight. Then in 2012, my husband was actually laid off from his company. And at that point, we looked at it and we had a choice. I could either go out and try to find a job and pay for daycare, having been out of work for all these years, or I could really ramp up what I had started doing. IZEA is a company that helps connect brands with creators like myself and allows creators to monetize their platforms. IZEA has helped me take my blog from a hobby to a full-time job. 2 years later, I am still blogging, and I love it. I certainly put in a lot more hours than the typical 9-to-5 job, but those hours are spent between taking my daughter to dance, putting my daughter down for a nap. Blogging has given me the opportunity to stay home with my girls and yet still have a full-time job. One of the great things about working with IZEA is that when I'm presented with a brand, it is my challenge to figure out how this brand connects with me and how it's going to connect with others. And then I figure out how I can best show that example to my readers, whether it's by showing photos, showing how I'm going to use this with my kids. The doors have opened for me to do all kinds of new things that I would have never thought possible. I've traveled to movie premieres, I've taken trips with my family that I would have never dreamed of, and it's opened up this whole new world to me that I enjoy being part of, and that's the best thing. I'm staying home, and I am working from home, but I'm enjoying every minute of it. I like what I do, and that's what I do this. My name is Jen Berg of the Suburban Mom, and I'm a creator.
I love Jen's story because Jen is really talking about that whole thing of being a creator. A few years ago, I said to our team, what is it that we know about people like Jen and people who are the best of the best at what they do? And the team said to me, they said, Simon, what we discovered is that there's a difference between being average and being brilliant. People who are the best of the best in what they do, they understand how to be totally present to the moment. They understand how they show up. As you begin to work through this list, you'll see something that says, average men and women, they communicate, but brilliant producers who are spot on understand how to connect. A book that I want you to get a hold of is a book written by Seth Godin. It's called The Icarus Deception. And what Seth is saying, we are now in the connection economy. I was just a couple of weeks ago in New York City at the invitation of Publicis Group, and the CEO of Saatchi & Saatchi was there, and they were saying right now is that there's now 3 seconds. You have 3 seconds to connect. 3 seconds to connect in this hyper over-communicated world that we live in. So those who connect and take it to another level are the ones that really, really stand out. You may recall on yesterday that Lauren Thomas made a very powerful statement. She said, do you want a paycheck or are you pursuing partnerships? And one of the things you'll notice on this list is that brilliant producers really look at how do they build relationships. Why is that important? Relationships are the currency of the future. So when we really begin to understand relationships, I relate to the cargo in your ship. And wherever you are going on the ocean of life, you take me with you because we have a relationship. The other powerful thing is you'll see something on this list that says brilliant performers and brilliant producers really understand authentic listening. Ladies, you have 2 problems with men. Only 2. I was waiting for it. Ladies, the 2 problems we have with us men is we don't talk, we don't listen. And when we talk about ourselves, and when we listen, we have selective hearing. But guys, I'm not going to leave us stranded. How many realize that we all can be better listeners? Yes? Here's the net takeaway as it relates to brilliant producers. I was just with American Express last week, and we were sharing this whole concept of what listening really means. And I said to them in a stream of conscious, I said, brilliant producers who really understand how to stop selling, start connecting, will move to what I call meta-listening. Meta-listening is when you begin to listen between the sentences. Meta-listening is when you begin to say, here's what I heard you say, but is this what you meant? And those who are meta-listeners in this economy will tap into their intuitive intelligence to say, here's what you have brought forth, but here's what I also want you to consider. Have you thought about this? And it's in that meta-listening that you understand that the same letters that spell the word listen spell the word silent. So when I am really silent, I'm tapping into how to take this relationship to the next level. The last thing you'll see on this list that we discovered that brilliant producers do is they are curious. I was interviewing Rick Goins, who's the chairman and CEO of Tupperware, and he's been there for about 20 years. And I said, Rick, what does curiosity mean to you as a CEO of a $3 billion entity? And he said to me, curiosity is the ability to see what's not yet. It's the ability to look around the corner and to see the hidden opportunity. He says, those men and women who will be the best in their field have the ability to ask questions which immerses them on a quest to discover an answer that was waiting to emerge. And when he started saying this, I was like, whoa. So then I looked at my own business and I said, what questions are we asking ourselves right now? How do we stay relevant? How do we take it to another level? And one of the things I've recognized is what has gotten us here, in the words of Marshall Goldsmith, won't get us there. So what are some things that we need to, in the spirit of Disney, that we need to let go? Because when we let go, some of y'all will catch that later. I know it's early on Saturday morning, but one of the things that I had to let go when we look at our business is I had to let go of rejection. A few years ago, I had started sending my video almost 5, 6, 7 years in a row to an organization called the $1 Million Roundtable, which is very big in the financial insurance industry. And for a speaker or an author to get on that platform, to get on that stage is like a big deal. And for literally 5, 6 years straight, they rejected me. Sorry, you're not ready yet. Sorry, you're not good enough. And my assistant said to me, she said, Simon, let's stop beating our head up against the wall trying to get on that platform, because anybody, when you get there, you know, they say, you have arrived, you have made it. So I said, okay, you're right, we're gonna stop doing that. And she said, what are you gonna do? I said, you know what, I just need to work on getting better. So I hired a coach, and this coach started working with me on just shaping what I was doing just to get better. And all of a sudden, last year, we got a call from the $1 Million Roundtable. They reached out to us, and they said, we want you to come, and we want you to be opening speaker. We want you to do a keynote for 9,000 people from 72 nations. And they said, we looked at 800 videos, and we think you're ready now. And what I realized in that moment is that rejection is the greatest gift. Just because somebody rejects you and says no, it doesn't mean no forever. It just means no, not now. And what is it that I need to let go of? How do I move on and step it up and say, what is it that I'm gonna do to get better? And I really think it starts with saying, how curious am I about what's happening in my business real time? So the question often I'm posed with is, okay, Simon, how do I begin to think brilliance every 30-7-30, and they hit. Don't forget about your new BFF, all right. All right, starting tomorrow morning, I want to invite you to get up 15 minutes early. Now, I know that might be a stretch, but just hang with me for a moment, 15 minutes early. And would you consider taking the first 5 minutes just to meditate, just to get quiet, just to slow down? Right now in Silicon Valley, Deutsche Bank, Google, Facebook, they have meditation rooms because what they realize, in a hyper-stress environment, people need a way to slow down. What I am proposing, taking the first 5 minutes of the day to just get centered. One of the things we realized in our research of looking at how people move from average to brilliant is that men and women who move from average to brilliant, they understand how to be effective, not just busy. And how they get there is that first 5 minutes of the day. Second 5 minutes, read or listen to something that inspires you, all right? And the third 5 minutes, stretch and get aligned with the day. Because Rabbi Harold Kushner, who wrote the book, What Matters the Most in Life, Rabbi teaches this whole concept called emotional congruence. He says, when you're operating in congruence, there is an alignment of how you think, what you say, and what you feel. So what happens is when you show up and people show up in your life, you connect because you understand when you're fully aligned, it's not about the push, it is about the pull. And creators who are operating in the zone, understanding flow, they don't chase money, money chases them. Because as a creator, I understand that 15 minutes a day, I am rewiring how I'm going to show up, so when people come into my matrix, they understand that I have found my inner Neo and I am the one to help their brand take it to another level. Now, here's how the formula works. 15 minutes a day impacts 7 days a week. 7 days a week impacts 30 days. 30 days impacts 90 days. How many seasons are there in a year? 4. How many quarters are there in a year? 4. So every 90 days, how did I get to this point? It came as a result of what you did 30, 60, 90. How did you get there? 7 days a week. How did you get there? 15 minutes a day. Here's what we've discovered in this whole work of helping people think about shifting their brilliance. The secret to sustaining brilliance is hidden in your daily routine. You don't decide the future. I know that sounds like an oxymoron for a creator, but you don't. You decide your habits, and your habits decide. So when I understand that, I become better. Now, some people may say, Simon, I'm not a morning person, I'm a night owl. Okay, here's how it works for you. 15 minutes before your head hits the pillow, first 5 minutes, unwind, writing your journal. Second 5 minutes, read something that inspires you before you fall off into the night season. And then the last 5 minutes, most doctors will say don't stretch and then lay down, so do something else to unwind. But what is it that you can do? Because that 15 minutes before you go to bed at night, as you enter into the night season, as you wake up the next day, what you'll discover is you will have an epiphany, you will have an aha, you will have what they call is the eureka moment, where you will say, aha, I know what I need to do, because you understand your brilliance, all right? Now, I want to leave you with this story. One of the things I've noticed about IZEA is all about customer love. Everybody say customer love. All right, let me teach you the Simon T. Bailey way of saying customer love. Everybody get your hands up like this, all right? Now watch me on 3. I want you to say customer love, and I want you to step into it. I want you to put a little oomph into it, put your back in it, and say customer love, all right? On 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, customer love, all right. Let me tell you what customer love looks like. A few months ago, I was in San Francisco, flying to Columbus, Ohio, via Detroit, Michigan. So the plane gets to Detroit, and my connection flight to Columbus is canceled. So I'm like, oh my goodness, what am I gonna do? And there was a flight leaving a little bit later on, so I said, okay, great, I'll get on that flight. Guess what? That flight is canceled because of weather. So now I have to either stay in Detroit or drive to get to Columbus. So I called my favorite aunt in Detroit, and she said, baby, don't you get on that road, you come on by. I got some good hot fried chicken for you. So I go by, see my aunt, we're there, and I said, Aunt Rosa, I have got to get on this road because I have a very important meeting the next day. So I get on the road, and I get to Columbus about 2 a.m., and I say, you know what, I don't have my clothes, the airline couldn't find my luggage, whatever, I'll just deal with it in a few hours. So sure enough, get up, and I go to my phone, and I hit the Yelp app to find out if there's a men's store anywhere in the vicinity, and there's about 5 stores. Now it's about 8:30 in the morning, my meeting's at 10:30, so I call the first store. Sorry, we don't open to 10. Call the second store. Sorry, we don't open to 10. This is kind of going downhill. I get to the 5th store, and I get a live person on the phone about 8:45, and she said, I literally spam her when she comes to the phone, like, oh my God, I need to buy some clothes. She said, 1 minute, let me transfer you to my manager. So she transfers me to Trina. Trina gets on the phone, and I tell her my dilemma. I said, I've got a very important meeting with Cardinal Health, their entire executive team, at 10:30. I need to buy a suit or some clothes so I look presentable. And she said, you know what? We normally don't do this, but I want you to pull around to a certain part of the mall, and we're gonna have security roll up the doors, and you can come in and buy whatever you need to do. I'm like, oh my goodness, I am now feeling the customer love. So sure enough, I drive around, and they roll up the door, and I'm met by Ahmed. And Ahmed says, guess what? I've already picked some things out for you in the dressing room. I go to the dressing room. He's got a blue blazer, khaki slacks, a blue shirt, a burgundy tie, and a pair of shoes already picked out for me. And he says, guess what? We just happen to have a tailor here on site. So if you need anything that we need to take up, we'll make that happen. I'm like, oh my goodness, I am feeling the Nordstrom love right now. So I go to the counter to pay for it. And ladies, something that you don't know about men is sometimes when men notice another thing and a guy, he may not say anything, he'll just hint at it. So I guess he discovered that I was travel worn, my hands were ashy. I mean, I was just, it was just a bad situation. So I'm standing there at the register and he just slides a little lotion on over to me, like wink, wink, you need a little lotion. And I was like, gotcha. So I put the lotion on. And now I am walking out of the Nordstrom store, $1,400 later, feeling the love. I get in my car and I said, this was amazing. Not only do I have what I need to wear, but I have time to spare. I'm going to tweet this out. I tweeted the experience in the front door. You have got to be kidding. Unbelievable. Decided to write because Nordstrom is going to suck up all the business because they understood how to create customer love. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in the happiest place on earth. And the whole secret sauce of Disney is not in the theme park business. They are in the business of creating moments. The one thing I walked away with when I was here at Disney was that when you understand to create that moment, give a little something extra for nothing, that's what people remember. So as creators, I want you to think about, what is it that I can do to shift my brilliance, to go above and beyond, not because I have to, but because I want to. Because what you want wants you. And when you give a little something extra, that becomes the emotional deposit into the emotional bank account of the brands that you serve. And as you serve them, the brands become your unofficial marketing department to say, we have got to have that creator back again. Because that creator understands in the creation economy, in the creator economy, we are the ones that are truly, oh, brilliant one. And as oh, brilliant one, I understand how to show up and take it to another level. I am Simon T. Bailey, and doggone it, I approve this message.
Big round of applause, please, for Simon Bailey. Simon is so full of awesome information. All right, so we're going to take a quick break right now. Please be back here at 9:30 for return on content. There's coffee and water in the back. Check out the photo booths in the back as well. And don't forget, there's a creator corner where you can make art that we will hang up in our office here in Orlando, Florida, on behalf of IZEAFest. Hi, Drew. Do you want me to pose? Thank you. All right, guys, be back here at 9:30, okay? Thank you.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
up
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Hey guys, are we good? Oh, hi. All right, I'm gonna give you guys a second to sit down. Quick note, while we're doing panels, while the sessionists, that's not a word, are up here, please keep the chatter to a minimum. It reverberates really well in this room. So just quick note on that. All right, please allow me to introduce to the stage Kip Edwardson of Scott's Miracle-Gro, Dave Peck of PayPal, Heather Taylor from The Economist, and our moderator, Susan Borst of IAB. Hey guys. Please note the
I'm
timer at the
closest.
bottom.
You first.
Oh, great, thanks.
Yes.
Good morning. There's a lot more people here now than there were earlier. How's everyone doing? You tired? You have coffee? Great. So I guess the first question is, how many of you have either read The Economist or used PayPal or used a Scott's Miracle-Gro product or service? Any of those? Everybody? Okay. So that means you're in the right room. Thanks for joining us this morning. We're really excited. I'm going to ask everyone to just give a little bit about who you are and what you do at your companies.
I'm Dave Peck with PayPal. I head up social media and influencer marketing. So, yeah.
Great.
Kip Edwardson, I'm with Scott's, Director of Digital Marketing. And so I oversee pretty much everything in digital, from social to influencer to content, mobile, all the website development, apps, et cetera.
So my name is Heather Taylor. I work for The Economist. I am the Director of Content Strategy for North America. And I work on content solutions, so brands and agencies come to us to make content for them.
So really interesting, with two brands and a publisher. So we're going to divide the conversation up and try to find the common bonds between a brand and a publisher. And I think what you'll hear is there's a lot of things that are relevant between the two, and also especially for all of you creators out there. So the first thing is, brands are clearly in the content game. Content's been around a long time. Why is this notion of brands and content marketing and creators so hot right now?
I guess I'll start. So why is it hot now? One of the reasons is the content creators have the communities. They're already engaged with their audience. I mean, why in the world would you follow PayPal on social, on Instagram? You're only reaching out to us if you have a problem. Mm-hmm. I can push all the content in the world and you probably won't see it because you're upset or you don't think about PayPal. And so going somewhere where there's an engaging community and there's fun content and things happening, that's where we want to be. And it's easier than creating our own is to go somewhere where the creators are and they have their own communities.
I would add to that, they've always said content is king, and no one goes online to read code, and no one goes online to see ads. And so content is a lot about relevancy, right place, right time. And so, I mean, there's so many ways of content, and so many people have become content creators. And the platforms that are available, whether it be the social platforms or even content management systems that have made it very easy to publish content, like a WordPress, et cetera, are making it so that there's just a plethora of content out there, and working hard at it, doing it right is where the rubber meets the road.
It's really interesting, because I think that what we're looking for from content is really shifting. It's not shifting, it's just we're more aware of what people want. So we did a study recently in business leaders, 73% of them were like, yeah, if a piece of content is too salesy, I'm totally turned off. But 93% of marketers connect their content to a product or service. So that's a huge disconnect. So often I feel like brands will go to content creators that have their own audience, have their own kind of voice, and similar to coming to The Economist, because they know they're going to reach their audience in a more kind of unique way, a more tailored way. They're going to be more connected with their audience that doesn't connect to sale or a product, but actually looks at ideas.
And I was just going to add in, hopefully, and those creators are telling a true story, hopefully, an honest story. They're not only a user and they're evangelizing, right? In some ways, they tell the story better than we tell our own story.
So Heather, in a way, you are the influencer, you are the creator for the brands that are coming to you. So when a brand comes to you from a publisher's perspective, who's creating the content? How do you work with brands? What's the relationship like with them?
So when a brand or an agency comes to us with a problem that they want us to solve, we really kind of look at what they're really looking to do. So often they're looking to us for our editorial voice, our kind of third-party credibility, the research that we create. But in doing so, we have editorial independence. So we're actually creating content that they can reference and they can get credibility with that. So it's like standing beside our brand. But in saying that, they can't actually influence the content itself. So when we do a piece of research, the research is what the research is. We don't then go, oh, well, that little part doesn't really play well with that brand. We're like, no, that's what it is. So because of our editorial independence, because of the brand that we want to keep, and I think that's really important to you, you keep sight on what your brand is. That's what keeps us credible and keeps our content credible. If we went and just basically want to avoid it all.
Content coming from?
It comes from everywhere. I mean, we have an in-house team that works with us, and they've developed their own partner network that they writers, videographers, photographers, et cetera, that they work with, and so that's the primary source of it. But then we work with publishers too, which is interesting nowadays. You see between brands and agencies and publishers, these publishers, like, they've been creating content and they're saying, hey, why don't we open this studio up to create other content that can be relevant for our advertisers, if you will, in a way that, like, you see, like the native content, the branded content plays and stuff that are becoming more and more popular because it's getting relevant content in front of an partnership.
Have a voice.
Most likely, you're hooked all the time. You do, and that's why I want to work with you.
Yeah, we did.
I think that's really important.
We did some advertising with one of our brands. I won't say which one, but because I don't want them to be mad at me, but it was meant to be funny. And I said, this isn't really that funny, if you ask me. Like, an agency wrote this. You want to be funny, get a comedy writer. And we turned around and did some stuff with The Onion, and it was hilarious. And so you got to go to the source that's going to do it well.
Right, Dave, you probably more than the others rely more on influencers.
Yeah.
And I've been talking to a lot of you, for the past day or so, and said, what would be important for you guys to learn from these speakers? One of the things that came back to me was, from a creator standpoint, you want brands to tell you what is within acceptability. So what parameters specifically do you give? I know you said you try to keep it open, but how do you help creators understand where the line is drawn and legal things and disclosure and all that?
So usually what we'll do, the process, once we come to an agreement with a creator, I'll ask that they take 20 minutes, not even a half hour, get on the phone with someone from our PR department. The PR person will actually do the pitch, and I try to work with someone on my team who's not so straight and narrow, gets it, and walk you through some of the high points. Here's some things we want you to think about. And a lot of time the creators will be like, I didn't realize I could do that with PayPal. A great example, we worked with a young lady named Tiffany Ma, who's a YouTuber, and we said, yeah, you could split the rent with your roommate. I never thought of that. So she worked that into her video, and all the comments were, I never thought of that. That's a great idea. So giving them that sort of take, and I want the creators to do what they do, and I've probably picked that creator because I like their messaging. I like maybe they're not so far left or far right on a subject, so I feel safe. So the gray area in between those two, I'm already comfortable with, right? But at the end of the day, some obvious ones, language, derogatory comments, not going to work. If you wouldn't say it to your mom, I don't want it on video and on PayPal's name associated with it.
So the theme of our panel is return on content. So let's talk a bit about measurement. I mean, clearly metrics can vary greatly depending on your objectives. There is not one silver bullet of what makes something successful. But overall, are there metrics, let's start with Heather, that you consistently value more than others, or that your brands are really looking to achieve with sponsored content on The Economist?
I think we always have to be very clear about what the goals, we want to achieve with our content. So often, I think people want one piece of content to do all things, and it doesn't work that way. It's not one thing for all things. So we look at, are you looking for reach? Are you looking for volume? So are you looking to be the loudest voice? And then we have metrics accordingly that look at views and shares and clicks and visitors, right? So unique visitors. So we want to see how far your reach can go. But then a lot of times it's actually about engagement. So are we building relationships? Are we connecting you to other people? So then we're looking at, well, is there a bounce rate? What are the video plays? Repeat visits, numbers of views, numbers of interactions. And that's really key. But then we also are used for lead generation sometimes. So we want to elicit the hand raisers, the people who say, yes, I want to take part in what you're saying, what you're doing. And then we're looking at downloads, you're looking at conversions, you're looking at those kind of numbers. And so we really want to be clear the moment someone comes to us and says, we want to solve this specific problem. And we're like, okay, let's get to the nuts and bolts of it. Like, what is going to be success for you? If you woke up tomorrow and said, my God, this was so successful, what would that be? And so we try to make sure from the get-go that we're really clear on what those metrics are with them, what those KPIs are, those key performance indicators, because if they come and say, we want great reach, and then a week later they're like, why don't I have sales? Where's my leads? And you're like, well, that's not the point of the program that we've created, because you create your content, you create your program specifically to have the metrics in mind. So I think that's really key.
Said it very well. You just need to be specific and set your objectives from the beginning. I often make sure that it's written in the brief to be very specific. The analogy I always give people is, if I tell you that we're going to take a trip to California and you need to plan it, you're going to ask a bunch of questions. Well, how many people are coming? When do we need to be there? You're not just going to go out and get a bus, right? And well, it's only 2 of us, and I wanted to drive and see the whole country. Like, you need more specifics. The more specific you can be, the more we understand what we're going to measure.
I could talk for an hour on this, and they hit some good stuff. I think you said something which was really important in the brief, which sounds really scary and really bad, and I hate briefs, hate them. But at the end of the day, they're the most important thing. So
you like boxers?
What?
You like boxers instead of briefs?
I have to pick one of those two, there's not a third option? So, and Heather touched on too, the KPI, the key performance. So I try to keep it down to 3, and I keep them in order. So for the long, and I'm doing our team in phases right now. So we started with impressions. We can do impressions all day long. I can do views in my sleep, upside down, one hand on the ground, and breakdancing, right? So I can't breakdance. Though I did pretty well with Kung Fu, the guy yesterday.
I want to see some breakdancing
Anyway,
at the
I
end.
digress. So we moved on to engagement now. That's my true KPI, and people will come back on the team. Why nobody saw the video? I don't care if anybody sees the video. If I've got comments, if I've got shares, if I got likes, that's what I'm looking for. That's right. And then another thing you touched on about sales, we're not there. We're starting down the funnel. If you guys know what the funnel is, we're at consideration. I just want you to think about PayPal, right? I see another brand, credit card to my left button I can check out with. To the right, I see PayPal. I might use, I'm going this way, but you considered us. Mm-hmm. So that's where we are, and that's what I want the content creators to help with, right? Top of mind, fun things like that. Always do a brief. I know it's awful, but knowing what the goal is when the brand comes back to you. So if we work together and we can't go, we hired you for impressions. Why'd you get no likes?
It protects.
And you'll be like, yeah, it's your.
Protects
it's
like a contract.
It's like a contract. It's your armor. That would be a piece of advice I would give to all content creators.
Why didn't you do this? Well, because
people are going to nitpick and call you out. I've seen it happen. People on my team, I'll be like, "Where's the brief? We didn't do one." Well, that's not the creator's fault. That's your fault.
Yeah,
so.
and audience actually is really key, because often it's kind of becomes this generic pocket of audience, and that's not going to be really suitable for you. So we'll get, because we're at the Economist, we're business decision makers, and so they'll go, business decision makers, and I'm like, well, there's a lot of different types of business decision makers, I like to point out. So it's really being specific, because if you're not specific, we can't actually help you, because it becomes this kind of watered down pool. So if you're going to tell us that actually, I really want to reach, I'm going to go more economisty here, CFOs in the healthcare industry. I'm going to create very different content. I'm going to be much more focused on a kind of different needs for that group. than I would if it's just a generic business decision maker audience. So the same thing for you. Sometimes people come to us and want to reach an audience that we don't necessarily have the best audience for. So then we have to look at different elements, or sometimes say this is just not going to be a good partnership. So I think that's important, understanding I know who I reach and I know specifically what we can do. So let's make sure our partnerships allow us to be the most successful in that.
Yeah.
Just not to go on too long here, but a real tangible example that I can give is we sponsor something called Outside Lands in the Bay Area. It's a huge, like Bonnaroo, a huge music festival. I wanted to launch Snapchat. I hired a Snapchatter. I won't even get how hard it is to measure Snapchat. Forget that. At the end of the day, we had the #1 piece of content because of him, #1 trending all 3 days on Instagram because he put a photo up. So we come back, what was the success? Instagram. That's great, but I hired you, and I was thrilled. But what happened on Snapchat, that's where the money was going, that's why I paid. But look what I did at Instagram. It's awesome, good job, buddy. But I have to go back to my boss and say, remember that bucket of money you gave me? I didn't do well, but I got you Instagram, so.
Well, that leads into how do you decide when it comes to sharing on third-party social networks, whether paid or more organic, how do you decide which platforms to invest in?
Is that me?
You go first.
I'm going to go again. You guys still want me talking? I'm hogging this panel. So how do I decide where I'm going to invest? So one is where the audience is. So again, PayPal, I think we're really unique. You don't think about PayPal until you use it. We never get a tweet that says, hey, really thanks for that transaction. Getting that money over to my mom was amazing. It was an incredible experience. Thanks, right?
Have any of you done that?
Anybody?
If you haven't, maybe give Dave a shout out on Twitter, thanking them for that transaction.
So in my world, Twitter and Facebook are customer service channels at the end of the day, right? That's where people are going for help. So I look at them as distribution. Twitter is one beautiful slide.
Video that understand how to use your.
Yeah, we put a lot of them on YouTube. Things, and so they use those. Good.
Or print and your content.
They do actually. They play quite prominently, and we actually just launched Economist Films, which is a Facebook first kind of broadcast channel. So we actually create documentaries that go Facebook first. But we have to be really sure of making the right content for it. So I mean, we are on Facebook, we're on Pinterest, we're on Instagram. We're actually the fastest growing magazine in the US on Instagram, 209% in the last 3 months. And that's because we use our photo desk to put compelling photos up. So just as you'd put in the magazine, we have those high quality photos out there. And so I think because The Economist has looked at, but you're this print magazine and you look at the economy, but we don't. We look at factors that affect people's decisions. So we look at culture, we look at technology, we look at everything, and so those things actually play well in social. So we make sure that we keep we are a very witty brand, so we keep that wit. You don't think of us as wit, but we are very witty, very British. So we keep that wit, that tone of voice with us in our space, and very much rely on facts because that's what we're known for. So that does really well on those platforms. We choose those platforms where we can have those conversations and tailor it accordingly. So, but video does play really highly in what we do.
Yeah, we look at too, it's just going to vary by brand. We have more than just a Scott's brand. So like our Miracle-Gro brand, we've been building up our profile on Pinterest. And when we went to do that, we were like, well, we don't have a lot of our own original photography, and then it's a space, got to have photography if you're going to be successful there. And so we worked with somebody called Joy Cho. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Joy. She's the So, reach is one. So, Joy has a huge audience, and then the other thing, it was the volume of content that she could produce in a very short amount of time.
Do you know what's really interesting? Actually, I was talking to one of the women who does our social for our sponsored content, and she puts all of the videos and we kind of create these slideshows, and she puts them on SlideShare. And so she gets thousands of views on SlideShare versus hundreds on YouTube because there's an audience that's concentrated on wanting that kind of more business information. And so it was kind of, when she told that to me, I'm like, well, of course, but then I was surprised by it. But I thought, yes, that's a great place to get this distilled information, and you can download it. So I'm like, of course, I would use that all the time, and I do, like, as part of search. So that was kind of an interesting, I mean, we play really well on LinkedIn, obviously, but the SlideShare element was really interesting, because that's where our audience is.
So this is everything we talk about is consumer focused. You're right. So when we're targeting merchants, it's SlideShare.
Yeah.
LinkedIn's through the roof. That LinkedIn Pulse section where you write the blogs is incredible. You can put anything up there and it does well. We'll take content we've had and repurpose it on there, and it's 3 weeks old, and it might even organically, so with no paid media behind it, do better than the original with paid. It's incredible.
We
have,
for organic,
people don't think about it.
Yeah, exactly. And for organic, we've come to realize we call it the 4 C's. If it's about a country, a city, a company, or a citizen, people, it does really well. So faces do better than artwork. Like, it's about people want to, in kind of more of the business leader space, they actually want to look to their peers. They want to look to other companies. They want to be better, and they want to understand what's happening in their city, what's happening in their country, or in a place they want to grow. So by understanding that we use a hashtag that's a city or a country or around a company, and we do marginally better, like not marginally, we do hugely better. So like 150% better on a post, just because we've added content that's about the city, country, citizen, or company.
So let's talk about, you've each shared with me some really fabulous examples that you came top of mind of things that you've done especially well with content. Can you talk a little bit about one of your success stories and why you think it really rises to the top in terms of memorability?
Yeah, sure. I'll go first. I shared a story with you that we did this year. I mean, nothing was more popular than the Women's World Cup, right? I mean, those ladies were amazing. And there was, I don't know if you know, there was a big issue going on up there in Canada. They were playing on artificial turf. And the men never play on artificial turf. The men never would play on artificial turf. So there was a fairness story there. It's like, why are the women having to play on this where there's increase of injuries? They can't play the game the way they want to play the game. And we grabbed onto that story and said, we got to tell this story. And because we want people to play on grass. You know, we're about grass. We love grass. And we started working with first Cindy LaRue, and we reached out to Vice because we've done some partnerships with them and creating content. And Vice said, you know what, we already did this story. There's not much there, but if you could get Abby to talk about it. Well, we went to Abby, and she's just amazing. And Abby just took it to a whole nother level, right? What we just talked about. And Abby was all about it, so we did some original content with Abby and started working with some influencer networks and getting that stuff out there, because now you've got a story you can talk about from, you know, women's rights, health, soccer, sports, and it just got picked up. Vice Sports then ran it. It ended up on ESPN. The story ended up turning into, because we were going to refurbish all these fields, and FIFA said, no, you're not doing it. So then the headlines were really like, Scots and FIFA are in a fight over grass fields. I'm like, this is fantastic. It just exploded. It turned like 400 million impressions over the whole story, and they never did refurbish the fields, but what we did is, as more people shared that story, and that we amplified that, we said, look, for every like 100,000 shares, I can't remember exactly what it was, we would refurbish a field in the United States. And we ended up refurbishing 8 fields here in the United States and converted them from artificial turf to grass.
So I guess the tweet there is, Scots likes grass. How about you, Dave?
This happened timely this week. You guys probably didn't hear about this, but it was Back to the Future Day this week. I know, it wasn't in the news, you couldn't find it anywhere. So in Back to the Future 2, old Biff gets out of the taxi cab, puts his thumb down, pays, gets his receipt, goes on his way. PayPal, right? We have thumbprint, because I know you all know you can pay with your thumb, right? You put your thumb down and leave. So we can't afford Michael J. Fox or Christopher Lloyd, so I had the team track down, his name's Tommy. Well, little known trivia, Tommy hates Back to the Future too. He wants nothing to do with the franchise. I should expand it. If you noticed, he didn't show up anywhere, right? So we wanted, because back in 85 or 87, when they didn't think, oh, you have to pay for the rights to use his image, right? Who knew all this technology would happen? Universal gave it to us for free. All you gotta do is hit the DVD, and you can pay with PayPal. This is wonderful, I'm thinking. So we reached out to Tommy, talked to him. Tommy wants $250,000 for a 7-second clip. Tommy wants to make it really, really hard. So after some back and forth, we get Tommy down to a reasonable number, really, like not even 2 digits before the comma, right? Get the clip out, we push it out, because it's organic in a way, right? We're not forcing PayPal into the story, right? You guys see what USA Today did as well? They had the newspaper because they were already part of it. Pepsi was already part of it. Nike with the shoes. That's how we felt. Put it up there, incredible numbers. Just the video views alone on Facebook were well over 250,000, right? People were talking about us positively. Oh, I never thought of that. PayPal was there. No one was asking for their money back or putting holds on the accounts. It was incredible. Sorry, customer service, if you're listening or PR. It worked really well. We got the shares and the content's still up there and it's still doing well. That was, so take all the work ahead of time is a pain in the neck, but the reward and the wins are amazing. So that was a really good example.
So how are you measuring sentiment?
Sentiment. So originally I did when I first started measure sentiment. So we would work with creators to get that, hey, positive comments. And then when something would happen where maybe there was a hiccup in the PayPal system or something that I can't control, and all that work getting the sentiment down would go back up again. So we changed the algorithm, and at the end of the day, I'm looking at people that are saying nice things. I'm keeping it very simple, right? And maybe coming to the brand's defense. That happens as well, where someone else will hate on PayPal, and then they'll say, you know what, I've been with PayPal for 15 years, I've had no problems. So that content helps start that positive sentiment, feel good. And so people saying nice things, I like to keep things really simple. That is how I measure sentiment.
Cool. Heather?
My example is probably not, I wish I could have a Back to the Future Day example actually, because that would be awesome. So we did write about it, but I can't give an example. I think one of the things, I'm just gonna, I guess one of the kind of big shifts we had is trying to look at, let's say, I'm just gonna go with Twitter. So on Twitter, we're really, we don't break the news at The Economist. So it's like, how do we become part of these conversations? And so we started to look at our archives and pull out content to help people understand what's happening now in relation to what happened in the past. So by doing that, we went from 1 million reach per month to 4.5 million per month, because we started to become part of the conversation in a way that actually helped people understand the issues that were happening versus just trying to just jump on that. Here's the headline. We're not a reporter, we're a journalist. So here is the deep information, here's the deep data. And so we're finding the success, but also in social by pulling out that kind of interesting fact from that deep data. So for instance, we did a kind of a scatter graph all about correlating, this is getting a little deep, sorry, correlating road fatalities and how many cars were driven in a country. And the team found that Italy had the most cars on the road and the least deaths. And you think, oh, Italian crazy drivers, and they're like, no, we're gonna pull that out and have that little kind of fun factoid, which seems odd, but a little fun factoid because it seems like counter to what we believe. But then they started to put that in relation to things that were going on in the news and this kind of pulling out these data points to pull them back to like, we understand this deep data, we're gonna make this interesting and kind of relevant to you and surprising. And so I think for us, just having that shift, it's not a specific like one moment example, but actually just the way of like rethinking of how we can be part of a conversation that we couldn't have been part of before.
So you're pretty much taking existing copy and repurposing bits of it on social.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So that leads us to recycled and repurposed content. It's done more increasingly. You can't, look at online without stories about how to repurpose, when to repurpose. Dave, are you repurposing content, and what's the benefit to PayPal?
Yeah. So when we work with creators, at the end of the day, we have the right. We own that content. So The Walking Dead premiered recently, and I wanted PayPal to be part of that story. How the heck do I get PayPal involved with The Walking Dead? So going through the archives, I found a zombie video. So we had hired a creator before I even started to do a 60-second PayPal zombie video. I don't know why. I have no idea. If I had the video to show you too, but this long and short of it is they're running away from the zombie, 2 people. One guy has PayPal, one doesn't. He can pay for things faster. Zombies eat the other guy who's going for his wallet, trying to pay for gas, hop in the car. So when The Walking Dead premiered, we put it up online. This content had already been up there 2-3 years ago. Hashtag Walking Dead. Need I say any more? Through the roof. Reach, engagement, impressions. Oh my God, PayPal, this is so funny. And by the way, it was a bad video. Bad, you know, I'm just saying. It's classic zombie movie feel, right? I'm sorry? Oh.
Did you just happen to remember that this existed, or do you have an archive? Are there people helping you, maybe find some of that old content?
So by archive, I mean Box or Dropbox. And by remembering, yes, I happen to remember, I don't know why, I happen to remember there was a zombie video. I do remember a little bit why, is because I really wanted to push it out, and brand guidelines were, this is not on brand, this isn't right. And as people shifted through, we had people that were more open to it, did a few quick digital updates to the logos and things like that. And it was actually the top organic, and everybody knows when we say organic, right? No paid behind it. Piece of content we've had in over a year.
Wow.
So, right, it's because we hit a niche community, kind of what we talk about when we work with creators, right? We want your community. So these people that like zombies and sci-fi, really niche, and they got behind it, loved it because it was so bad that it's good, and did it. So when you're bored, it's still on our Facebook page or YouTube page somewhere, and you can see how good bad it is. But yes, cost me nothing at the end of the day. That's the bottom line, right?
Other than some editing costs.
Right, I took whatever we paid for 3 years ago, and the cost for me to on a Sunday after football to put it on right behind the premiere. And I won my week that week.
That's great.
In football.
That's great.
Kip, how is Scott's repurposing and why and when?
We don't
where?
repurpose a lot of content from the standpoint, if it mentions any products or anything, I mean, legal's could put the kibosh on it because, packaging gets updated stuff. It's just, for legal reasons, if there's claims in there, we just can't do it. But I guess I think of repurposing a little bit different. Like you see the image behind us here. This was at a photo shoot that we did. We refurbished this backyard in San Francisco. We found a young millennial couple, and their yard was terrible. They didn't even know what kind of grass was in it and stuff, and we just redid the entire thing, built this fire pit for them and stuff. That fire is actually fake. IZEA put that in there.
I just noticed the fire was
Yeah.
It's a really good
so
fire.
is this a video or an image?
Yeah.
This is awesome.
It's an image.
It's a
Somebody at
cinema-
IZEA brought it to
cinemagraph,
life. But
yeah.
Way to go, IZEA.
Yeah. But when we're out doing shoots like that, we're doing how-to videos. There's a whole video series on refurbishing that yard. Then, of course, we're going to get photography. And we have, with our editorial calendar throughout the year, we're thinking about other shots we're going to need. So that team is thinking, when we're in San Francisco, we'll do this with the mulch, and we'll get some how-to videos around that. So this one photo shoot resulted in probably 50, 60 pieces of content total, and probably hundreds of images.
So you also talked about your paid traditional advertising, television, and with sports. Are you repurposing any of your paid television spots?
Well, then of course that stuff's hard because you've got actors' rights and stuff, right? So if you've only paid for a year's worth of that license, the SAG fees and stuff, you can't repurpose that and use it again. In fact, we've got some ads that are on our site now, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Scott for Scott campaign, the Scottish guy who tells you to feed your lawn. That's ending, and so we've had to pull all that down. So we run into that a lot, where you say, okay, the rights for that content is no longer valid, so we got to take it down.
So a lot of great.
And those people will come after you. I mean, the day that license expired, you will get a letter saying you now owe us, or cease and desist, right?
They want to get paid.
I was just going to say, back to Biff, we could not put that video that he did 25 years ago or 30 years ago on until the 21st, and then we only have the rights for 30 days. It can only be online because we wanted to put it in Times Square, and it was a whole.
So we have a program that we do for GE called GE Look Ahead. And it's actually all about the future. So it's about the future and the market conditions of now and the technology and the innovation that it takes to get to the future. So obviously, because it's about the future, there are pieces of content that we repurpose and bring back to life. But I think what's really key is that by we find this content that's relevant to maybe a moment that's happening now, or an innovation or some technology, but we always have to go back and research and see, well, are the conditions the same? Has there been any changes in the technology? So we don't just say, bring to life another piece of content just because we think it's relevant. We actually have to ensure that all the elements in it are relevant. So I would say that we recycle or we reuse the content, but we also refresh the content to make it timely and make it related to now, because that's what people want to see. So I think that we always look at how we can repurpose it or how we can make a connection, but it is about making it as relevant as possible.
Kip, you also talked about shortening some of those how-to videos. for different mediums.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we might look into things where we might do it like as a Vine type of stuff. And then like this one, it's like I said, it's a whole series and it can get really long. Like the first part can talk, they're setting it up, we're here with this couple, we're in San Francisco, and that's like 3 minutes long. And then there may be a piece of this where we're just giving a tip. When you've got this area of your yard, so to speak, here's how you might want to approach it. And those are really good because, you know, we had the session before on the shareable, snackable stuff. It's hard for someone to sit through a 3-minute video online or even share that, right? But you grab something that's 15 seconds and it's packed with some really good information and tips, that's something you're going to see people share and on whether it's on their blog or with their audience and their social networks.
And I think we have to be aware, like we will change things for Facebook, for instance. So if there's an economist video that we had that features our logo at the beginning, we'd have to cut that because essentially, you know, Facebook continues to change their algorithms, continues to change what actually works. So one of our people internally went and sat down with Facebook and said, okay, what do we have to do to make this stuff work? They're like, the first 3 seconds are the most important, highly visual. You have to make sure that video doesn't work with sound. So make sure that there's text on it. It has to be a maximum of 1.5 minutes. That's it. And then it has to have really those compelling and strong images. And if you don't have those things, it's gonna sink. So suddenly we had like a video that normally performed well it starts with the Economist logo, that kind of lovely little sizzle teaser thing. That's 3 seconds. And guess what? No one's gonna click on it. So if we ensure that we have those bold visuals right at the beginning, the compelling hook in the first 3 seconds, then we can get people's attention. So it's about making sure that content sings in that way.
So we should do the whole thing like top 10 things that you can do at IZEAFest. Number 7 blew my mind, right? And then I gotta click, right? I gotta click, yeah.
Well, the thing is that though, if you don't come back on that promise at number 7, then people will bounce. So you have to ensure that's compelling but true. Compelling but true.
Does anyone care to share an example that didn't work so well that you want to share, and why didn't it work? And lessons learned?
I won't give any specific examples because there's too many, but what I tell my team is don't be afraid to fail, because failure is an opportunity to learn, right? And so one of the things I'd encourage everybody in this room is you know, the things we talk about is fail fast. Like fail fast, optimize, learn from that, and then you find what works, you put more money behind it. And what doesn't work, stop doing it.
And I'm not going to give a very specific answer either. I'm sure there's lots of things, but I think it's always you're learning and refining. But if we put a sponsor logo on a social image or anything, people hate it. So we don't. Like, they just don't respond well to it. So it's like a bold image, a question, a fact. That's what gets them. So when we try to do other combinations of things, it doesn't work. So we go back to our, you know, the people wanting us to create sponsored content and say, we're making this for you, but these are the things that work the best for our audience. And it's going to be, you know, no sponsor logos. I'm sorry. There's going to be, it's going to have to be fact-driven. It's going to have to be, you know, in our sense of humor, in our voice. And sometimes our clients are more conservative than the economists are, which may be surprising to some of you, but it's true. So I think we have to, you know, when you know these things and ensuring that the brands that we work with really understand that, then because we want them to be successful, because we want success. So I think those are the things that we have to, that's where the pushback comes, but that's kind of the lessons that we learn is like, you know, when we kind of fold a bit and say, yeah, we'll put that logo on, it just doesn't perform. So that's one of the things that we've learned.
I'll give you one more real quick, just about taking risks. You know, when the Supreme Court decision came down about the gay marriage, we had created a photo of some roses, rainbow colored, and we were going to put it up with the hashtag #LoveWins. And we thought about it, we said, dude, as a brand, do we really want to talk about this? And when it came to me, I said, you know what? This started in our backyard. We're in Ohio. This started in Cincinnati. So we have that right? And so we can, and as a brand, yeah, we want to take a stance on this and talk about it, get a conversation going. We put it out there. I'd say the feedback was 50-50. If people say, I'm never buying your products again, blah, blah, blah. And you have other people saying, kudos to you guys for taking a stance on that. So you got to take risks, man. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, so we did the same thing around the gay marriage, which was, up until Back to the Future, was our top performing content, organic again. And the conversation for us was, as a company, we are for it. We have no problem with it. We don't, if 80% hate on us, too bad. That's not what we stand for, right? We're for it. It's the way it is. And the content did really well. And our community, I don't think there was any backlash at all for us. So it worked really well.
So probably more for the brands here, there's evergreen content or content that you need to put out, educational pieces, how-to videos, but then there are also opportunistic things like the gay marriage. Where do your budgets come from, and how do you decide where to spend your time and effort, and which opportunistic things will you jump on?
So for me, I think my budget lives in comms for the most part.
Okay.
And so they fund it, so it's whatever I do has to support their messaging. Then there is marketing, they'll come, so I'm like a service for them. They come to me and say, hey, we have X amount, here's a bucket of money, what can you do for me? Mm-hmm. And then we'll come up with an idea and go back. From that comms is the always on, which is the opportunistic content, as you say. So I'm already, looking for milestones, like Star Wars is a great one, right? December 17th, the movie comes out, or 18th. And how can we get behind that? Or Super Bowl is another one where, how do we get behind the Super Bowl where you can't say Super Bowl, can't say the big game, can't use the image. It goes on and on and on. And to your earlier question, that was a big miss for us 2 years ago when we tried to get involved. You just couldn't tell it was with the Super Bowl, at the end of the day, and being forced to do it internally.
Evergreen content is, first of all, I look at it as what you need to be successful with search, right? So when you're optimizing your properties for search, and even nowadays optimizing your social platforms, the evergreen content is something that needs to work hard in that space. So when you say evergreen content, I'm thinking of the content my team produces to make sure that our sites are successful with SEO.
Yeah, I think most of, we make sure for our digital properties, we have to sometimes tweak headlines, because if we're actually print first and then digital, but then we have to look at our headlines and ensure that they are SEO friendly, so we get the search that we need and the pieces of content that are open for people to consume. I think in terms of the idea of budget, you were talking about budget, where it comes from. We work with all sorts of groups. So we work with brands directly, but then we work with marketing teams, we work with PR teams, and we also work with people with the media budget. So normally people would traditionally buy your banner ads. And so everyone's scrambling to be the one who owns the content. And so you find that there's often you have to be really aware of where it's coming from, because they're going to have very different ideas of what content is and ideas of what they can do with it. So sometimes it's like kind of an education and working with teams to be like, okay, I understand that you're used to banner ads and used to content just being like a value add, but content is actually the thing that has the value and the thing that needs to have the pay, to be paid for, because it needs to be good. It needs to be and relevant to you, and we need to make this thing awesome and put it within these ad units so that it actually performs well, so you get that engagement. So our numbers are coming from, our kind of money is coming from all those places, and I think it's been really interesting to see now that I'm in the publisher side, to see that battle for who owns it, who owns that space, and I think they all do, and they all have to play together in it.
Great. To wrap it up, I think we're very close out of time. In 5 words or less, what's one thing out of many things you could possibly say that you'd like the audience here to be thinking about when it comes to return on content?
I'm going to start, actually. I said, keep true to your brand. Number 1, your brand is your butter. Keep true to your brand.
Kip?
Don't be average. Take risks.
We just heard don't be average before.
That's fine. Content that doesn't suck.
There you have it. Content that doesn't suck. Thank you, panelists. That's it.
All right. Oh, I gotta get up.
Thank you, guys. Big round of applause for our panelists, please. Very awesome. Stay true to your brand. All right, we're going to take a quick break now before we come back for Home is Where Your Art Is. Does anybody have a clock? I forgot to look at the time before I walked out. What time is it? Somebody tell me what time it is. 10:16. Be back here at 10:30, please. There's a giveaway, so you're going to want to be here. God, there's so many people here now. See you guys back here at 10:30. All right.
Suck the life right out of my veins when you spoke my name. Got the kind of thing going that tips the scales. Yeah, you keep me sane. I'll be the clouds beyond your skies. We'll flutter by like butterflies. I'll be the blue inside your eyes. Your crazy loving keeps me paralyzed. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. To see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. To hear reflections of you all around. Wanna taste you again like a secret or a sin. Wanna feel you again like the ocean sand on my skin. I'll be the fight against your fears, forever here, just save those tears. I'll be the courage in your wings, not letting go, I'm all you need. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. To see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. To hear reflections
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Work hard, so much higher, fly, so much higher, fly, so much higher, fly, so much higher, sky, lines and clouds are below us now. Skydive back down, oh, take my hand, don't let go, skyward bound.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Are we on? Is the mic hot? The mic is hot.
Yeah.
The mic, are we on? Oh my God. We're like some sort of comedy duo.
Hi.
Hey guys.
Good morning.
This is Marcel Turner from Pfister Faucets, one of our awesome sponsors. Big round of applause for Marcel, please. Marcel is, of course, behind the amazing giveaway that we are doing today. So I'm going to give her a second to talk about Pfister and all of the Spectrum brand products here for a second while you guys are taking your seats. And then we got a surprise. Bet you can't guess what it is.
So good morning. Yes, thank you. So I
You're
am
welcome.
actually CEO of Side Door Digital. We are the agency. Pfister has actually, which is our partner enough to give us a key game, and we've given about half away, but we still have another about $2,000 or $3,000 of prizes back at the booth.
All right, time out. You guys, $2,000 to $3,000 worth of prizes at the back, and all you have to do is turn a key.
Turn a key.
Let me
That's
tell
it.
you, I didn't win. Who's gone to the back of the Pfister booth and tried it?
Yeah.
Who won something? Okay, so, all right. I'll barter. Just bring it up to me later. I want it. Whatever it is, I want it because I didn't win. Please make sure to make your way back there. Sorry, continue.
No, so that's it. So we just welcome you to please come, see our new faucets. We saw the commercial yesterday for Clarify, which is our new filtration faucet. It's phenomenal, and I think we're going to give a whole lot of those away right now.
You think we should do that?
I think we should.
I think we should do that. Yeah, I think we should do that. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. You guys are so interspersed, and our team is like, oh, they're so interspersed. I'm like, okay, we're going to fix that. So if you're interested in a Pfister faucet, stand up, please. Yep, stand up. Stretch out, because you're gonna need your arms. Move towards the center, and our lovely IZEA staff is gonna make their way down the aisle, handing them out. Move towards the center. Move towards the center. But be excited. Good God, it's a free faucet.
We're giving away
More excited. More excited. More excited. More excited. Yes. Go. 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 Get him. Go. Get him. Hand him out. Hand him out. Go. Go. Get those faucets. Yes. Are you winning? Are you winning? All you do is win, 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 no matter what. Hey, you can never get enough. Every time I step up in the building, everybody's hands go up. And they win a Pfister faucet. Yay, are we all set? Okay, take your seats, take your seats. This ain't no Animal House. Thank you so much, guys. Big round of applause for Marcel and Pfister faucets.
Visit us.
Just so you guys know, there are more faucets happening later. So if you didn't win and your key didn't win, there's still a chance later on. Probably when Mario is here. You know, Mario Lopez. I don't know. Just a guy we know. At any rate, please welcome to the stage Valentine Sieferman from Home Advisor, Chris Ashback from Dan330.com, Christina Webb of Color Me Creative, and our moderators, John and Whitney Spinks of HGTV.
All right, we gotta go. Catch us on live.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, hello. It's so purple in here. Okay. Well, welcome to IZEAFest. This is our first time. We're excited to be here. I'm John Spinks.
And I'm Whitney Spinks, and we're from HGTV's Flipping the Block and HGTV Florida Flippers.
And we're so excited. Thank you. Even if you didn't watch it, it's an awesome show. We're so excited to have our three panelists here today. We have Chris, Christina, and Valentine, and we're going to let each one of them introduce themselves a little bit, tell you a little bit about what they do, why they're here today, and then we'll get into some of the really good content and stuff that we're going to go over today. So Chris, if you'd tell us who you are and what you got going on.
Well, I'd love to. My name is Chris Ashback from LiveDan330. Everybody asks me, Dan, why is your email chris.ashback@gmail? And I'm like, well, it's not how it works. We are a food, a garden, and a travel blog. We have about 2 million people that follow us between the social channels and our subscribers, and we're excited to be here.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Christina?
I'm Christina Webb. I just turned 20. I'm from New Zealand, hence the accent. I started an Instagram account when I was 17 about my art, and it's now grown to 1.7 million followers, and I have another personal account with about 600,000 and other various social medias.
No big deal.
Your artwork is amazing, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Looked you up on Instagram. It's awesome.
Thank you so much. And through that following, I've managed to do so many fun projects and worked with amazing brands. And my last project was publishing my own book with HarperCollins in New York, and I just got off that book tour about a week ago. So,
awesome!
Yeah.
Congratulations.
20 years old with your own book. That's insane.
Yeah.
Valentine, follow that up.
I've got I'm Valentine Sieferman. I work at a company called SEO, manage SEO there, and we're a marketplace that connects homeowners to home improvement contractors. So.
Awesome. So we got the blogger, the artist, and the global head of SEO for Home Advisor. So this is an awesome bunch here today. Of course, if you guys haven't checked them out, please do. Again, Home Advisor, a great resource for everything home. Christina's art is amazing, and Chris has some muffins on the home page right now that look delicious. So we're really excited. And today, home is where your art is, right? So all of these guys are really influential in creating, in growing brands, and they are some of the best people to talk to about this stuff. So we'll just go right into it, and we've got some questions that we've kind of prompted here. We'll just kind of see where the conversation goes. And one of the first things that I'm really curious about all you guys is working from your home, right? So we've got a home is a small but very personal space, and how do you use your home to connect with your followers in a unique way? Christina, I'm going to start with you. We actually talked about this a little bit, and your sister said, you know what, you really don't have a home base.
No.
You travel a lot.
So tell us about that.
Yeah, no, I had a home the first 2 years of it all, but for the past 2 years, I've been sort of living out of a suitcase, hotel to hotel, different countries. But when I first started out, a great way that I would like connect with my followers through my home was I had a post box, and they'd send me letters and drawings, and I would make like sure to put them up on my walls and take pictures of them and share them with the followers to let them know that I'd got them, I loved them, I appreciated that they'd taken the time to write and draw. No difference. Take pictures on.
Your followers know that you appreciate them and bringing them into what you do, because sometimes, like you said, they send you pictures and then you draw them.
I do, yes. That's another way I interact. Is I had a hashtag on Instagram called Draw Me Christina, which has around 200,000 photos in it, and I draw them. I surprise them sometimes. Every few weeks, I'll draw one of them, and
that's
awesome.
Yeah,
so
I love doing that.
I wish I should do this panel.
What?
Should do this panel later.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll draw you all.
Yeah, can you draw me if I hashtag Draw Me Christina?
Well,
Will you
yeah,
draw me?
that could
We're
potentially
gonna do it
happen.
live here in just a second. It's gonna be horrible. Chris, what about you? And you're the exact opposite, right? You do your work from home. That is your space.
I have a very full house. I have 4 kids. They're 3, 5, 7, and 9. And anybody with kids knows what a house is like, because 4 of our jobs is to pull things out of shelves and cupboards and boxes and dump them on the floor. So it's hard enough to keep a house clean just to say you can live in it, but when you have to use it as a studio, you know, you kind of look a little more creative. It's the best and worst thing that's happened at the same time, because on one hand, it's tricky, and there's certain things that you have to do to really be very purposeful about making good content in your home.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're also relevant, and you're trying to reach people. Our audience are people who live in homes and deal with the same things we do. They're cooking for their families, so us showing how we cook for our family in our home really is a good message at the same time. Yes.
Yep. Definitely.
That's a really good point. Valentine, I've got a question for you. Valentine. I've got a question that we talked about beforehand a little bit, and it's regarding budgeting, right? So you're the head of SEO for Home Advisor, which has grown a lot. We had the TV on HGTV, of course, before we came in here, and we didn't see ourselves, but we saw some Home Advisor commercials on there. And so we're in a stage with our small business where we're starting to spend money on SEO and site optimization and things like that, right? So when we approached this problem with our company, one of the first things we did was Google. We're based out of Jacksonville, Florida, and we Googled site optimization, SEO, Jacksonville, Florida, and we called the first few guys that popped up. And I said, here's our budget. Make our site awesome and increase sales. Is that the wrong way to go about it, or what can small, medium, and large companies do from the ground up to increase, SEO?
Yeah, it's definitely, SEO's changed a lot over the years. Google's worked really hard to make it more difficult than it ever has been. From a small business perspective, if you're a local business and you're obviously looking for kind of a concentrated audience, getting local citations throughout as many places as you can with kind of the same name, address, and phone number is always good. Okay. Getting reviews for your business is always going to be beneficial. And then if there's any content that you can create that is localized and relevant to what you're doing, that's going to be beneficial as well. The other thing to think about is unfortunately, there are a lot of SEO agencies out there that may not be up to par. And so doing your research, with anybody you hire, really, quite honestly, doing your research is always a good thing. So.
All tech companies aren't created equal, right?
Right.
It's kind of So Home Advisor is one of the things with you guys is you say, hey, we work a lot. We have an entire department dedicated to SEO. So for a company like yours, come on with us and we'll help you rank on Google, or we'll rank and then internally with us, you can be one of the first hits when somebody clicks here, right? That's kind of one of the avenues. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Good.
All right, well, Christina, how did you get started drawing? And I guess, was there a point that you realized that you had this large following and you had this huge fan base?
Yeah, no, I've been drawing since I could hold a pencil. I remember it was picture books that really got me into drawing. I would just go through the pictures, not reading anything. I would just stare at the illustrations. And when I was little, I would create my own characters and be in my own little world and draw them all out and everything. So that's really what got me into drawing. But a point in time when I realized that people actually sort of liked the artwork that I was creating was I was about 15 years old and I was in school and I was taking as many art subjects as I could possibly take, but I felt like they sort of stifled creativity in a way.
Yeah.
And I was I felt like we were told what to draw, what with, how to do it, and there was no room for thinking outside the box and creating your own style. So I wasn't getting very much encouragement from my teachers at school, and I went home and I would create the art that I loved to create and no boundaries at all. And then I created a Tumblr account when I was 15 and I started sharing that and I got all this positive feedback from these strangers online, and that was the moment where I was like, well, people actually are liking what I'm doing, and it was the encouragement that I needed to keep going with my art.
That's really, really cool because we kind of talk about it sometimes in interior design. When you go to school for interior design, you're taught all these rules and things that you're supposed to do when you create a room, but sometimes it's just more fun to think outside the box and just be you.
Yeah,
and have fun with
it. Be more creative and
break the rules. That's so cool. That's really good. Chris, same with you with photography and.
Well, I realized that the social media was valuable. And I remember this moment perfectly because I was just finishing graduate school and I was walking through Bethel University, literally with my paperwork I need to get signed by the advisors and deans and everybody else, because that's what you do at a university. And I went through there, and no less than 11 girls that were students there were looking at Pinterest, looking up wedding dresses. And that's when I go, aha, I just got a degree in leadership, but we need to be in social media.
Right.
And that's where the money is, and that's what people are doing.
Yeah, it's huge. It's funny. Our company's only a couple years old. The very first employee that we hired was PR, communications, and social media. That was the first employee, and we were heavy in construction, so that was our first full-timer, and she better be working right now. She's probably on Joycaster and YouTube. Coral, make sure you're working. But it is so important, and we had kind of two things that we were growing with the show. We were growing this international brand that we wanted to push. Christina, I think it's kind of an international thing. And then we had this local service-based, home-based company that we were trying to grow and trying to merge the two and figuring out that complex web of local push and, an international push as well. And we're here today, so maybe it worked. But it's good. There's so much to learn, and it's really intimidating. But yeah.
So I guess Valentine, when you're looking for influencers to work with, what are some of the things that you look for?
To put it in a nutshell, I guess, we're looking for people with an engaged and relevant tribe.
Okay.
So, do you have people engaging with you either on the social channels or on your website, leaving comments and things like that? And really just a natural alignment between, for us, at least what we're doing, what we're trying to do from a home improvement standpoint, and then what they have to offer. And also how does that person or that blogger weave brands into their story? So
that integration there. And
Yeah.
I think you brought up a good point about engaging, because engaging is so huge with social media. And I think when people leave you comments, maybe Christina, you're probably familiar with this, they like to see that you respond to them and that you're engaging with them, because then they're going to come back and continue to like and comment.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're just
so
growing.
important. Interaction is so important when it comes to social media.
Exactly.
I saw one of your videos where you were showing your room and you had walls full of
It's a personal thing. You sort of with my following, it's a lot of young teenage girls going through school and everything, and it's just a really personal thing. And
Right.
you're showing them your room and like your life, and it's almost like a friendship. It really is.
Yeah,
And-
that's so cool. That's
yeah.
really, really good. And you know what, that brings up a good point, right? You talk to an SEO guy, or if you start to really want to push your brand, the number one thing that I think always starts to come back to is you got to have good content. You got to have good content. It's all, you can spend all the money you want, you can do all the Google AdSense you want, you can do this, but if you don't have good content, it's just, you know, it's on the surface. Nobody will ever, you know, dive deeper. You're not going to increase sales, you know.
Right.
So Chris and Christina, both of you guys, I think, you know, how do you keep coming up with good content, whether it's at home or on the road, and how do you do it without, you know, spending a lot of money to increase those followers and increase the brand?
Well, that's a great question. You know, really a lot of it is just, you have to get away from your site. I mean, we have about 30 people who contribute to our site on a regular basis. I think, you know, the blueberry muffins that you mentioned, we're one of those. And we ask for people to submit things, but that are, you know, fit our site, because we still want to maintain our core, you know, theme of what we're doing. But we get a lot of inspiration just looking at, you know, understanding what's trending, what are people interested in. If people aren't engaging in a topic, if they're not interested in a topic, there's not much reason for us to write there. And I think that adds value to the brands that we work with too, because we want to be where the eyes are.
Right.
And we want to actually make that connection. So it's important for us to do that.
Sure.
Yeah. Christina, what about you? Coming up with new content. Was it your idea to do the hashtag Draw Me Christina?
Yeah, no, definitely. That was completely my idea. I wanted to, it's sort of, I mean.
You are the brand, and now you have the book. You have this, now has this tan gone on the book. And what have you done with that?
It's like I said, it's a half biography, so it gives the reader an insight into my life and my journey so far. And then the second part of the book is 50 creative challenges, where the reader actually draws inside, and on the left-hand page there are prompts, like ideas for them to draw inside the book. And with the book, I sort of tied it in with social media, because there's a literal gallery. That's what Instagram. Barnes and Noble and all. Thank you.
That's really cool. Yeah.
Valentine, what social channels are most valuable for brands that are in the home improvement space?
For us, Facebook is by far the leader and the most valuable for us. And then kind of a distant second, third, and fourth, it would be Twitter, YouTube, and Pinterest. Are definitely. And I think there Pew Research actually put out a study recently that kind of surveyed a bunch of different people, and Pinterest and Instagram are the fastest growing. So definitely don't ignore any one channel.
Right.
Yeah.
And find one that works well for you, most importantly, because I think what works for one place might not work for another.
So with that, right, Facebook's making a lot of changes, and everybody's making a lot of changes. All the platforms are making a lot of changes, but like you said, Pinterest and Instagram are the fastest growing.
Yeah.
So are people spending more time on Pinterest and Instagram and less time on Facebook, or more time on all the platforms altogether? What do we say?
I forget the exact data, but I know there's a lot of engagement, obviously, on Facebook, and I think people are engaging with these social media channels in different ways and finding out kind of how you and your niche fits in with those different channels. And they just were saying that Twitter's kind of had a stall as far as growth is concerned. It doesn't mean that people are necessarily engaging any less, but Pinterest and Instagram are definitely the fastest growing.
Interesting.
That is interesting because that Instagram and Pinterest are both visually, visual based platforms. It's all about the pictures.
Yeah, and Instagram is owned by Facebook, so.
Yeah. That's a good point. And I think just we're starting to boost posts and things like that locally and kind of exploring that, and it's been a pretty good ROI. locally,
Yeah,
you know,
that's good.
for us. So a lot of growth, a lot of things changing, and it's hard to keep up with it, you know?
Yeah, it's important to diversify your traffic source as well, because you don't want to put all your eggs in the Facebook basket or
Right.
the SEO basket, and you know, so I think having a diversified traffic set's important.
As far as posting on the different social media platforms, do you feel like you need to be in a routine to post on Facebook 3 or 4 times a week for your business, or once a day? Is there a sort of formula that works really well?
Well, they'll probably be able to better speak to that, but for us, I mean, Facebook is, we use Facebook a lot for customer service as well on Twitter. And so we engage in different ways, but we try to post, you know, once a day on average. Yeah.
Gotcha. And Chris, you know, with your blog, right? With that's where we got started was with a blog, and that's where the network actually found us, and that's why everything happened was through this blog. And do you still see with Facebook and Twitter and Pinterest and Instagram the relevancy of the blog, right? It's there, and so you use some of those platforms to come back to your site, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when we look at our business as a whole, we divide it out into 2 big sections. When we have our blog itself, and that's where, you know, we have some of our posts that guests produce, but it's where all of our original content is at the same time. And we have the social media side, and they work together for obvious reasons, and there's a million links between them, but literally sometimes. And but what happens is they really are very different kind of animals. I mean, the blog itself is where you really get in depth and really have that time on page, and you really get to reach and connect with people. You know, the social media is more of a distribution channel in some ways, and it's a good way to introduce people to ideas, and it's a good way to, sometimes we even think about it as getting leads for our website.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a really good way to think about it. And one of the things that we talked about earlier was you kind of have a message, right, to people starting a new blog or getting off the ground with social media, and that is that you're not starting from the ground up. You have a base, you have a network already, and integrating that is really important.
Absolutely. You know, I think anytime that you think, hey, I have a career, I want to make a change, I want to start blogging, that's wonderful. And you can start from scratch, and there's nothing wrong with that. One of the things that I would really encourage you to do is understand what assets you already have. What are those relationships that are out there that you already want to connect with and leverage in your blog and your social media? Because I was telling you earlier, we make about half the money on 10% of the traffic of our site.
Wow,
we really have a big presence in Minnesota vacations. So if any of you are looking, let us know. We'll help you out. But because shamelessly promote myself on social media and every chance I get. But what we can do is, you know, we'll use that and generate leads, and we can earn commissions on, because my family owned a resort for 20 years in northern Minnesota. I know the players up there. Very few other people could step into that role. I have an audience and a reach, and I know how to buy ads, and I know how to reach people organically that are looking for vacations and looking for last-minute vacations. And I can use that with my old relationships to earn money.
So you took what you already had existing and you applied that and integrated it heavily into your newer media and digital presence.
Yes.
Real world stuff. That's really good. I think I've heard that, you know, the phone and call old content, old network to integrate.
Not to miss the tips. You might know social. Yeah, this is what we're trying to do. We are trying, I'm running a business, you know, there anyways, but I'm working with other people who are doing the same thing. And I want to help them be successful and make those conversions and get their brand name out just like I am here. So, you know, you can, when I look at it personally, I think you can have a small niche inside of your website that can
have this raw talent that has really caught on, and it's become so visual, and we're seeing a lot more visual interaction, less words, more pictures, right? That's what we all want to see, and I think everybody is spending more time on social media platforms in general.
Definitely.
And that's so good. And now you've monetized it, you know, with the book and otherwise.
Working with brands and the book and projects. Yeah, definitely.
That's awesome.
It's great.
So Christina, you also have developed a team around you. And as your popularity has grown, what changes have you made to support that growth?
Yeah, well, I was in school when it all started happening, and I was trying to explain social media to my mum. It was a little technology challenge, and she was like, "Okay, honey," and she made me go get a job at a bakery. She was like, "No." She didn't understand it to begin with, and then she slowly started to understand that there were these people out in the world, because being from New Zealand, it's such a small, isolated country from the rest of the world, and with the internet being able to reach so many more people is absolutely insane. But she started to understand the people that were engaging in my art, and she really helped me manage it, the emails and getting me from place to place with different interviews and things. She really helped, and it's just grown a lot bigger now. I've got my sister on board as well, who she's sort of the business side of the brand. She's sort of the left side of the brand. Right.
There you go.
And yeah, she helps a lot. I have an agent in LA with UTA, and he helps. They all help. He helps negotiate deals, working with brands. He helped put me in contact with the book agent I have now in New York, and then there's the publishing team, HarperCollins in New York. They all help, and I think I'm doing a second book with them, so that's going to be the next deal.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank
Book
you.
number 2,
Thank you.
20 years old.
Yeah, you heard it here first. I did the deal yesterday.
Okay.
Second book.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is
Thank
so
you very
amazing.
much. But yeah, it's a big team, and it's a lot of fun. But I definitely handle all the art side of it, and then give the business side to my sister a little bit.
And I think that's a really good point, to do what you're good at, right? To hire an SEO guy, or to build a team. The old adage of, hire people who are smarter than you, right? and you do what you do, you focus on what you do.
Right.
And that's one of the things that we've kind of done as we've grown, as the business has scaled a little bit, to focus on design, right? That's what we want to come back to, and to spend less time on accounting and things like that, because we don't like it.
But you gotta utilize
still
your time.
important. Right, yeah.
It has
You
to
have
be done.
to focus where you're the best at. So
Kind of like you say too, Chris, it's all about the content. It's easy to get caught up in the blog itself, but then you need to spend time on that creative content and new content.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's good.
So Christina or Chris, either one of you, this space is becoming more and more crowded with creators of all types, right? There are millions of blogs, millions of Instagram accounts. So what have you done to make sure that you remain relevant to your audience and continue to grow?
I think with my account, it's sort of about having a different variety of posts, keeping it new. I sort of like when my followers don't know what's coming next. I like to change up my artwork. I don't just draw the one thing. I'll draw Disney. I'll draw drawings with messages with anti-bullying, self-love. I draw things like using everyday materials like pencil sharpenings and lettuce, and add in fun things, and they just never know what to expect. I think that's so important, is to sort of surprise them and things like that, and interaction. I cannot stress that enough. Keeping relevant is about interacting with your audience and becoming friends with them. And
Right.
Yeah.
Good point.
I totally agree. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a relationship. It's called social media for a reason. I mean, this is about relationships with people.
Yep.
And as much as you can have a relationship with millions of people at a time, you have to try.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's a good point. Talking about you, people want to see you. They want to see the person behind the account, or the team behind the account in a company sense, So we post a lot of interior design pictures, but then we also post pictures of us, or of the team, or the team at work.
They want to know
see
what's
people
behind, and that's why I actually created that other account with my personal account, aside from the art one, where they can actually see the artist behind the scenes, and I do work in progress drawings. It's just sort of a more personal insight, and that's what social media is in a way, just giving them that.
Yeah.
Especially with social media like Snapchat, like where you get a real insight into people's lives. You can't edit those images; they're in the now, like
What's happening right now? What are they doing at this
because
moment?
you got to post it straight away, and
Chris was doing Periscope on the way up.
He
here.
I periscoped up here, so you may have seen that or not. You can see
Yeah.
what it's actually like back there. No, Periscope's a great tool that we've started to use for that exact reason, because I think sometimes the focus gets too much on your brand and not you.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of weird, but you kind of become your brand at the same time. So it's like there's actual personality, and there's actually a person there that you're connecting with, not just a concept or an idea.
Yeah.
So, and that helps tie those social relationships that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So you can see me coming on stage, not just a website and
Right.
URL.
Yeah.
I think it's just more personal and relates better.
Yeah, you have to put yourself out there. You really do.
Very true. Take a risk sometimes a little
Yeah,
bit, right? I'm
right.
sure some of your drawings have provoked both positive and negative remarks in some
Yeah.
way or another, right?
Yeah,
That's
of
what we all
course.
face is criticism.
I mean, anyone that puts themselves out there on the internet is going to receive both positive and negative feedback, but that's just the internet for you.
Right.
So you can't
Which-
help that.
Which brings a really good point.
Yeah.
And Valentine, I want to kind of get your take on this. You know, Home Advisor and representing companies and pushing different brands. What is the best way, or you know, what's the politically correct, or what's the best way that you've seen to handle negative feedback for a brand or for a company?
You definitely want to listen, because there's probably some root cause for whatever their kind of whatever that negative feedback is.
Mhm.
So listening and identifying what that root cause is important, and then really engaging with them and trying to figure that out.
So you feel like it is best to kind of go ahead and comment and engage? You feel like it's best just to ignore that?
If it's a real problem, you want to tackle that head on, I think.
Yeah.
So.
On Facebook, a brand, and they push something, and then somebody comments, and oh yeah, mine took 6 weeks to get here, and it was broken in half,
Right.
you know. And then the company's rep, you know, will respond and say, oh, I'm sorry about that. Please contact us at customer care, and we'll take care of you, right? So I think that's good to see. You know, whatever happens after that point, it's at least good to see that comment, and the company is proactive in addressing that.
Yeah. I think people appreciate that, the
Yeah.
proactiveness. Yeah.
And we've even seen it gone a step further sometimes. Oh, thanks. It was all taken care of. You know, I retract my comment or something. You know?
Yeah.
Chris, your blueberry muffins taste horrible. Well, maybe you didn't cook them right. You know. But
Was the oven? Did you microwave them?
Yeah. That's what I would do.
So, kind of relating to the audience out here, there are probably a lot of people in the audience who dream of being able to work from home and make a living creating content, you know, about their passions. So, what advice would you give them as far as starting from scratch? Any of you?
Well, starting from scratch, you know, find something you're passionate about. I mean, let's face it, this is not all fun and being up on stage talking to people. What, you know, you're going to spend a lot of time, and there's a lot of frustrations.
It's a full-time job.
It
Yeah,
is.
social
It is
media.
full-time.
Complete full-time. There's no breaks, there's no holidays, there's no weekends. You've got to constantly be interacting.
And it changes so fast.
Right.
I mean, what's working now isn't going to work in a month or in 2 months. And that's part of the reason you can't just set up a system and let it run. You got to be there and you have to be engaged, you know, because it's constantly changing and topics are changing. And and I think this is part of the reason why you have to brand yourself as part of it too. You know, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and if you're like thinking about starting something up, it's always great to think of a way to stand out. I mean, there's a lot of people in the social media world, and think of a way to be unique and grab people's attention. And I think it's also about just being genuine and enjoying what you're putting out there, because then other people will enjoy it too.
Yeah.
I think that's really important.
And I think from a practical business side too, don't think about how you're going to make money off of whatever asset you have in front of you at the time. Think about how you can provide value to people. Okay, now, that can look any number of ways, but where there's value, there will be profits somewhere, and that's where I think you want to really try to be, especially starting out. What are you adding to the internet?
You know, and we were talking about that. We started from the blog. We were just talking about this a minute ago, and some of the posts that you think, we go and we'll do $150,000 custom marble kitchen renovation, and it's this beautiful showpiece thing, and it gets featured in a magazine, and you post it on Instagram, and there's like 3 in there, and in like a month there's like 250,000 pins or something.
You don't know what's going to go viral.
It's
You
crazy.
just don't.
Yeah, it's sometimes the weirdest
The
little
internet.
things. And it might be something really personal, you know, Christina, kind of for you, or it might just be some of the silliest little projects that somebody, you after the fact, hindsight's always 20/20 with some of these posts, right? You say, oh yeah, well everybody can relate to that. Everybody has a vase and some spray paint laying around, and everybody does it, and then they repost it, and your brand keeps growing. So have that good content and relatable content, and you know, which brings up another question that I have both for Chris and Christina, and Valentine, you too. Are there any things that you guys, as the brand or as the company, any platforms or products that you started off using and put some time into, and then that you have now since dropped off, that you found out didn't work very well with feed burners or anything like that, that's not as popular as it used to be?
The first time, especially when you're
right.
Some of that.
Yeah, and I think there's a good, different platforms might be better for different things. Obviously, Instagram for pictures.
Yeah, I'm on most platforms, but there's definitely ones that are more in tune with what I do, the visual ones.
Sure.
That things like maybe Twitter as much when you're like talking a lot. It's
right.
like it's not as me as let's say Instagram because that's just a picture platform. But
Twitter ends up being a link to your Instagram account
sort
to see
of,
your picture.
and posting pictures on Twitter, I guess.
Yeah.
That works. But yeah, there's definitely ones that you're more in tune with. But it's good to try them all, I think.
Go ahead.
You know, I will say though, make sure you find really reputable people to work with. IZEA has been fantastic for us. You know, I trust them. They're consistent. It's great. There's, you know, I do use WordPress, which is wonderful. You know, I use, you know, find a good host. Those are, you know, go look up reviews, see what people have said. They've already created value. You can take advantage of it, and you know, that's how I would approach it, especially when you're just starting.
And you know, Valentine, I have a question, a kind of a techie question a little bit. We just started taking some videos. We just started in YouTube and Periscope and some of that stuff. And we were, the plan was to take iPhone videos. We're on construction sites. We're in homes a lot, you know, so kind of doing these iPhone videos. And one of the things that our SEO guy said, you know, he said, really, if you can get a higher quality video, Google, the internet likes that a lot better when it's higher quality and it's faster. And I don't know if you have anything to comment about that, but.
Yeah, it's interesting because we actually did the opposite.
Okay.
So I don't know if the quality matters. That probably matters more for the users, but at the same time, it really depends because we started with a very high production, high budget video. And now we've actually ended up on the other end of the spectrum, where we went out and shot a bunch of videos in literally one day. And so I think testing and seeing kind of what works well for your audience is probably the most important thing.
Okay.
But it varies. Yeah.
That's good. Actually, that's really good to know.
It can be more relatable sometimes if you're just recording something on your phone.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's just like everyone has their phone and they can record, and it
just feels again very personal.
You don't want to overproduce something if it doesn't need to be.
Right.
It's all different.
Maybe it's just my old
Depends on your
archaic
brand.
construction guy cell phone.
Well, I think
don't use your flip phone.
If you're here on the first day, the first thing they showed was people's response to what this looked like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was a great opening presentation because I go, you know, that's exactly it. We don't want to become what they were. You know, and there's a role for what the old media does, and it's a good role, but it's different, and we need to make sure we stay who we are and are that relatable and just normal people reaching other normal people.
Yep.
It's amazing what you can do with an iPhone in your home. It really is. So.
Yeah.
I'm still learning how to turn an iPhone on.
He's working on it.
I'm working on it.
He's an Android guy. So we're getting
Don't judge me.
Chris, if you wouldn't mind sharing some of your favorite projects that you've done around your home that made your home a better place while being a source for content.
Yeah, you know what? I did a series, a 6-month series on strawberry gardening.
Okay.
It was awesome. I'm a huge gardener. We got a great big gardening section. At one point, we were one of the top couple of gardening boards on Pinterest, and that's really how we got started. Anyways,
Very cool.
So we did the strawberry garden. Joel Carson is actually a neighbor of mine who's a New York Times bestselling author of Strawberry Gardens. And he goes, you got to do this and blog about it. Fine. And so I did this project, and it was fantastic. You know, the kids got involved. We did videos of the whole thing. We showed everything from start to finish, how you need to do it, followed his book. It's kind of a review of that project. But it fed us. Our kids got involved. They learned how to garden, where food comes from. It was just a wonderful series. And next year, we're going to expand on that a little bit, and we're going to try to do about 80% of our produce for our home.
Wow.
And we're going to take it from, hey, we live in suburbia, and our garden's not the size of the stage, but we're going to be able to make all of our red sauces, all the ketchup, marinaras, everything, all homemade. We're going to can it at the end of the year, so you can certainly follow us along starting next spring on that project.
I think that's so cool because, obviously the younger generations are super techie and they're always on their phones and kind of losing that, some of that, you know, hands-on. So you're teaching your kids how to cook, which is really cool because you're using social media to do that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I saw a pin the other day, and it was really funny. It was an old grandma sitting in a garden, and it was an old picture, and it said, "My grandparents made it through World War II because they knew how to do things." I'm like, that's what we're doing. We're teaching you how to do things in today's world.
Yeah.
And speaking of what's trending, that's really popular. Actually, you know, it sounds such commonplace, but gardening, it's almost a lost art, right? Or things like hunting or some of the more outdoorsy things. Integrating that with something techie and social media is all the rage right now.
And plants actually grow by themselves. You just have minimum care. It's a lot easier than children.
Yeah, and I absolutely love encouraging young girls and young boys and teenagers to get a pen and pencil out, because that's another thing that's sort of lost in this world a little bit.
So true.
In this digital age, is getting them to actually draw or write or express their creativity through a traditional way, and then sharing it on social media, so it still incorporates what they love, that social media.
Right.
But getting them to do something like that is a fantastic thing.
That's awesome.
I love doing that.
You're a really big inspiration. I looked at some of your photos, and like the anti-bullying drawing that you did, I just thought was so cool because it was you, and you could really feel that you were passionate about it.
I am, yeah. No, being online, I see stories from my followers about being bullied, and I can really, well, I remember being in school, and I also feel like everyone in the world has been sort of bullied at some stage in their lives in different ways. Maybe it's by their boss or broken friendships or, you know, things like that. So I think it's something that everyone can relate to, and I feel like having the power to reach so many people, I like to utilize that and spread positive messages out. So they're my favorite drawings to do, 100%, yeah.
Very cool.
That's awesome. Well, do you guys have anything else that you want to get out to everyone? Shameless plugs.
Go ahead, I did.
Home advisor, Christina Webb, Chris Ashback.
No, it's okay.
You guys have been awesome. You're all an inspiration and a great source of knowledge, and we'll be hanging out up here if you guys have any questions for us, for these awesome guys. Does anybody have, we have another minute or so, does anybody have a burning question for any of the panelists?
Bueller?
Okay. Well, I guess we got one. Yeah.
Perfect.
I was just wondering if you guys could go through your handles, because I don't think the ones up there are quite accurate. So I just wanted to make sure everyone here has the proper things to tag you guys with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's not. Okay. Well, mine is on Instagram. It is colour, spelled the New Zealand way with a U, _me_creative. And then just my name, Christina Webb, is my personal. And
it's not Heather Taylor?
no, I don't know who that is or where that came from. That is not me. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And then that's my Twitter account at @WhitSpinks, but on Instagram I'm at Whitney Spinks. And our Instagram for our design is at 27 South Home.
And mine's not interesting. You don't want to check mine.
That is correct for me for the website. If you want to connect with me personally, it's just chris.ashback.
Yeah, I guess that's actually, I do own that account. I don't really use it.
You don't really use it? More the home advisor?
Valentine's going to post
the
right now.
But I do follow, you can reach out. I'm happy to answer any questions or anything like that. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. It was so much fun talking with you.
Yeah,
it was
thank
fun.
you guys. That's it.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, if you didn't hear, girl, everyone's tweeting at it. Thank you for tweeting about that error, you guys. We will fix it. The IZEAFest hashtag, or the IZEAFest account, has tweeted the correct handle out in Instagram account, so you're covered on that. Big round of applause for our panelists, please. All right. Yay. Okay, while our couch crew gets going here, I got notes, y'all. All right, the first thing, just really quickly, it is Drake's birthday. Who's a fan of Drake? All right, bring out Drake. No, I'm just kidding. We don't have Drake. We don't have Drake. Drizzy is not here today. He couldn't make it. He's best. Happy birthday, Drake. And our moderator,
teaching people and earn that additional revenue and work with brands. So I'm really excited to be moderating the Going Live panel. Before I have our panelists introduce themselves, I want to see a round of hands. Raise your hand if you are using any live streaming platform. Oh, we need more hands up. Okay, so hopefully you learn more after this panel. So Rudy, why don't you go introduce yourself?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Rudy Ellis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Joycaster. We are a platform that enables broadcast creators and live creators to amplify their reach by streaming on more than one live streaming platform.
Awesome. Hi guys, I'm Olga Kay. I started my entertainment career in the circus as a juggler, and if you find me some apples, I can probably juggle and wake you up. Yeah. As that person goes, oh my God, I'm gonna find some apples for her. And in 2006, I've discovered YouTube, and I turned that into my business in 2009, and I've been making YouTube videos for the last 9 years. I create sketch comedy, lifestyle, fashion and beauty, video games, and right now I split my time between building my YouTube presence and also running my sock business. And these are socks with ears. I'll model them for you. Feel free to like, woo! Yeah. So that's what I do. Thank you.
And Josh?
So I'm Josh Murdoch. I'm also known as Professor Josh. I teach at Valencia College here in Orlando. I'm also an instructional designer. And I've been a blogger. I'm all about the geeky things, the tech, the toys. I also do a lot of webinars and things like that, and do Blog Talk TV. One of the sponsors here, Blog Talk TV, is a national TV show. We're on Cox and we're on Bright House On Demand. So we talk all about blogging and all great stuff. And also, I help organize Florida Blog Cons.
Awesome. So, round of applause to everyone. So Periscope, Meerkat, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, they're all different live streaming platforms, and they allow your audience to really be with you in the moment. And we know in this day and age, everybody wants things now. They want to be the first to know something. They want to be at the event with you. And that's the beauty of live streaming. So can you guys tell me what has been one of your favorite streams that you've done so far?
So probably one of my favorite streams is actually a great webinar I did a while back talking about the geeky tools I love. So multimedia tools to educators. I was able to reach out to 500 to 800 educators and teach them some great tools and things they could use. So that's one thing I love to do.
I would say my favorite was when I was partnered up with Nestle, and I had to take my phone to the beach. And it was a Nestle campaign for drumstick ice cream. And I took it to the beach, and I got to talk to strangers and just give them free ice cream and see that interaction. And nothing was planned. No one knew what was going on, and it was just, I think that's the beauty of it.
Well, I'm not a content creator, but our platform, one of the coolest streams we've done is actually the Streaming Awards show. So normally people do a live stream, it goes to one platform, but we syndicated that channel, that actual stream, to 10 different YouTube channels, their MySpace page. So being able to use our platform to see that was actually really, really cool.
There's a MySpace page?
Believe it or not, MySpace does do live, yeah.
So you talked about, Olga, you talked about the Nestle campaign, which was, IZEA brought that to life, which was the first sponsored campaign on Periscope. Can you talk about how that went down? What were the logistics? Was there a storyboard? How you worked with the brand?
Yeah, there's something about live streaming that I like. Coming from YouTube, I script everything. I come up with an idea, I script it out, I direct it, I act in it, and then I market it and I see who I can put in my videos. When it comes to live streaming, I don't do any of that. I like to be more spontaneous. I had some bullet points where I broke down my broadcast into 3 different segments. one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one at night. My broadcast was 5 to 10 minutes. In the morning, I went to buy the ice cream, and I showed people the process of it. And I talked to a stranger while that was happening, and he had no idea he was live, so we had this interesting conversation. In the afternoon, I took all the ice cream to the beach, and I just gave them out to strangers and had a conversation with them. And at night, it was a competition between my friend and I, who is gonna eat the drumstick the fastest.
Did you get a brain freeze?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And I think she won. It's okay. I didn't have to work out as much.
So live streaming, do you guys find even with Joycaster, there's a certain time that users tune in live and then drop off?
Yeah, whenever you're doing a live stream, the biggest thing is actually the pre-promotion. You know, obviously there's apps on your phone that you can take advantage of a large following, but anytime you're going to conduct a live stream, leading up to that, you want to obviously, leverage social media, leverage the marketing elements in place. So definitely, pre-promoting is key. And if you're a consistent live streamer, definitely have a schedule. So a lot of times, you're building credibility, you're building rank, you're getting, from an SEO standpoint, people know that, hey, at this time this person's going to go live and I'm going to tune in. So sticking to a schedule is definitely key.
I'm motivating.
Said like, here, I'm gonna offer this content up, come get it. And they know and they can share it with others. Plus finding out and figuring out what your audience really wants. Who's your audience? Are they people that can be available at lunchtime? Or are they people that are not able to get to like 9 o'clock at night and be able to really sit down and use their computer or their app or be able to watch this live stream and communicate and participate with it? You have to start thinking about these things, and it's so important to figure out that with your audience. It's just like a Twitter chat, the idea, when's the best time for that to happen? When's this live action happening and that you'll get participation back with that, not just a feed out there and then no one's gonna watch it?
Yeah, so Periscope is the 7th social media platform that I use. So for me, it's
7.
So for me, it's a little hard to schedule it out. But yeah, it's very important to have a schedule, and that's exactly what I did on YouTube when I started out.
Very cool. So with live streaming, you don't have the luxury of a reshoot. So as a marketer, what do you think we should be thinking about before going live or before even working with an influencer?
Nothing. Well, and I say nothing because I think the beauty of live streaming in today's world, especially if it's an influencer, it's to see how real they are and see how many times they can mess up and pick themselves up. Because I think that's why people tune in, to see the raw material and nothing scripted.
Right, it's all about authenticity. So say I'm an Instagrammer or a blogger and I don't do that much video. Do you think I would have more success on live streaming versus YouTube and Vine since I'm not into editing and producing?
Yes.
Well done live streaming events too. If you're really good at video and producing it and get a crew, maybe it's not just yourself, maybe you're working with a team of people to get together and do these really well done live streams, or a group of people if you're doing a blab and these certain people that are really good at it. You need to have good audio, you need to have good lighting, and all these things become an important part to kind of pre-set up. But I think anyone can become good at what they're doing as long as they practice and try it and give it a try and reach out and do it over and over again.
Yeah, I've been meeting a bunch of you guys in the audience, and I heard a lot of people say I'm better behind the scenes. And they don't really like being with live streaming, especially with Periscope or Meerkat, you're kind of just staring at your face, and it's kind of like a long selfie. So you do have to get used to that type of platform. But even if you're not in front of the camera, live streaming could be so beneficial as a viewer. So you could talk about some experience as a viewer. Like, what are some things that you love to watch?
Well, first I want to give an advice to people that say I'm better behind the scenes. I always say that the phone is nothing, the camera at a time. Okay, not everybody's on the toilet, but
Do you guys want to add
mean,
to that?
Go ahead, Jess.
I think, you know, the content I like to be. That's okay, but how can you interact with the other people involved? Stream is you can actually communicate with people real time and get questions and interact with your audience and not just have, here's my video, watch it.
Yeah, I would add that engagement is definitely key. You know, being able to interact, the chatting, taking questions, just like if this was, you know, you guys were asking questions now, and being able to have your questions heard and be answered, and it's now, it's real time. So that's one of the benefits with live streaming, no matter how well you script it. So you definitely want to be able to engage and interact with your fans and viewers.
Yeah. And interaction is really good. For example, running my sock business, I always have a lot of questions. I'm a new businesswoman who started a business from scratch. So for me, when I have questions, I go live streaming and I ask my audience, what is the best shipping rate? What is the most you'll pay for shipping if you live internationally? And it helps me really understand who my customers are and what they're willing to pay. And after that, I shape my business to the rest of the world.
Real-time customer validation.
Yep.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, that's a great point that all three of you pointed out. It's that engagement. Like Ted talked about the new platform, IZEAFest, and it's based off engagement versus just the number of followers. And with Periscope, that's my main live streaming platform I'm on, it's tons of engagement and I get to know people even though I've never even met them face to face. And actually with your sock business, going it a step further than just getting to know your audience, it's great for brands, especially products. Like for example, my community and we designed a bracelet. I'm wearing it now, you can't really see it, but it's my community of followers is called the Good Vibe Tribe, hashtag Good Vibe Tribe. And they said we wanted a t-shirt or a bracelet. So together on Periscope, we designed it. They picked out the color, they picked out the font, they picked out the style. And then right away, once it came out, I sold out. And that's amazing. Like you can co-collaborate a design with socks and then your audience feels like they had a part in that. And that's for any brand, really.
I think it's a great way to get lead generation for brands too. If you have good content that you can produce live and people are signing up beforehand so they can view that, even if they don't come on at that time, you might have half the people. You know, anything that's free, you probably have half the people show up once they subscribe or they want to see it. But it's great lead generation for those brands too. So you can work with them as a great live person, someone that really can present, talk with the audience, make that happen live, but then they can go back and use that as a great lead generation.
Yeah, definitely. So with most live streams, they only last 24 hours. I know YouTube Live is different, but with Periscope, it only lasts 24 hours. Meerkat, it doesn't even, there's no replay. So how would you guys capitalize on that stream for those 24 hours?
Oh, that's me. I usually, if I really like the broadcast that I did and I feel like I shared some valuable information that the rest of my audience that didn't get to tune in saw, I just share it on the rest of my social media and bring more people in and potentially bring new fans in because of that.
I think you're going to see a change in that. You know, we live in a world where you DVR everything, right? How often do you watch a live TV show? You have to have that on-demand type. So long, if you
I think it's definitely you should create. So having an archive of any type of event, whether it's good or bad, you know, you never know when you may need that for sizzle reels or for production. So having that content is key.
Yeah, there's now a service called Catch, K-A-T-C-H, and they are working with Periscope and Meerkat to archive all videos, but it is a third-party service. But with Periscope, if any of you guys are new to it, you can save all of your videos. And there was this one, the beauty of live streaming. I was live streaming in my pool and one weekend, and I put my phone on my tripod and I'm like having fun in my pool, talking, and then all of a sudden a little wind blew and boom, my phone fell right into the pool. The live stream did not stop. My viewers went swimming with me. And then I didn't know it was still on. So I take my phone out of the pool, I throw it to my dad, and I'm like, get it in rice, get it in rice.
And the whole thing, my phone's in rice, and then I'm like, oh my God, the hearts are still flowing, people are still commenting. and this is how much I love my community, because then I pick up the bag of rice and I start talking, and I end up views on YouTube, and it still is getting good views. So
That's awesome.
that's a great way to repurpose content.
I think that's your favorite broadcast, probably.
Probably, yeah. The beauty of live streaming. But yeah, so as an advertiser, what kind of metrics can I expect back from a live streaming broadcast? Anybody? If Josh,
I mean, I think you're looking at how many people signed up initially if you have a sign up. Because don't forget, live streaming's been around for a long time. It's just become a lot easier because all you need to do is have this phone here, right? You don't have to have all this equipment. You don't have to have the super bandwidth and those type of things to be able to do that. But when you start thinking about metrics, you know, how many people signed up? How many people viewed? Where did they drop off? How long did they stay on? How many people chatted? If there was a chat room or some ability to do that and communicated, how many people shared it out to other people? And then afterwards, the archives, you know, how important that is. You know, will I get other signups? Will I get people to view that and view that content later? That's so important.
Yeah, I think the one key number will be like obviously the unique views. So you can have a lot of people watch, and you don't have people just refreshing the page. So you definitely want to keep track of unique views, because that could be valuable to know how many people tuned in or actually watching it.
What I've experienced working with a few brands on Periscope is the analytics. There's not that many analytics. You could see number of viewers and replay viewers and retention rate. But what I think has been most valuable is the people that share it on Twitter, share it on Facebook, because you can track that if you put a hashtag in the title. And then also there's a screenshot feature now where people take screenshots and then tweet it out. So actually taking those tweets and saying, oh, I loved your broadcast about this, and showing it to the brand, right there, the engagement skyrockets, and plus you're also tapping into another platform. So disclosure is everything in sponsored social. How often are you disclosing within the videos? Is it in the title? What importance do you think that has with live streaming? Olga, if you want to talk about that.
I mean, there's this, people like to be entertained, but they don't like to be sold to. So I try to do the minimum I can do, where I put a creative hashtag in a title, and that's about it. And then I just talk about the brand, but I don't say, yeah, I've been sponsored.
Title. Depending on how much they're promoting it, you know, who is it presented by? Is it someone promoting it, helping get it out, and not really forcing their product or their service on you, but they know this is great content, and it'll help them get out a message they want. So I think it's so important to start thinking about, you know, how are you going to do that? Is it up front during the video? Is it throughout the video? Do you thank your sponsors and that type of thing? I think that's an important part to think about.
Yeah, thanking the sponsor, I feel like, is the best way.
Right. It's different than Vine and YouTube, where you're creating the video specifically with that brand. With live streaming, it's your personality comes across, so you have to stay authentic. And like, for example, I would never be able to support a brand that my viewers know I don't eat or drink, for example, because they know my life, you know. I live stream in my pajamas, I live stream doing my makeup, they know. So that's, I would say, number one importance is making sure that that brand and influencer relationship works based on what the influencer's brand is.
By the way, we do have 6 minutes. Should we start freaking out?
No, 6 minutes is fine. We're gonna, in about a minute and a half, we'll do some time for Q&A. I want to ask one question to Rudy. Your company takes live content and pushes it across other channels. We're using it here today. I'm sure a lot of you guys are live streaming this event on your YouTube channel using Joycaster. But how do you think this helps audiences grow based past just the initial streamer?
Oh, I think it's huge. I mean, being able to leverage the amount of exposure and discoverability that you can get by having your content just exist on more than one platform, that's huge. I mean, our goal with, you know, at Joycaster, shameless plug, is we're treating live streaming distribution similar to social media. So not having, you know, the traditional way of my stream on one platform, we're embracing all these different platforms so you can get more user engagement, discoverability, just stumble upon effect, and the numbers are showing that it's definitely working in the world of gaming, in the world of content creation across the board. It's definitely huge, and it's valuable.
Nice. Well, I'm using Joycaster for this event.
Yeah.
So we'll take it to the audience. Does anybody have any questions? I'll repeat the question if you want to shout it out. Oh, never mind.
Zoom.
My question is actually for you, Alex, with the School of Scope. What would you say is the best way to be, if anybody's new to Periscope, that's me, what's the best way to get started to be the most effective and to really reach and connect with your audience?
I always say, one, just start, but with the first broadcast, I would say talk about what you're passionate about, because that, you could really talk about it easily. Whatever excites your soul, talk about that, because then you're gonna hook the right audience. People are gonna follow you because they like what you're saying, and it's gonna go with your brand. So the first broadcast that you ever do, one, talk about something that you're knowledgeable on and that you're passionate about. And two, have that topic in mind, have a few pointers, because your first broadcast may only have 3 to 5 people, and if they're not asking you questions and not interacting, it's gonna be dull if you have nothing to keep on talking about. So make sure you have kind of a topic in mind, a few set points, so if you have no interaction, you can continue the broadcast. Welcome. Any other questions? We have one all the way back there, or here.
So I had a question about branding your show. So I've never done any live streaming. So besides doing your promotion and trying to make sure people are going to tune in when you actually do your broadcast, do you have any tips on doing on-screen branding? Since you can't do like a bump or a lower thirds when you start or as you're showing, do you have any experience on how you could do on-screen graphics or maintain your brand as you're doing your live stream?
Well, I've seen a lot of people do branding on Periscope because they set up like their own studio. For example, I stream my morning motivation series from my desk, and behind me I have my vision board. So on that vision board is my whole brand and personality, and then also I can have maybe schoolofscope.com or your website or whatever logo you want. But yeah, it really is a visual platform. So you, instead of thinking about tech with the, the on-screen different graphics and editing, it's all how can I make it visually appealing so it shows who I am.
And I think like for platforms like Blab and that, it's almost like a radio show or a live podcast. So you can set up like a studio, your spot, your individual spot, but you'll have guests on. So make sure they know, beforehand how they're gonna be set up, what kind of mic to use, those type of things. But can they put, something in front of them, behind them, those type of parts. It's hard with the apps to do that. Now, there are live streaming platforms that you can do branding on, and you can pay to do branding on. But if you're doing like some of the apps like Periscope and Meerkat and Blab, those are hard to do that branding. Or a t-shirt.
T-shirt, yeah.
The best way would have a really good t-shirt and wear it out there. Joycaster.
Yep, and a hat.
Those are great tips, guys. Thank you for...
No more questions?
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you so much before I ask my question, but what advice do you have for young professionals looking to get a head start in the field?
Okay, I'll talk about that. Young professionals getting a head start in the field. So, well, it depends on what your niche is. If you are looking to, grow your brand or even grow your brand to get a job somewhere else, I've seen actually a lot of recruiters using Periscope. For example, I'm a speaker and I've landed 5 speaking engagements just from broadcasting. So, like I said before, talk about what you're passionate about. Focus on a niche. Remember, you can't be, don't try to be good at everything. But think about, okay, I want to work in fashion and I love the marketing side of fashion. So I'm going to give tips every single day, Monday through Friday at 12 p.m., the top tip on fashion marketing. And then it becomes your own series. You can create a hashtag, so then you can see when people retweet it, and then you can talk with your audience and really grow your other platforms. But I would say, think about your niche and then create a series around that, and then every other broadcast can be fun or different things in that industry.
And see what other people are doing. Join in, watch other people. What are they doing? What makes them successful? What are some tips that you can gain from them? And feel free to reach out to people too. I'm sure a lot of people in this community are willing to share what's going on and what's happening. Something like Blab too, you might want to join in on a couple Blabs before you actually host your own. Yeah. Maybe you just want to be a guest on those and join in and see what it's like and go through that experience.
I think whatever content you create, just from that perspective, just being authentic, just like what Alexa's saying, is being authentic about you and joining in a conversation, that's just going to come out naturally.
Well, thank you guys so much. Definitely follow all of us on live streaming platforms. And thank you, Josh, Olga, and Rudy for all of your input.
Thank you.
And I hope to see you guys on Periscope.
Great job. Thank you all. Big round of applause again for our panelists, you guys. All right. Do we have couch crews right now? We don't have couch crews? All right, well, skyrockets in flight, afternoon delight. That song's about food, right? It's lunchtime. Please be back here at 12:45 for Unselling the New Customer Experience with Scott Stratten. Honestly, you guys do not want to miss it. Scott's amazing. We will also be doing another giveaway. We have some Kindle Fires to give away, and you need to be here to win. Otherwise, we're just going to throw them out into the audience, and you guys can have a free-for-all, because apparently you like that. So 12:45, go eat, come back. If you eat at the signature restaurants, they can validate your parking. Thanks, guys. Oh my God, you almost hit me with a couch.
In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat, I fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, skylight now, skydive back down, oh, take my hand, don't let go, skyward bound. bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight.
that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we took the life right out of my veins when you spoke my name. Got the kind of thing going that tips the scales. Yeah, you keep me sane. I'll be the clouds beyond your skies. I'll flutter by like butterflies. I'll be the blue inside your eyes. Your crazy loving keeps me paralyzed. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like to see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like to hear reflections of you all around. Wanna taste you again like a secret or a sin. Wanna feel you again like the ocean sand on my skin. I'll be the fight against your fears, forever here, just save those tears. I'll be the courage in your wings, not letting go, I'm all you need. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like to see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like to hear reflections of you all around.
In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat, I fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, skylines and clouds are below us now, skydive back down, oh, take my hand, don't let go, skyward bound. Skyward bound. Skyward bound. We'll never touch the ground, never touch the ground. We are skyward bound. We'll never touch the ground, never touch the ground. We are skyward bound. In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat, I fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, skylines and clouds are below us now, skydive back down, oh, take my hand, don't let go, skyward bound. Skyward
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
The lonely clapping of Kristen Perotti, everybody. Fun fact about Kristen. Kristen is a fan of the ABC family drama Switched at Birth. A lot of that show is done in sign language. Oh, so I will show you 2 sign language things that I learned on. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I hope everybody is happy with our friends at Amazon. We've got 2 Amazon Fires to give away. The new Fire is an amazing piece of technology and affordable enough that everyone in the family can have one. So, I'm going to sing a little song because that's what I do. Actually, you guys will never guess what I do at IZEA, but that's okay. It's only been 9 years. All right, so somebody tell me really quickly what this song is from, okay? Let me get a little clap going. I love a little clap. Lisa, it's your birthday. God bless you this day. He gave me the gift of a little sister, and I'm proud of you today. Who is it? Yes, The Simpsons. You don't win anything. The 2 people whose birthdays are the closest to today will get the 2 Amazon Kindle Fires. Our staff will be checking IDs. Raise your hand if it's you. I saw these 2, but right here. So David is going to check that for you. Does it check out? Check out the ID. Oh, 1. Oh, yay! All right, we have winners. Yes, good. Let's move it on. Oh. So many birthdays happening. Happy birthday, you guys, by the way. Happy birthday for you. Clap for you. David, are we good? Are we good? David? Yes? Nobody's born today, really? That's close. You wanna do a stage photo real fast? Okay, cool. While you guys are doing that birthday stuff, I'm just gonna pretend I'm in the middle of talking. You need a
Hi. Where's everybody else? Sure, you'll be here for Mario. That's right? Okay, I got it. So, I know you're here. I see you. Thank you. And I'm here. Awesome. So, I'm from Canada. Thank you. What are you talking about? And let's all go on with the show. So, one of the main things that I talk about in unselling, and unmarketing, unbranding is we're doing things to market and brand and sell when we don't think we are. You think when I see a logo, that's the branding, that's our work, our marketing job is done, when in reality it's just beginning. When you see a logo, you think something. When you see anything, you think something. So when I see Ritz-Carlton, when I see Ritz-Carlton, you think what? Give me the first word that comes to your mind. Just like 47 different words you just shouted out there. That's awesome. So luxury, expensive service, that's their brand, yes? You don't think their logo, you don't think of a severed head of a lion impaled on a crown. Right? That's what it is. You think of your experience with them. Psychologists say we think of 2 things when we see a logo. Our most recent experience with the brand or one we've heard. Joshy is a giraffe and a poorly stuffed one, and he was left at a Ritz-Carlton in Amelia Island, just here in Florida. Beautiful resort, beautiful place, stayed there before, done many a talks there. He was left by a kid that, did I have to say kid? Like you assumed it wasn't a 47-year-old man leaving a stuffed giraffe somewhere? No, you got it? Okay, good. So he was left there, and the family went back to Arizona. And the kid realized he's lost it. So the father did what any good father would do, and he lied to his son, and he said that Joshy was on an extended vacation, and he's sure to return home sometime. Which is a great idea, Dad, except for the fact that now you've got to come up with them, find him, or learn how to sew. So he calls the Ritz-Carlton up, and not only did they find him, he was rolled up in the sheets, at the end of the sheets in the bed, and they found him in the hotel laundry. Not only did they find him, and not only did they overnight him back to the awaiting family, they also sent back photos of his extended vacation. Look at the person to your left and to your right. If they're not smiling, I suggest you change seats. We call this the psychopath test. If this doesn't make you smile, I got nothing. You're at frickin' Disney, for crying out loud. You should be smiling the entire time right now, no matter what. This is Joshy at the pool, which is how I will be posing later at the pool today. It's exact guy pose, one hand on your gut, sitting back. That's how it works. Joshy meeting new friends at the bar. That dolphin is inappropriate. Tonight at the closing party, if you're standing in a circle of people having a beverage and you can't spot the inappropriate dolphin, you're the inappropriate dolphin. It's just a tip from personal experience. You're sitting around, you're like, oh, it's me. It's me. Okay. This is Joshy working loss prevention because he has absolutely no money because he's a stuffed giraffe. So he has to work it off, and now that he works for him, they gave him an ID badge. If you didn't say "ah" right there, you need to go home. Disney World does not want you here if you have no soul. They took the ID badge, photos of Joshy himself, and a letter from the GM and sent it back to the awaiting family overnight. What's one word that describes this? When I say Ritz-Carlton, give me one word that comes into your mind. You see how that works? We can get replaced with what we thought with what happens. What do you think the father did when he got the package? Other than change his pants, what did he do? What did he do? He shared it. He told everybody. He put it on Facebook. He blogged about it. He told his neighbors. I saw it on a blog post. That's how I saw the story in the first part. And then we shared it. That's the thing. We don't share campaigns. We don't share commercials. We don't share content. We share emotions. That's it. So whether you want something to be shared or you have a campaign, you're like, we want to do a viral campaign. That doesn't make any sense. Viral is a result of evoking emotion. That's how it works. It's as basic as I can give it to you. So when I see something like this, I actually think this. There's a whole industry of how to train brands how to be storytellers. You don't write the story. You don't tell the story. The customers do. The public does. Think of something you've recently shared on Facebook that didn't have to do with your job. Why did you share it? You shared it because it evokes emotion. How you doing? Thank you. All right. You shared it because that just evoked my emotion of vanity. So that's what we do. We share the stories we tell, we've heard, not the script you write. We can influence the narrative, but as marketers, we have to get off our high horse a bit and say, the script. Marketing Slenderman. It's not the way it should be. We actually have this up in our office at home. I'm lucky enough that the co-author of the books and the co-host of the podcast is also my co-host and life. My wife, Allison, who's sitting over there, she won't wave. I don't know if she wants to. But she's got to put up with this all day. There she is. Right, you got to deal with this all day. So we have it up in our home office, which is also our bedroom. And you try going to sleep with that on the wall. It's like, I got to take it down. It's not good anymore. So this is the point, though. So when you guys do a campaign with somebody, they become the brand. If you get an influencer to talk about you, they're not an influencer endorsing something or marketing something for you. They are the brand. So if something happens with that endorser, they're an extension of you. That's what happens to these things, okay? So we got to be careful. We got to vet things. We got to be, who do we want to use? It's not that I want to use an influencer because of their reach. I want to use an influencer because they make sense as a part of our story that we hope people will tell. That's the important part. We got to stop trying to do things. Force-feeding a child for using marketing technology wrong is QR codes. This is a QR code made of Oreo cookies. Don't scan it, geeks. Stay with me. Focus here. Okay? I know you want to. You're one of the only audiences I talk to that actually know what that is. That's the problem. The third book we wrote is called QR Codes Kill Kittens. That's the title of the book. And it's all pictures of business screw-ups. None of your brands are in it. I tore the pages now, but we're good to go. So I don't have decades, for decades, in fulfillment, in logistics, on your plane boarding pass, hospital wristbands. Open up the back of your toilet. I don't know why you would, pervert, but if you did, inside it's a tracking code where you can know how to put it in a warehouse where it's being shipped and filled and going all over the place. It's only until us marketers got a hold of them that we screwed it all up, okay? I don't have a problem with technology, I have a problem with us. I've seen QR codes on billboards off the side of the freeway. What do you want me to do right now? Unless you are a car accident lawyer, they don't make much sense. There is a billboard in the fine capital city of my country in Ottawa that says, from our federal police, it says, don't text and drive. And it has a QR code on it. That's entrapment. I just want you to think. Think before you do. Think before you QR. Think before you do something like this. Half of you aren't laughing. That's because you're the problem here. Pulling a QR code banner is a reasonable spend of a budget. We break things as marketers. That's what we do. Somebody sat around a boardroom table and said, that. What marketing program lost out to this? That's what I want to know where the budget went. Here's an example of one that's actually smart. This is the John Deere Classic, a great golf event, and they actually want you to download the app. Makes sense, right? People are watching the event, walking around with their phones. I'm not sure why they're walking around like this, but they're walking around. And on the right-hand side of the screen, it says scan for Android app. On the left-hand side of the screen, it says scan for iPhone app. Smart, right? They've split the factions. Okay, iPhone people don't like Android people. Android people don't like iPhone people. And there's 7 Canadians in the background saying, BlackBerry's still relevant. Like, that's how it works. That's how we roll. That's how these things happen. The only problem is beside this beautifully done poster for a download of app, it says use of mobile device is prohibited. So close. So close. I just picture them hauling people off the golf course every time they scan it, which would have been 3 people probably scanning it all day. I once did a talk for executive CMOs and stuff in Toronto, and I did my whole rant about QR code, and she came up to me afterwards, and she was from a giant consumer goods company. She says, we actually put a QR code on 3 million shampoo bottles. And I'm like, and? How'd they do? Because you can track it. She says, we got 3, and I'm like, 3% is actually the best usage percentage I've ever heard of them. She said, no, 3. And I said, were 2 of them you scanning it? So, and one was the designer. Not to think about the logic of having a QR code on a bottle that's in the shower that you don't understand the problem. Stop doing these things. Stop doing these. You hear these trends. You hear these things. If Snapchat is smart, then you use it. If using a Vine person is smart, fine, use it if your customers are there. But we start generalizing things. We start saying, well, everybody does or everybody doesn't. And we play off this fear. We play off this fear like the fear of millennials. That's a real fear. Who here is between the ages of 17 and 35? Raise your hands. Ah! You're all here. One of the problems with marketing to millennials or talking about millennials, it's a millennial myth to me. First off, the people who talk about that don't know the demographic or the definition of millennial. It's 17 to 35, give or take who you talk to. And when people say, well, millennials don't or millennials do, they're not saying millennials, they're saying people younger than me. Those young people, the bitterness is there. I read an article that said millennials don't like to attend meetings. Attending a meeting. What generations? Let's go. Eating lunch and says, Scott, get it. Millennials, we want them to suffer like we did. That's the point. We walked uphill to school. My dad went to school uphill both ways in snow, naked on his hands. I faxed uphill both ways and rewound VHS tapes. We're just bitter that now our children can go onto Netflix and go, look, a TV show. I wanted to do that when I was in. We're just bitter. I want my kids to be in the middle of downloading an MP3 that takes 47 minutes to download on dial-up. I want them to suffer through 43 of those minutes, and when it's almost complete, your mom picks up the frickin' phone. And then Winamp displays incomplete file. You're like, oh, damn it. I want them to experience a busy signal. I want them to experience these things they never will. When we tell them you should go out and play instead of being on a computer, what we're saying is, I had to, so you should too. I've seen meetings and board meetings at places where people who are millennials are sitting in on the meeting and they bring in an expert to talk about millennials. It's like, I'm right here. I'm sitting here. It's allowable stereotypes, okay? This is the problem. I've told people, people say, well, I'm like, that person on your staff is a millennial. It's just, well, I don't mean her. I mean the other ones. Like, it's an allowable stereotype, right? I'm like, it's not her. It's not, my father's a millennial. Of course I like millennials. It's just saying they're different. This is the problem. Stop having this allowable bias. What we're really saying is, all this crap has changed, and we don't like change. That's what we're really saying. And I'm here to say that everything has changed and nothing is different. We've changed how we communicate, yes. We've gone here. WhatsApp is being used and Snapchat. Do you know why those apps are being used? Because us old folk aren't using them. That's why they're using these places. That's why they're going there. A good way to get go on. I love Netflix. I love the fact that I don't have to. I love the. It's beautiful. It signs each line with Mom. And I tell her, I'm like, Ma, you don't have to sign the line. I can see it's from you. And she says, I can do what I want. I'm your mother. Mom. Like, so I get it. What we're really saying is we don't like change. That's what we're saying. And we're bitter. We want you to pay your dues. That's the difference. And on the flip side of it, a younger generation is looking at an older generation saying they don't know what they're doing with this stuff and they're not willing to learn. There's a bias going both ways. Working with them, marketing with them, selling to them. There is a bias we have to recognize. And to say people are 35 are acting the same as they're 18 because that's a generation is a myth. It's a myth. My generation, Gen X, I don't know how I don't know, is it still this? Is it still Degeneration X? I don't understand what it is, but we're just going to break through the wall in a second. So we were called what? The lazy ones, right? That's what we were. I don't understand how this works. The baby boomers were called that too. Do you see a pattern here? We want them to suffer. That's all it is. Understand that millennials, if you want to talk about bias and stereotyping, millennials volunteer at twice the rate both Gen X and baby boomers did. They give 3 times the amount of money to civic and charity causes, and they work their ass off because they've shown that their parents and their parents' lost jobs that they were supposed to have for life. Millennials aren't moving around too much. They're not wanting to see the world and traveling. They just don't have the commitments yet. That means they can't do it. And they're not naive enough to think that we're going to get a job and have it for life. I like that. I like that. And the second we think we can't learn from each other because of a generational difference, we've lost. That's called stereotyping. And I don't think it's good anyway, up or down in the generations or across any board. We can learn it from everybody, understand that, and how it works. Just don't have a bias because of it, okay? One of the things that happens with this technology and jumping into it is everybody says, well, we should be using Twitter, right? Or we should be doing Vine videos or Snapchat. We should be doing all these things, and that hurts my soul. Because we're using them without realizing why should we be using them. We have a lot of people going into a real-time game having part-time players in it. It's not a smart thing to do. And I'll give you an example of how that worked with Twitter. I had a problem with an airline. I won't name them, but I had an issue with an airline. Oh, there goes my Delta gig. So, we're at, Alice and I are at JFK Airport. And we go there. We love New York City, absolutely love New York City. We want to buy a place there when we have $420 million to buy one for the down payment. And love New York. Chelsea Market is like a second home to us. We love it and hate their airports. LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark are 3 out of my 4 horsemen. I cannot deal with those airports. And so we get to JFK, and we get there early for our flight, like 3 days early. We walk in. When's your flight, sir? It's Thursday. My flight is Thursday. Thank you. I get into line. I do my Canadian ambassador thing. I'm like, what are you talking about, eh? And they're like, hey, where's your polar bear? I'm like, I got it right here. And we're going around and yeah, awesome, cool. That's an old joke. Great. I'm pouring maple syrup on everybody, right? It's awesome. There's like no liquids through security. Got to use it up now. And we get through, and about halfway through the line, and the intercom comes on, and it's like, Albuquerque, 5 p.m., please come to the front. You ever been in line when this happens? They allow the late people to jump the line for their flight. And I jumped to stage 1 of Canadian anger, which is passive-aggressive politeness. You know, right? Oh, no, please, after you, you're late. I planned ahead and was early, but go ahead. Yeah, your lack of planning is my emergency. Awesome. What's that, sir? Oh, you have a flight to catch? What? We're all here for burritos. I don't understand. Weird, you can catch planes here too? Amazing. So we get through, and I get up to the metal detector, and I get naked, and I put it all in the bucket. And pilot and flight attendants happens. Have you seen this Cirque du frickin' Soleil production? They walk through, throw the bucket over yours. I mean, throw the bucket over yours. And I start getting hip-checked by them all with not even an excuse me or anything. Look, I don't care where you're from, who you work for, or how much money you have. That does not excuse you from common courtesy. Please, thank you, excuse me. I don't say that because I'm Canadian. I say that because I'm human. And that's what we should be doing. And they have to understand, okay? I get why they get to jump the line partially, but they have to understand the first rule of Flight Club, okay? And that is, that was good. I wasn't letting that one go. That was good. And the first rule is that the plane will leave without me, the paying customer. It will not leave without you, the pilot, okay? You have the I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know. And my foot's like doing a gas thing. I don't know what kind of plane this is, but that's why I don't fly them. It will not leave without you. Please, thank you, excuse me. And by the 7th flight attendant who has hip checked me, I am no longer Canadian. And I jumped to stage 12 of Canadian anger, which is Canadian swearing. And I turn to her and I drop the 2 words a Canadian should never say. I look around and yell, "Come on!" I'm sorry, Ted. I said I wouldn't swear in the talk. Actually, I think I said immediately became Canadian again. And she turns around and goes, one of you looks at me, consumer is hurt and offended. The author, speaker, and show host of Brand Train Wrecks is ecstatic right now. And I need like one more line and I've got a story. And I look at her and I said, I didn't hear any of you say excuse me. And she looks me right in the eye and says, well then open your ears. Jackpot. And she goes through and she keeps saying, I said excuse me, and I go through and I'm so angry I'm silent, a rare occasion in my life. I don't even know what to do. So I start going to stage 16 of Canadian anger, which is my shun list. I will never fly Delta again. Our children will never fly Delta. It's going in my will. You want to make this up to me? I'm a big deal on Twitter. I want my own plane. I want to sit on the pilot's lap. And I want 2 bags of pretzels, not just one. And when I ask for a second one, I don't want a saucy look from you. And I'm getting over it, and I'm freaking out, and I do the only thing a self-entitled social media diva can do, and I send a tweet, and I say, Delta Airlines flight attendant pushes in front of me at JFK security. When asked for at least an excuse me, she replies, open your ears. I am so furious. I am so blind with rage. I misspelled Delta. Detla. Congratulations, Scott. You're a moron. 3 minutes later, Delta replied. How did they see it, you may be wondering? Well, using their social media listening software, they set it up as a column for angry misspellings of their name. Now that's thinking, people. If you cover off the angry misspellers and the all-cappers, every angry customer is covered by this point. And they replied and they said, I'm truly sorry to hear this. We expect our flight attendants to be courteous at all times. Please accept my apology. And I get the tweet and I'm like, if you think you will, if you, okay. I didn't think you were listening. I spelled it Detla. So how are you? It totally disarms me. To be great at brand communications, you only have to be average because everybody else sucks. That's how it works. That's your new motivational poster, by the way, to put on your brand wall with an eagle hitting the side of a mountain. That's how it works. The only thing I can reply is, well, that made me smile. Thank you. You just diffused my anger. I got nothing. They didn't even give me miles. They didn't even give me a beverage coupon. They just said, that's on us. I'm sorry. When people complain, especially when they complain publicly, what they're looking for first and foremost is validation. Validation they've been heard. You're not here as a marketer, I'm listening right now, as a consumer in this room. That's what you want too. Validation. Here's the key though, okay? This is the key to me. This reply, if you take anything out of this ridiculous man-bun rant right now, take this from it, okay? Please. The important part about this is not just the message. Is immediacy. The speed at which we reply, especially to a problem, is almost paramount to what we reply with. As an example, if this apology, instead of sent 3 minutes later, it was sent 3 hours later, would my reaction be different? Yeah, I would have been on the flight. I'll be angry on the plane the whole way home. Instead of 3 minutes later, if this tweet was sent 3 days later, would my reaction be different? It would have made it worse, yes? Same exact reply. The speed at which we reply is almost paramount to what we reply with. It is a real-time game. I don't believe in real-time marketing, by the way. I believe in no-time marketing, which means we don't have time to react. If we're not going to be in it, don't do it at all. Use it well or don't use it. That's it. It's the best thing I can say. If a brand or somebody checks their Twitter account weekly, get out. Close it. Don't be there. It's amazing how this stuff can work and not work depending on how you do it. One of the other things I've had a lot of experience with is being a influencer. I use those in air quotes because I'm not sure a brand has done their homework if they want to use me as their influencer. And one of the things that happens, we get hit up every single day. Well, my assistant does. Every day by brands saying, hey, influencer, insert first name here. We'd like for you to influence your influenced audience influencer and do this for us. And they're just lucky it doesn't get to me because then I put you in talks. And you just never want to end up in one of the talks or the books. It's not a trophy you put on. Have a reach means it has to match your marketplace and your product. And most importantly, have a great product or service. If not much will help you. And an example is Tassimo. When it came out in Canada and Kraft Canada launched it, and they were convinced by their agent before the 0.4. The heavens aligned 4%. It was brave. And this guy Dury contacts me and says, hey Scott, I know you drink coffee, I know you talk about it. I also talked about the fact that I'm so lazy I don't brew a pot of coffee. I drive down to McDonald's or I drive down to Tim Hortons, which is the religion of my area. And you go there instead of wasting a pot. And he heard that and saw that. He's like, is it okay if I send you a new Tassimo that's coming out now in the country and some coffee flavors? No conditions. You don't have to tweet. If you like it, feel free to. If you don't like it, we hope you don't tweet, but whatever. We know what you do. And sure as hell I liked it. He texts me 2 weeks later, he's like, I saw you tweet about it. Now, can you get a Tassimo? You get a Tassimo. Everybody gets a Tassimo. And we send it out, and we're all sending it out. Like, Ma, get on Twitter. I could not Tweezer, Twitter. I can send you a Tassimo. They went from 0.04 of the conversation to 14% of the national coffee conversation. And that was the plateau. That was not the peak. That's where it ended. Have great stuff, match it with great people that have big mouths, and let it happen. The more he said I don't have to tweet about it, the more I wanted to. It was a reverse ninja mind screw that he played. Nah, you don't have to tweet. I'm like, well, you don't think I can tweet about it? I'll tweet. You want me to? I'll tweet right now. What do you want me to do? I don't care. Tell me not to tweet about something. That's how it works. Another way of leveraging people is one of the things is when your brand fans do something. And how do you leverage it? The problem is a lot of brands, especially on Instagram, will take a fan photo or what have they done, and they'll share it and use it and not barely do anything. Maybe they'll give credit. And if you have a big brand account, sometimes sharing a fan's photo is enough of credit because you said, hey, here it is, and it expands. Here's an example from Indian Motorcycle. This guy, Hire the Stash, which is an amazing name and handle, by the way. I saw this on Reddit. So he shares his Indian Motorcycle picture, and he shares it. It's a beautiful picture, right? I love the photo. And Indian Motorcycle has a great amount of content on their Instagram as well. He shares it, puts it out there. Indian Motorcycle sees it and says, this shot, we have to share it. Thank you for tagging us. And the next step, obviously, is Indian Motorcycle sharing it on their account with exponentially bigger than the guy, but they also tagged him on it, put his name in the original thing. This is usually the end of the story, yes? Congratulations, you shared your biggest fans, your biggest kind of an influencer type of thing out there, but they didn't, because he came back to Reddit, and how I originally found out was he made a meme, which is the good guy Greg, and he said, maybe the motorcycle brand likes my photo on Instagram, due credit, sends a thank you. Share. Emotions. Did you feel an emotion there? That's awesome. How much did it cost for a bike? 23, they're like, this is worth it. We have a huge brand fan, but let's take them from static to ecstatic. And they went to that next level. And then everybody started sharing it. And that was the point. You're not going to convince a Harley fan for life to switch to an Indian motorcycle. That's a given. But what this helps with is not only the brand endearment around, but also the people who are not in it yet, who may be looking to go into getting bikes and seeing the difference in the actual connection and influence with people. That's the way you should do it. The problem is with photos, though, we just take them. We take them and use them, and we put them on our brand Facebook page because we think they're going to go viral. So you take a picture like this, which is me with banned Candy Crush invites. I had to take a stand. I'm sorry. It matters and is near and dear to my heart. It goes bananas. This one got almost 2 million views. And what happens when it starts trending on Reddit, people take it and put it up on their own accounts. It goes on 9gag. It goes up because it's popular. We do it on Facebook now, right? They call it freebooting. We take a video popular from YouTube, we upload it to Facebook and go, look, I made this, and you didn't. Stop it. Please, stop it. It matters. Integrity matters. People tell me, who cares? I do. When you don't give credit, you're taking credit. End of sentence. End of story. What does it take for a brand to say, found this here, source here? That's the issue. Don't take and steal. Here's an example for me from South by Southwest in 2011. This is my shirt. I'm kind of a big deal on a fairly irrelevant social media site that falsely inflates my ego. I found it funny. Apparently most of you didn't. That's cool. It goes out. It goes viral. MySpace frickin' Tom shared the damn thing, right? Awesome, but it's not this that went viral, by the way. This went viral. They cut off my head. And I'm telling my friends, I'm like, it's got like 9 million views. I'm like, that's me. They're like, no, it's not. I'm like, I know my damn nipples when I see them. Those are mine. It matters. It matters, okay? This is so important to me, especially in this day and age of content exponentially being shared. They matter. It matters so much, we always look out for this stuff. Alice and I do. It's our job. It's what we do. So one morning we woke up, and I check the App Store every day because I'm a psychopath. And I look at it, and I look what's trending and what's not. And something had beaten out Candy Crush in Canada. And it was the Bell Mobility app for cell phones, okay? What it does, it allows you to check your bill and pay it. And I'm like, why is this number one in the App Store? There's no way. And not only was it number one, it had 4.5 out of 5 stars in the App Store. Have you ever seen an app with 4.5 out of 5 stars? Jesus doesn't get 4.5 out of 5 stars. It doesn't work. So we start investigating it in bed. Okay, we're like this. How does this? I don't know why this is doing it. We start reading all these reviews, and they're all like, great app. Can't wait for the next release to have more robust features. No humans. Marketers. That's who speak like that. And every review was like that. 5-star, 5, all the day it came out. So we took their names from their reviews, because the Apple Store makes you use real names, and we went underground with our investigation. We used some Tor browsers and some darknet stuff. We used a site, if you don't know about it, write it down. It's called LinkedIn. And we searched their names, and sure enough, it was the director of marketing for Bell, the sales coordinator for Bell, the account coordinator for Bell. So we saw it, and we said, you know what? We should let it go. I'm sorry, no. We wrote a blog post. And it was called For Whom the Bell Mobility Tolls. Which is the greatest title of all time. And we said, no, you can't do this. This is not only breaking terms of service, this actually is breaking certain competition laws. And it went international. I was on the news, I'm in the paper, I'm like Ted Murphy. It's amazing, I'm on all these things, like, woo, I'm everywhere. And then the Canadian Competition Bureau, this is a year ago, launched an investigation on them because of our little blog post. And I thought that was the end until a week and a half ago, when a reporter called me and said, what do you think about the judgment that came down from Bell Canada because of your post? And I'm like, what judgment are you talking about? They're like, Not only do they guarantee this will never happen again, they have to pay $1.25 million because of it. I'm like, thank you. Ethics matter. Now, I am a Bell customer for 22 years. We haven't got the bill this month yet because it's just come out, but I'm expecting that other line item to read $1.25 million for overages as it's going to happen. It does matter. It shouldn't take the government to tell you it's not. Disclose relationships. Reveal things. Put a hashtag on stuff. Just say, if a layman wouldn't understand you have a financial connection to the brand, disclose it. Disclose it. Not because it's against the law or not because it's the right thing to do. Another thing that went viral here, here's at the Las Vegas Furniture Show. This says, the one night stand you'll never regret. This side of the room's having some trouble with it. You want to explain it to you guys? No? You're good? All right, good. So this is a company that makes these nightstands. This is the 5th biggest trade show in Vegas of the year. Okay? This got 7 million views. So they won. They win. They won the internet. What's the problem with the picture? Who makes it? Who's the brand? So we talked about this on the show, on the podcast. We put it out there. It aired. This guy Kevin emailed us and said, Scott, love this show. This is my dad's company, and I'm taking it over, so I'm doing the marketing. And then he told me the worst thing he possibly could have said. I'll go somewhere. He just got 7 million fake. It means nothing. What happened? Nightstand on that. The thing that went viral is a receipt from a restaurant that says, I'm not pregnant, but thanks for the eating for 2 comment. It takes a while sometimes to set in. All right. So, this got 5 million views, okay? Gentlemen in the room, can you listen attentively for a second? I'm going to give you a little tip from Uncle Scott, okay? Never, ever assume she's pregnant unless she tells you to your face, or you can see the head. Do not assume she's... No good. Okay. No good. No good. Ooh, the talk almost came to a screeching halt there. Okay, so that's good. All right. This is the problem, okay? This woman had 32 followers on Twitter. 32. You can reach 32 million with 32 followers, depending on how much emotion we've evoked. You don't need that following, okay? I got one more thing to show you. Before I do, please join Alice and I on the podcast anytime. There she is. See? And she's there. That's her. We met because of Twitter. I won the internet. I got the greatest ROI ever. Put that in a case study. Join us on the show anytime. If you want, text hook me up to 33444. I won't actually hook up with you, but it'll give you the link to this. Actually, if you're marketing, digital marketing, it's a very cool service from Lead Pages. If you text, you'll get a link to it. It's called a text to email. It's very cool stuff. If you don't like it, unsubscribe. I don't care. Whatever you want to do, but that's us. Please enjoy. Just give us a text. The last thing I want to show you is my favorite tweet of all time, okay? It's not the one I'm going to show you here. It's going to be the reply to it, okay? So get ready. I've tweeted 110,000 times, by the way, all manual. I've seen every tweet, every website, and every video on the internet. Every one of them, okay? This is the best one, the reply to this, okay? Men's Humor tweets, this morning I gave birth to a food baby, and I think Taco Bell is the father. Humor than Men's Humor.
You guys, for Scott Stratten. I told you, Scott Stratten. You can follow him at unmarketing on Twitter. Obviously, super awesome. I'm pretty upset that he was allowed to swear and like flip the bird because I was told no dick jokes, and now I'm like, well, I guess I could have this whole time. So do me a favor. We need to get some good energy going. Scott was amazing in setting that up. Yeah, so really quickly, just as a big thank you to Scott, he's behind the stage right now watching you guys. This side, please yell at Scott. This side, please yell at Stratten. Go, and now. Scott! Stratten!
Scott! Stratten! Scott!
All right, enough of that. Now, yes. There he is! Oh, he's so manly. No, but also he has a man bun, which is like, All right. The next thing I would like you guys to yell out, if you could please, is Mario and Lopez, because I would like to introduce to you actor, TV host, and best-selling author, Mario Lopez, along with IZEA founder and CEO Ted Murphy. Let me hear it. Ted Murphy, Mario Lopez, Mario Lopez. Bring that Mario Lopez out. You might have to flip it over. Okay, got it.
That's cool. I was just checking that. It's not exactly a flattering shot. I look like I'm. I remember that. I could talk about that moment, but anyway, what's up, guys?
Am I on here? Am I good? You guys hear me?
Yes.
All right.
I got my shirt. I'm ready to go. This looks great right here.
Yeah. Pretty awesome. You guys excited? Yeah. All right. So we're going to get right into things. You have been working with us for almost 4 years now on different campaigns, you know, you actually have turned down way more campaigns than we've ever done with you, right? You're very selective in who you work with. And I know that from our perspective in working with brands, a lot of the questions that we get are, you know, why did we get turned down? What is it? And you know, it almost all the time has nothing to do with money. What is the deciding factor for you to say, I will take that opportunity. I will do that post on Instagram or do that tweet?
Right. Well, first of all, I've enjoyed our relationship throughout the years and look forward to continuing. For me, specifically to who I am, you have to start looking at yourself that way as a brand, right? Even as an individual. For me, that umbrella would include to who I am. Then it'll make sense, and usually I want to go forward with it, because I think if it's not, then it won't. Not only will it not resonate to your fans or to your followers, that then you'll start looking like a bit of a sellout, and I wouldn't want to risk that, and it won't come from an authentic place, and then when you do really mean something, people are smart. They can tell if it rings true to who you are. So that's how I sort of approach it. Is it's got to sort of make sense for the brand.
And filters that stuff out? Does it, you know, go through multiple filters before it actually gets to you, and then you say yay or nay?
Yeah, well, my team's pretty much, they know who I am, they know my brand, they kind of get it, and they would say no because they know that I would say no. But if it's sort of on the fence, or they're kind of questioning it one way or the other, then they'll approach me, but ultimately I have the final decision.
And are you doing those photos yourself, or you know, do you what goes into the production of that?
You mean just on in correlation with the brands, or just
with the brands? With the brands, how does something like that get done to make sure it's done the right way?
Right. I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
I'll do it myself, or a buddy or what have you. If my arm's not long enough for the selfie or something, then I'll do it myself. And
you need to get an X shot. You get an X shot from those guys back there, a selfie stick, you know? Right. Little plug for my boys at X shot back there.
Maybe they can hook me up. But
yeah.
Post stuff and not necessarily disclose it, because it's not necessarily relational.
He's been on in the past. I can't think of the names of the time. You know, you've gone now from that. age, right?
Thank you.
And he still looks great in time.
Last night. Believe it or not, I was a kid. Twitter and Instagram, it's like Google but with feedback, and people are so funny and so clever on it, and it's entertaining, and obviously with the news sources, and you can connect with your audience and really show a personal side if you're willing to do so, and now it can be lucrative.
Yep.
And there's people that are celebrities on their own right, so it's completely fascinating, and I'm blown away. Now I've completely embraced it and fell in love with it, so I think it's the coolest thing.
So you mentioned celebrity. How do you think that the definition of celebrity has changed? I mean, you spend all day, every day surrounded by celebs. Right. And we have people in this room that are, web celebrities and Vine celebrities, Periscope celebrities. How has that definition changed, and how does that play into what you guys are doing with this show?
So I started hosting my own entertainment show, Extra, about 9 years ago, I want to say, and then also a nationally syndicated a radio show. And about 10 years ago, so about 10 years ago, and gosh, even before that, you remember like People magazine used to have major movie stars on their cover, or once in a while human interest stories, a little girl that got stuck in a well or whatever. Now, you look at most magazines and the line of celebrity is so blurred, you can have a real housewife from one city right next to like Kate Winslet, 3-time Oscar winner, and it generates the same sort of interest. It's fascinating, and not just in the reality world and with movie stars and TV stars and what have you. Social media has created these huge sort of celebrities, and I know it's very generational, but we are forced for our show to sort of pay attention to it too, because that's what people are watching, that's what they're clicking on, and it's weird to see that sort of evolve, and the line is completely now just sort of erased, not even blurred anymore, and so there's so many different celebrities in different platforms, and you'll see them on Dancing with the Stars now. I think they got a couple Vine stars there this season, and some other kids, and it really is interesting, and it's so cool to see young kids now savvy and being able to take advantage of that and actually create economically a nice little nest for themselves.
How would you approach that, break into this business? Or like, gosh, one day I want to be an actor or I want to be an entertainer. What would you do differently?
It's so great these days. Be on social media and sort of start building your own brand if you know who you are and you're true to who you are, and if you have a talent. I mean, oh my gosh, Justin Bieber is a perfect example of someone who came from YouTube, and so did Carly Rae Jepsen, and the list goes on musically, but also kids that, whatever the case may be, that they have to offer talent-wise, or even just sort of what we may find goofy, is resonating with millions of kids out there. Creative, they have the initiative and the ambition, which wasn't there before, to show and offer these other brands out there that they're worth something, and to create a celebrity out of it, which is awesome. I regret.
So much easier now.
So, well, yeah, harder, but at least. So it's exciting.
And where do you make?
It's all and I almost look at it as like your own little documentary, right?
Yeah.
So it's as much as you're comfortable to share, and I'm willing to share my family and my kids and dogs and whatever goofiness I'm getting into with my friends, and like I said, it's sort of a running narrative as a doc for me. Now, some people are very reluctant to talk about. I usually just with it. It's all in good taste and in good fun.
Yeah.
So and the response has been very positive.
Do you get more engagement on the personal stuff or the red carpet photos? I mean, how, and do you look at that? Is that something that like you come back and you're like, oh, this one got, 1,000 likes and this one got 12,000 likes. Maybe I'll do more of those.
I don't necessarily measure them or keep track, but it seems like when the kids, funny stuff with kids and my dogs, they seem to generate a lot. And the red carpet stuff is just because so I get excited and I want to post a picture. And you become friendly with them over the years.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool.
When you are doing deals with sponsors now that have traditional endorsements, right? Like print ads, television ads, your goals now.
It's almost commonly used in all the deals. And for example, I'm gonna be in the new Fox Live Grease musical that's coming out in January. So they said we want to release or break the news if you would do it on social media. And that was literally in the contract and part of the deal. I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. But it's interesting that Fox, the network, wanted me.
Part of a movie deal or as part
sooner.
Yeah. Are they do or photo costs you X, whether it's on Instagram or on Twitter?
They usually just sort of have like a blanket social media statement. If you could, they'll put it like if you could, you would, for example, using your example, 10 posts on your social media platform, Instagram, and I'm told I have a Facebook. I don't do it.
Yeah.
And I don't like homework.
Help him. We're aware of internet trolls and people that will say snarky things. How do you deal with those people? Are you
the trolls? They're funny. Because I call them keyboard gangsters, and with their little eggs and those things. And so I never get upset. I never will start engaging. Right? I'll favorite, like if it's I'll favorite their things, and sometimes I'll just retweet it. Just to let them know, and sometimes I'll win them over that way.
Yeah.
But I stay very. I'm a positive. I'm trying to be a positive guy, and I don't like to have any sort of negativity, and I'm never sort of bashing anyone on there. So even if they want to take a shot at me or bash me, that's cool. I'll usually favorite or retweet it, and just kind of try to have fun with it, because obviously I'm not going to please everyone.
Yep. So when you were doing the Jimmy Fallon reenactment of Saved by the Bell, which was hilarious. Did everybody see that? Oh my God. And then you did the Ryan Reynolds Deadpool promo, which was also funny. If you guys didn't see that, it was fantastic. Do you see meaningful increases in your social following after you do those types of things? And has that become, is that almost part of like, okay, we're pretty sure that this content is gonna really go viral and get a huge amount of social shares, and it'll help me build my brand. How much of that is kind of plays into what type of content you're producing and what type of risks you'll take? Because obviously those are kind of big risky moves for someone like you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a result of doing those. Yes, the numbers did increase, and it was sort of a byproduct. But I don't think that was initially the intention. At least not on my end. I think they might have factored that in. But with Jimmy Fallon, great guy, and he had been reaching out to me to want to do. He was a big fan of the show and wanted to do a reunion for a long time. And we almost had it a couple times, and then he was going to do his show out in LA for a week. So he says, Mario, you got to help me get the cast together. And so we made it happen, and then it turned out to go viral and got all crazy on the internet, and it was a lot of fun. And same thing with Ryan Reynolds. He wanted to do something a video where hopefully it went viral, and it did in a big way for his upcoming movie Deadpool.
Yeah.
So I flew out to Vancouver where we were shooting it, and we shot that funny video and where he kills me. And you know, who doesn't want to get killed by Deadpool? Yeah, that sort of comic fanboy base too. I got a lot of love and fans from that and followers from it. So it was a nice result, and both things were, you know, for the sake of comedy and a lot of fun.
So do those types of videos come about from just, you know, you guys talking to each other, or is that something as more of a bigger marketing push, and you know, you've got other people that are trying to make that happen, or is that just like Jimmy's like, hey Mario, come on, let's make this happen?
It usually just came from them as like a fun idea, something that could be cool, that with the hope and intention that it could go viral and people could start talking about it, and obviously raise the awareness level for the projects.
So when you are doing things on your own show, how much does social media play into that? You know, you're tweeting out photos, you're sharing things. Is that like part of the strategy as you're putting shows together, as you're like planning out a show? It's like, all right, well, this is a great little clip that we can really, you know, leverage on social media. We're going to do this. We're going to push this. Make sure that we're hitting, you know, this piece of content at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now the network and the producers factor that in, and it's all very strategic, and they want you to post things at a specific time. So at the highest levels, it's thought about, and usually I can't even do it on my own. You'll get in trouble or reprimanded a little bit if you sort of post too early or start talking about it, or don't do it at the time that they would like, because it's all very sort of mapped out now.
So you've got a team that then is managing it while you're doing the show to make sure that, you know.
Well, usually the network or whoever your employer is at the time, they're the ones that are sort of mandating and setting the schedule.
Yeah. So when you pick the handle Mario Lopez Extra, is that like part of your contract with the show, or is that something strategic for you to say like, hey, I really want to associate myself with that handle?
Well, they picked it for me because, remember, I was sort of reluctant. I thought it was just going to be more work, and
you're like, what is this social media?
Yeah, what is
thing?
It's going to be a fad. What is this? And so it was back in the day. Actually, not that too long ago. So they sort of did it for me, and it's funny because there was a Mario Lopez already taken, and that could have been like any Latin dude in any Latin country. He happened to live like 5 minutes from me. He did, and then I met with him, and he didn't want to give it up. And he was killing me. Because I'm like, you're not even doing anything. He was like, Mario Lopez, the accountant.
Oh, man.
And so, yeah, he's killing me. He still won't give it up. So they did Mario Lopez Extra, and that's how it is.
Oh, man. So I want to jump back to that concept of a celebrity. What do you think, how do you determine that someone has made the cut, to be interviewed on the show? Where do they make that jump between, it's like the Kardashians, right? It's like, what did they do before they were the Kardashians? And
people are still asking what they do
right?
now. That's the fascinating thing about it. But I mean, the word celebrity is, before, the word celebrity used to sort of be synonymous with having some sort of talent and some sort of substance, and you don't really have to offer anything. Yeah. You can just be pretty or cute or handsome, whatever the case may be, and as long as you're engaging with a certain audience out there and they're responding, and someone is paying you to appear somewhere to do something, I think that qualifies as a celebrity at some level.
So when you think about children growing up, right, totally different world than when you and I were younger. Do you want them on social media? Do you want them sharing?
I think it's inevitable that it's sort of irrelevant what I want. I think it is what it is. It's sort of like, you know, you don't even want them driving, right? Because you feel there's the accident rate, and you look at the, but they're gonna drive, so you gotta embrace it. So it's just, it is what it is. So you just sort of educate them on the best way to be wise about it, because as you know, you can post something that could haunt you for the rest of your life later on when you think you're just being funny and
Do you have any
and
posts you
silly.
regret?
No, fortunately I don't. I really think twice about, I'm a pretty conservative guy anyway, so it's not, but I really think twice about kind of what I put for that reason alone. And I've heard some horror stories and people losing their jobs and ruining careers and not to mention personal relationships off of stuff they posted, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, and pretty dramatic. So that will be drilled into my kids' heads, because once it's out there, it's documented forever.
That actually brings up a great point, because I think that one of the reasons that we have so many requests to do things with you is because you're perceived as very brand safe, right? People know that you're not going to post crazy things, that they're not going to be worried that something, you post a picture with their product one day and then the next day you've got, things that they don't want to be associated with. What advice would you give people that, say, look, I would like to be able to work more with brands. I'd like to be able to monetize more. What are kind of your rules to make sure that you're sharing content that is engaging and fun, so it can't be like too filtered down and not real, but is also polished enough and safe enough so that brands can say, look, I want to associate myself with that?
Well, there's some individuals who are pretty salacious and it's worked out well for them. Yep. So if that's it, I mean, it has, right? Yep. And you might not reach as many brands, but they're reaching some, and they're getting paid a lot for a particular post. But essentially, you can be edgy and funny and all those things and still not be over the line and still be brand friendly. I think it does, at the bottom line, come down to who you are and the essence of what you're about. And like I said, for me, I am fairly conservative. I'm a father and I got kids and all those stuffs that I'm the ambassador for the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, and it's a big part of my life, and there's enough bad guys out there, I think. I mean, I don't have to prove it. I came from a bad neighborhood, and especially it's important to me, just as a Latino and in my culture, I want to be a positive role model for them, so, because there isn't too many of us.
Do you want to take questions from the crowd? All right. Mario's open to taking questions from the crowd. We're going to do 2 questions. Do we have mic runners out here? All right, I'm going to come up here. I'm going to grab your mic real quick, and I'm going to jump right back up on stage and give you this. All right.
Earlier, I won one of the Pfister faucets, and I took a photo with the package in the back, and I showed my husband up in the room, and I said, now all I need to do is get a picture with Mario. And he kind of challenged me, so I have to ask, can I please get a picture with Mario?
Come up on stage. Come on up on stage. Every day, guys, you get presented with opportunities. And if you don't seize those opportunities, it's your own fault. So she just made that happen. All right, while this is going down, we're running out of time here, so I am going to field one more question, and you can't ask to take a photo. Any other questions? Oh, right here. Hold on one sec. All right, beautiful.
Hi, Mario. My question is, do you ever get opportunities that make you feel uncomfortable, that maybe you don't want to work with the brand, and how do you handle that?
Well, I mean, if she asked if there's opportunities that present themselves and I don't necessarily want to work with the brand, and how do I handle it? I mean, I just respectfully say no, thank you. I mean, pretty much. And again, I gotta feel comfortable with it, and if asked about it, I gotta be able to speak something that I genuinely like, or I care about, or I'm familiar with. So that's the only way I think it's going to work, and I'll be comfortable and able to sort of just be true.
Words to live by. Be true to yourself. All right, guys, we are done. Thank you. All right, we're going to do a quick... Thank you.
Please, what is happening here? There we go.
There we go.
You know what we should do? Let's give everybody a chance to be in a photo with Mario. We're going to do a selfie with the back. Yes?
Boom, let's do it.
Get out your phone, because mine's janky as hell.
All right.
All right, everybody make it happen. Get happy, get lively. We're taking one photo.
All right.
X shot moment.
X shot?
Hey, estimate.
All right, hold on.
Give my phone.
All right, hold on here.
Yes?
All right.
Okay, come on up. I don't know, who cares?
All right.
You gotta be quick, Yes, Ted? Oh, shoot. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
All right.
Oh my God, how cute.
That's my kid.
All right.
All right, we're going to have a 10-second timer here. You guys count it down for me.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Okay.
Ready?
I'm not in it.
All right, go.
Okay, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
Perfect.
You'll send that to me?
Yeah, we'll send it to you. We'll send it to you. We'll send it to you. All right, you guys, Mario will be back later. There's a break right now. Calm down, ladies. Calm down.
That was awesome, dude. That was really good.
We're going to take a quick break, but
I don't know how to send it to
Ted,
you, but...
you guys, Ted Murphy is totally smitten by Mario Lopez. There it is. It's happening before your eyes. Ted Murphy, come to the stage, please. Please. Ted has a very special guest to announce. Yeah, here we go.
All right. Where's
You're wearing one.
Oh, I am.
Do you want to click?
I'm so
Ted
excited.
Murphy, everybody!
Was that awesome? All right. So Mario is actually going to join us back here in just a minute. We've got a really cool session that is sponsored by Kellogg's. They're going to talk about some campaigns that they've done. But before that, we have another special guest. And I'm going to play a quick video for you, and then I will introduce her.
Me and my daughter Nicole, I guess this would be battle part 2, because most of you folks say that she won, but that's good, that's good. Here we go.
What in the cottage cheese? Okay.
All right. Oh. So, true story. The reason that Fiction was here yesterday, and the reason that Nicole Paris is here today, is because I saw these videos on Facebook and they blew my mind. If you have not seen that video of Nicole Paris yet, you need to check it out. Look at it. It's just absolutely amazing. She is here today. She's going to beatbox. Awesome. Awesome.
How you guys doing? How you guys doing? Oh, you guys can be louder than that. How you guys doing? Are you ready? You guys ready? Burst. IZEAFest! Watch me! Christ! Burst! Christ! Burst! Done.
Stand up! Stand up! Damn! Can I get a mic? Thank you, Nicole. Amazing. Yes. Very
I love you
awesome.
guys. Thank you.
She loves you. We love her. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Yeah, I was going to do that, but then I was like, yeah, let's call Nicole. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back here in, what, 10 minutes? 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Be back here in 10 minutes.
So much higher, fly so much higher, skylines and clouds are below us now, skydive back down, oh, take my hand, don't let go, skyward
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Welcome back, everybody. Hey, guys. We are back. Give you guys a minute to sit down. Yeah, let's clap. That was awesome, like, past 25 minutes. So many things happened. Let's all take a second while Larry over here sits down. Oh, please take your time, Larry. All right, so our next panel, making photos and videos that pop. Please welcome to the stage Rajiv Dahl, a Vine celebrity, Andrew Bosley, another Vine celebrity, Justin Godley from Kellogg, and of course our moderator, Mario Lopez.
Pop-Tart party, everybody's having fun. Pop-Tart party, everybody's having
So
fun.
just so you know, there is a monitor down with the time. I'll up.
So, I saw two examples of work that Andrew and Rajiv did on a Vine campaign for Kellogg's Pop-Tarts via IZEA earlier this year. So, Justin, can you tell us why Kellogg was interested in doing a campaign like this?
Well, sure. You know, we're always interested in great content, first of all. And for the Pop-Tarts brand especially, music is such a focal point. In that, with that, you know, we're after that teen, young millennial audience, and they can't get enough of these guys. So it was a nice match.
What factors were important to you when you were deciding to want to work on a campaign like this?
I think it's important to consider kind of like our main demographic, which, like he said, you know, young teen girls and, you know, people, you've got to really be kind of, you know, interested in the product that you're promoting, you know, and with Pop-Tarts, it's something that they're all kind of interested in, and it came off very organic and real, you know?
Yeah, it's something we always just try and keep it something that is natural. So it's like almost for the first time in history, it's like real advertising, like faces that these teenagers or whoever it is that follow us see us and go, all right, well, these are like real people I know, like real people I'm looking at through my cell phone, and like they like this, and it's like an easier form of advertisement to look at.
And is this something that you made a conscious effort to get into, gentlemen, or was it just this space, or was it something you sort of fell into, and all your friends were doing it?
Well, it's interesting with us because we're musicians first, and in order to promote the music, we felt the need to kind of, you know, take to the internet, spread our content on YouTube and Vine and things like that. So once we were in the space and things kind of took off for us, opportunities like that started coming, and that's kind of how it came to be.
Got it. Yeah. And Justin, what made these two guys fit for this campaign for Pop-Tarts?
Well, like I said, I think the music, first of all, is really nice. I think if you look at even just the things that you guys put out there, Andrew specifically, I know that we had kind of two different instances, where one with music and one without. And I think if you actually look at how those both performed, the one with music, I think, had twice as many revines.
So when you're creating such a short video, how do you make sure you get the message across in such a short amount of content?
I would say it's about finding the points that matter. Like whatever it is that 6 seconds is definitely not a lot of time, but fitting the right things in the most important part of it with the little words that you can is always good. And we try to always have like a nice clean loop. So it's easy to listen to again and try and understand it better maybe the second time around. So, yeah.
It's all about the punchline with Vine, you know? 6 seconds, you really just got to kind of say what you want to say.
Get
and then
straight to it.
Knockout punch right away.
Right.
So has our ADD hit its limit? Can it get shorter? Because it started off with, there's 15 seconds on Instagram, and now we're at 6 seconds in Vine. Is it going to get to the point, seriously, where we'll be like 2 seconds?
I mean, who knows? At this point, the new app called like Vi might come out. They like cut the N and E. It's like it's too long at this point. We just need Vi. So.
Well, I mean, you've even got GIFs, you know, where it's like people don't even want to hear the sound, and it's not even a real video. It's just kind of like an action, and then that's the thing.
And it's pretty insane too. I was just talking to a friend about this the other day. Everything is becoming so quick. Like now, football games are all on Snapchat. So. You could not watch a football game and just tap through, see all the highlights through different perspective of the fields. And
Unbelievable.
It's just kind of crazy. It's like everything is so quick now.
Is it just because we want to be more efficient, do you think, or we really are that bad at paying attention?
I think it might be a mix of both, a little bit of both. But I would like to hope that it's because we just want to be more efficient. That's
Nice.
a
That's optimistic.
Yeah. Optimistic. There we go.
So Justin, we saw that these videos that combined 1.5 million views, 20,000 likes, and 3,800 revines. So when a brand like Kellogg sees numbers like that, what goes through your head?
Well, I think obviously they perform well, and numbers like that are great. I think they raise some eyebrows within the organization. We've got the work that we did with them. We did another campaign with Zach King from Pringles, with Pringles, and between those two, I think that really kind of blew the lid off of influencer marketing at Kellogg. It just adds that, it gives that added layer of authenticity and relevancy to the audience that we're trying to reach.
And Rajiv and Andrew seem like you guys go back a while, and you're pals, and that real friendship seems to resonate with the audience. And do you think that's important to partner up as opposed to maybe going out on your own when sort of trying to get into this sort of space?
Absolutely. I think that there's obviously strength in numbers with social media. You know, when we put out content together, oftentimes we revine every single post that each other puts out.
Yeah.
So anybody who follows him automatically sees my stuff and vice versa. So we've kind of grown this audience together, and we play shows together. So, you know, you really kind of capture the fans that way. And for brands, it's great because when we put out content like that, the brands kind of get it twice sent to the fans, in that case.
So it builds your audience all around.
Absolutely.
Got it. Oh, yeah. And when you're thinking about making a video, whether you're involved with a brand or not, what's your creative approach, and how do you decide whether or not you're going to post something?
I always like to post something that if someone is scrolling through my page looking forward to seeing an Andrew Bozzi Vine or whatever it is, something that they can watch and not feel weird about seeing. So they can just scroll through and see and be like, okay, cool. Like,
right.
Yeah, it's insane too, because like talking about the Kellogg's campaign, like I did that campaign, I did I think 3 posts, and like we'll play shows and fans will bring me boxes of PB&J Pop-Tarts. And it's like,
nice.
It's literally insane. It's like, it's a form of like, this real understanding between a fan and content creator, and that's what I think the coolest part about.
And how long from when you posted your first Vine did you start to generate interest from companies like Kellogg, and you were able to sort of capitalize on it? How quick was that?
That was about at around, I would say,
we hit like 100,000 followers.
100,000, and we got our first promotion for.
And how much time? What was the window? How much time was it?
It was very quick on Vine.
Yeah, I made a Vine account, and I posted 2 Vines, and I had like 800 followers, and I was like mind blowing. Like my parents were like, "Whoa, you have 800 followers!" And
you're like,
and then so many. It's like looking at it's like forget Vine. I think I'm running for president next year. So, but
Nice.
so
You and Kanye West?
Me and Kanye are racing against each other.
You're the
so,
VP.
Yeah. So I went to Rajiv at 800, and I'm like, I see some really big potential in this. We should try and make. We both kind of came up with this idea to make a polished, clean,
like a YouTube look,
a YouTube polished Vine, and started doing.
So from the first one, was it a couple years, a year?
Oh, it was months.
Like
we posted, he posted a few Vines just messing around, but once we started looking at it as an actual like music outlet, we posted a cover of Monster by Eminem and Rihanna, and it got like 50,000 likes in a day.
That's awesome.
And then within 3 weeks we had few 100,000, 100,000 followers or something.
And why did you specifically choose to go the Vine route as opposed to the other platforms?
Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily us choosing to do Vine. It was more, at first it was just to enhance YouTube, because we thought at the same time, like, how can we do music in 6 seconds? There's no way. We just kind of wanted to direct a new audience to the YouTube page to see the full songs into iTunes. And then once it just started blowing up, it's the biggest platform for both of us now. We have, collectively over like 3-4 million followers, and so it wasn't really a conscious decision. It became that way.
It chose you.
Vine chose us. Yeah.
Got it. Do you think about being brand safe? We were talking about that earlier, and do you hold back on content or certain issues because it might affect you later on?
Totally. I think we like to both have this understanding that there is a lot of younger eyes on us. So it's like holding back for definitely like brands in that cleaner, polished look that's a lot easier to work with, but also just there's a lot of young people watching our stuff, and like we don't want to pervert their minds.
But it's a mature
or,
approach, so not just business-wise, but also like a sense of responsibility.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it does get tricky sometimes because like he's 18 and I'm 23, and there are obviously, you know, like situations that you naturally find yourself where it's like, to be authentic, you want to post about, but you have to do it properly and respectfully to where it's not, you know, it's not something that a parent would get upset about or something that you would, you know, break a fan's heart or something.
Right.
You know, over.
And do you have jobs other than no, I mean, I asked that.
Sure.
I asked that just respectfully in the sense that do you make enough money and interest because you're both so young with social media now that you don't have to, as my dad would say, get a real job?
Right. Well, it's funny because like the first thing was always music.
Right.
And so the majority of our money comes from, you know, iTunes and, you know, album sales and putting out this music. Luckily, Vine and stuff help us sell those songs and things like that. So I mean, music comes first for the both of us. The brand opportunities are great. I'm also a college student. I'm finishing up my last semester as a marketing student right now. So be joining you guys pretty soon. But you know, we're all, he just graduated high school and so I'm in college as well, so yeah.
Good for you.
And it's cool that this has allowed us, so I mean our entire lives, I've known since a very young age and we've known each other for about almost 8 years now. Yeah. We have always wanted to do music. Right. Always, 1,000%, never had a different eye in anything else. And it's crazy now that, because we've posted Vines over the last year, that a lot of people in the music industry take us incredibly serious, which is a dream and wish for both of us always. Now that, because of the followers I have the opportunities to work with some of the biggest producers to do it. And like, now, a very, very, very open, successful road to a good music career.
And it's great because the fact that you're ambitious and you take the initiative to take advantage of these platforms, you don't necessarily always have to follow a route like American Idol or The Voice or what have you.
Yeah.
And you can sort of take the bull by its own horns and create your own path, right?
Definitely. Sure, it's crazy because, you know, kids can post a viral video now and then you've got however many million eyes on you just from posting this video, and then you have a whole platform in itself to kind of spread your music and promote your brand.
Pick up an iPhone, hold it, and say something, and next thing you know, you have a couple million people staring at you every day.
Right. So. Do you still work or engage in the other platforms as well?
Absolutely.
All of them?
It's definitely like a group efficiency between all the platforms because they all sort of like micro boost each other.
Right.
If you're doing well on Vine, you're going to be doing well on Instagram and Twitter and Snapchat, and it's just this kind of collective thing that you definitely have to pay attention to all of them. Because all these people on Vine, they're on Twitter, and then they're on Instagram, and then they're on...
Hit them all.
Yeah, you gotta have access to all of them, yeah.
There you go. And Justin, where do you see sponsored social heading? Do you think there will be more of this type of marketing in the future for Kellogg, for example?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely growing. It's fairly evident. I think that companies like IZEA and the like do a great job of being able to help companies like Kellogg kind of filter through and find the right fit. We have some great partner agencies that help us with that as well. But yeah, I mean, you look at how it's evolved. I mean, starting with just posts where a celebrity or an influencer will tweet about your brand. Continuing to evolve into product integration. I think we are having some internal conversations at Kellogg just about maybe even more possibilities with things like Periscope.
Right.
When you think about what Pop-Tarts has done with the Crazy Good Summer Concert Series and whatnot, maybe in the future it's a private concert event live on Periscope where Taylor Swift is answering questions, taking requests, we're crowdsourcing the next song. There's all sorts of possibilities out there.
Yeah. And when you're selecting talent to work first, or
excuse me?
Do you
for what we're trying to accomplish.
And Rajiv and Andrew, when you guys are making this content, do you use anything other than a smartphone?
We actually both have recording studios in our houses. And so we do a combination of recording them professionally and trying to make them look polished like YouTube videos. And also when we try to do more of an intimate video, we try to film with the smartphone just to give the content some dynamics. When we started doing Vine, like I said, the big video that boosted us was when we tried to do like a YouTube style Vine.
Right.
So it was the fresh new content of that. So we try to keep that as our signature look, but we still bring in some some cell phone videos and certain things like that as well.
So the home is sort of a base.
Yeah.
For all the stuff there.
Absolutely.
And then when you were making your first one, did you study a lot of other vines that were out there, or you just said, well, we want to try to do our own thing?
We kind of just really did our own thing.
We went for it,
I called them one night and we kind of just like sat and discussed this, and we both kind of like, this probably won't work, but you know what I'm saying? Like, why not go for it, give it a shot? And we did it. And
nice. Now, when you're, whether it's Vine or Instagram or Twitter, who are some other social media folks that you look up to, the way they sort of handle themselves and their brand?
I would say like some of our good friends, like Kenny Holland does it really well, Shawn Mendes. There's a lot of really, Cameron Dallas, Nash Grayer, there's lots of really great people on the
Tanner
internet.
Patrick as well, one of our good buddies. They all handle it really well, and they're all quite brand safe also, too.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah. Justin, when you're considering someone for a photo or a video campaign, what's the #1 thing that you look for?
Well, I think, I think it was mentioned on an earlier panel today, I think it kind of depends on what the objective is for the campaign. Are we looking for reach? Are we looking for engagement and whatnot? And then we kind of see how whoever it is that is, I guess, being presented to us as an option would fit into that situation.
And tell me about Kellogg's first sponsored social campaign and how the campaigns from today differ from the very first one.
Well, the first campaign that I worked on at Kellogg that had a influencer marketing faction was a campaign with Special K called Fight Fat Talk, where we actually partnered with Tyra Banks. It was a pretty simple execution where she did a couple of tweets for us where she was pushing out the hashtag, the campaign, showing her support for it. We've evolved from there into, obviously what we did with these guys, working with people like Devin Supertramp, Dude Perfect, like much more, I guess, intricate integrations into those videos.
And guys, why do you think your Vines became popular? Why do you think they resonated with a certain audience?
I think
in the beginning, the big thing was that it was different. Our Vines were fresh, and like we said, we did something that wasn't what you see usually on Vine. Because at the time, you couldn't even upload your own videos. We had to figure out how to do it ourselves. And so people weren't seeing these polished videos on a site like Vine. And I think that it was just, it was very unique at first. And so people kind of clung to that when we combined the music style as well as the polished look. They were very interested.
I also think it's like over the growth of Vine, like watching other people hop on and start making their own Vines and stuff like that, I think you realize that there's a lot of people that definitely try and do it. There's a lot of Vine accounts and a lot of people making Vines. And it's like, it definitely takes a certain personality or like, it's not something that you could really like practice or like grasp even. It's like something that you have to just like.
You gotta have that creative muscle.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to figure it out, whatever the Vine is in particular on average, and to put it out there?
Well, it depends. If it's like a new song or something like that, we often try to cover the new top 40 songs and try and get those out there immediately, and we try to turn those over the day they drop, because it's important to be like the first one out there doing that.
Totally.
But I mean, with brand campaigns, we really try to sit and think and brainstorm and get the right idea together.
Totally.
Got it.
Good answer.
What is your best tip for others out there for creating engaging content?
I would say to just do something that you can look at and be proud of. Absolutely. And do something that you can try and make somebody's day a little bit better. That if they can open up the Vine app and watch a couple of your 6-second videos and smile, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the most important thing out of all of this. Sure.
And to create authentic content too, because people can see through, like a front or something that you're faking.
Totally. Right.
So it's important to be honest and be yourself.
Yeah.
To followers.
Justin, from a brand perspective, what matters more when it comes to sponsored content, the reach or the quality?
Well, I think that kind of harkens back to what I said before. I think it totally depends on the project. You look at some of the stuff that we've done specifically with everybody on the stage, the reach is there. And so I think the right answer is the content has to be a given. It has to be quality content. We're not going to amplify content that isn't worthy of it. But, scale is important, just as much in some cases. And so it definitely depends on the project.
Yeah.
So how much do you trust the creator to reflect the brand messaging versus giving them certain creative parameters?
Yeah.
Because you can't just like, okay, run with it, and then you come back and you're like, wait, what happened?
No,
it's collaborative, I gotta
yeah.
imagine.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, first off, and the last thing we want to do is put handcuffs on them as well. Because there's a reason that we selected them in the first place to take part in it. It's because, you know, we've looked, we've, you know, liked their content, felt like it was a good fit. And so what we want to do is look for the most authentic way that we can integrate into that, so that the content doesn't feel foreign when their followers are getting in their news feeds.
Yeah.
Got it. And Rajiv and Andrew, for you guys, have you met other fellow Vine celebrities, if you will, and do you decide to ever work together with them, or how is that community with each other?
I would say that it's just kind of pretty cool. We've all
Everybody kind of knows each
Yeah,
other.
we all kind of know each
Really?
other from events and like shows that we've done, and it's like, I live out in LA now, and he visits pretty much every weekend for music, and it's cool. There's like this community of, we're all friends. Like, we're actually like real friends who hang out and do like regular things that friends do, but in cases we wake up some days like, yo, let's make a Vine, or let's take an Instagram picture, or whatever it is, and collaboratively help each other.
Right. Grow the fan bases by combining everybody.
Right.
You'll
Combining
revine with each
yeah.
other, and like you said, take pictures together.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of, everybody has the same followers, you know?
Yeah.
That's a positive way to look at it. Do you think we can ever get to the point where we're overwhelmed with the different forms of social media platforms? Do some sort of go by the wayside, like a MySpace? Will we eventually be done with the other ones, or should we really try to attack all of them, or is it trending?
It's kind of like everything rebirths in itself. So like I look at it kind of like a staircase. Like, one social media site will light up one step of the staircase, and then another can come and see that it's at this level, what it can do from that, and then take it to that next level. And I feel as long as platforms and sites are getting better and more accessible and easier to use, fun, whatever it is, I feel like it's okay to kind of transition with it as it happens.
Also, I think that, you know, inevitably some of these apps are going to become dated. And so as a creator, it's very important to constantly be figuring out what the new apps are and staying up to date on things like that. You know, there are new apps every day being released that are being pitched to us that we see, and we always try to, you know, kind of filter them out on our own and use the ones that we like and make sure that we stay relevant, because that's pretty important being, you know, a social media influencer.
Totally.
Why do you think certain ones hit and others don't? Is it because some might be too similar, or they might offer something innovative that maybe hasn't been shown before?
I think innovation's definitely key. But I mean, you can even look at certain apps like Instagram, who started doing video. People thought that was going to be the death of Vine. There was a huge like, oh my gosh, Vine's not going to exist anymore. They just started. Each app has a little niche, you know. And with Vine, it's kind of like the 6-second punchline in the loop. And then with Instagram, it's a lot of photos and, you know, a little bit more sometimes scenic things like that, you know.
Right.
And so it's kind of dependent on each app. You know?
And is it safe to say sort of
Sites or apps. Vine is incredible. If there were there was a point where revines on people to exit out of an app and go to another app too is like sometimes can be a challenge as well too.
But there's definitely a demographic change between certain social media outlets. Like, you know, Facebook, sometimes you have pretty much everybody on Facebook, but you're going to get an older generation and a younger generation. Right. But if you want to promote a certain product, you're not going to want to go to Vine if you're trying to reach an older audience.
Yeah.
You know, they definitely have little
their niches.
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely.
certain demos?
Sure.
Well, tell you what, gentlemen, congratulations on everything
Thank you so much.
that you're doing. Smart kids, and well, you're not kids, you're men.
Appreciate it.
And Justin, thank you so much for your time and enlightening. And let's give him a
Thank
round
you,
of
everybody.
applause.
Thank you. Good job, guys. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
You got it.
Is he done?
Somebody should come up shortly. There we are.
Thank you.
You got it. You got
Thanks, guys. Oh my God. Hi. You guys jealous? Hi. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for our panelists. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get our couch crew up here to get rid of the big round of applause for the couch crew, guys. All right, next up we have Search and Discover presented by Hormel and our guest speaker. But first we have a giveaway. All right, what are we giving away today? Today, you know what, guys? Actually, I have notes. Okay, number one, somebody lost this pair of sweet glasses. If these are yours, I'm gonna put them right here for you. Just go ahead and grab them. They look like this. Somebody lost them. Second, who provided the selfie stick, the X-Shot for Mario's photo? That was you. It's back at the X-Shot booth. So, yep, they have it for you. That's that. Okay. Third thing, there is a Shift Your Brilliance book on your tables. Those are yours to keep. Make sure you don't forget them. Put them in your bags or whatever it is you put things. And that's it. Okay, let's go ahead and do our giveaway. We're going to give away 2 VIP gift baskets. Come on up and show us the gift baskets. Yeah. So exciting. There they are. God, what a show. You're doing such a good job showing that off. Look at this. Amazing. Yeah. That's that IZEA talent. You guys, you won't believe it. We're actually related. That's my brother. Okay, so what's in these gift baskets? Ray-Bans, Michael Kors purse, some Gucci perfume, so you can wear that when you go. When you go to the special NASCAR iDrive kart racing. Now, how are we going to give these away, Jen? Who loves NASCAR? Oh my God, too many of you. Go ahead, Julius. Jen's gonna go this way, Julius is gonna go that way. Make some noise if you want the things, God. Louder, 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 louder. And go. They're gonna go where it's loudest. So, keep going. Whoa, yeah. Go. 7. I picked 7. 12. 4. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much for being so involved. You're the best. You're the best around. Now we're gonna move on to the next thing, which is, allow me to introduce to you Joel Kahn, the best-selling author of Twitter Power.
Thank you. Hello, IZEAFest. Look at this stage. I'm gonna get all my steps in today in my Fitbit, because there's so much stage here. Thanks, Ted, for inviting me. I asked if I could fly in on a rope, and he said maybe next year. So not going to happen. Wow, I've never seen my name that big either. Dang, somebody get a good picture of that. You know what? Ted did this, and I was like, I was going to do this, so I got to grab a selfie. Is that okay? Is that okay? All right, everybody stand up like you just heard the best news ever. You ready? Get up, do it. It was not the best news ever. So, who am I? Well, I'm this guy. I've been doing this internet stuff for a very, very long time. I built my first website back in 1995, probably before some of you were, well, maybe some of you were born, I don't know. There was only 18,000 sites in the whole world that year. Imagine that, 18,000 sites. I co-founded what's now known as Yahoo Games, and if you've ever played Yahoo Games, you know the little avatars that you can pick? One of them is a guy with a red cap, glasses, and a goatee. That was me. I'm a New York Times best-selling author. I've written 12 books. I conduct high-level mastermind, high-level mastermind groups. I've developed software, including a #1 best-selling iPhone application, which my apologies to the ladies in the house, but I'm the guy who unleashed the iFart on the world. Hey, #1 for 23 days, and we can laugh, and it's all a lot of fun until you discover that I net $500,000 on making fart noises. So So that's good. I've been podcasting and blogging since we've had both, and I've either been a consultant, a trainer, or an influencer for some of these companies. And you can find me just about everywhere on social media, even that Google Plus graveyard. I'm there as well. Author of 12 books, and I want to do a giveaway since we're in a giveaway mood. Who's got a birthday today? Birthday? Today. Today. Right there? Come on up here. What's your name? Antonio. This is Antonio. Say happy birthday, Antonio. There you go, my brother. Enjoy. You bet. And handshake. My pleasure. The reason I'm going fast is because I have so much content that I want to fit in here. So I'm going to need you to listen fast. Go ahead, share, use the IZEAFest hashtag, use @JoelCom for me. All right, you ready for some content? I said, are you ready for some content? Excellent. Because in the beginning was the web. Information at our fingertips. And thus saith two students in Stanford, we must findeth a wayeth to categorizeth this stuffeth. Let there be Yahoo! And the web saw and said, it's good. It's almost gone, but it's good. And the rest of the world said, but we need a way to find what we want. We don't just want a directory. And we said, let there be search. Who remembers Alta Vista, InfoSeek, Lycos, Excite? Way back when the internet was new. We had a lot of internet choices for search, but we wanted a better search. We wanted an algorithm that would find us exactly what we wanted when we wanted. And Sergey and Larry said, let there be Google. One woo for Google. That's good. Because they're not evil. Nope. We love Google. We do. We love Google. We said, let there be Google. And back in those days, we had forums and message boards to communicate and to do this thing we call social. But then some guy named Tom said, let there be social media. And there was MySpace, which, believe it or not, is somehow a thing to 5 or 6 people still somewhere. Tom was happy with his work until Rupert Murdoch bought it and it went tanked. But the beginning of social media then found us saying, let them be fruitful and multiply. And multiply they did. And they grew, and they grew, and they grew. And who's on all these sites? Little side note, rabbit trail here. Who's feeling a little overwhelmed with social media? Go ahead, be honest. All right, not in the presentation, now in the presentation. I'm going to sprinkle a little social media pixie dust over all of you right now. And what this is going to do is, when you inhale this pixie dust, it's going to give you a sense of freedom. Because I'm going to tell you right now how to do social media. Are you ready? You run social media the way you run your rest of your life. You post where you want, when you want, what you want, how you want, for the reasons you want. You cannot do it all. Don't even try. Because if you try to do it all, you will find yourself, let's make this akin to television news. In order to stay up with social media, it's like watching CNN 24 hours around the clock. It's like recording shows that you can't see so that you can go back, but you can't go back and see them because the news keeps happening. You can't do it all. Pick the sites that work for you. Where's the greatest engagement? And an even bigger question, where do you have the most fun? That is where to spend your social media time. We don't have other people telling us what to do, unless they're our bosses. But for the most part, as adults, we make our own decisions and we are the master of our lives. Don't let social media become your master. You won't be able to keep up with it and you will grow to hate it. So, I'm going to open up the fire hose on you guys. Are you ready? Open wide. Here it comes. First thing I want to do is share the one big secret that we've discovered from all of our research. All of these sites and how they intertwine and feed into Google, it turns out there really is a secret. And if you do this one thing, you will conquer it all. Do you want to know what it is? That's it. Thank you very much. Isn't that the best picture ever? A cat riding bacon through the universe. So it's funny, but in order for humor to be funny, there has to be an element of truth to it, right? That's the sad truth to it, is that sometimes it is the inane, the banal, the common that gets us the most likes, comments, and shares. The truth is, there's two ways that we are found online. The first way is through indexed search. And for those who don't think that this is still relevant, I'm going to show you why it is. The other way is what we call in the moment, driving that traffic now so that people can find us. And there's a really simple formula that doesn't involve cats or bacon. This is serious, but it's simple. Original content plus syndication multiplied by social engagement equals greater search visibility. It's a simple equation, but this is how the search engines, and I'm going to refer to Google a whole lot, but I'm also including that little thing that Microsoft runs called Bing, because people do use it. I actually use Bing. No, I'm not being paid by Microsoft to say this, but I use Bing because they actually give me rewards to search. So every month I think I get to claim a $5 Starbucks card or something. But Google doesn't give me anything, damn it. So that's how that is. And here's the thing with increased presence, is once you've got greater search visibility, if you're doing these things, it begins to rank you for the non-branded keywords. You want to go after the branded ones first, but you also want those common keywords that your competition is using. So increased visibility will give you that. It all comes down to trust. Google wants to trust that you are a legitimate, reliable, real-world source for information. One of my friends, Tim Carter, once said it to me like this: Google likes things the way they are in the natural world. That's good. I'm going to say that again. Google likes things the way they are. Over the 20 years I've been doing this, I've watched everybody try to figure out the search engines. And they try to game it. And then what happens? Google goes and, oh, see that rug under you? And they pull it out. And all of a sudden, that thing that you had labored to crack the code on doesn't work anymore. Google's not interested in people who game the system. They are interested in real people creating real content, delivering it in an authentic way. So we build that Google trust rank through our websites, by content creation, through Facebook, through Twitter, through YouTube, Pinterest, Yelp, the Better Business Bureau, through Wikipedia. And we tie those profiles together, and it is an exponential compound effect, which is why I try to have a presence everywhere, even if I'm not using those sites. At least I own that profile. In fact, if you do a search for my name, first of all, I'm the only person in the world with my name, so I have that benefit. I'm sorry if your name is Bob Smith. Sucks to be you. But if you search for my name, these are the first results on Google. My blog, My Twitter profile with the latest tweets. Google Plus, who figures on Google, comes up third. Wikipedia page, scroll down a little more. What comes up next? Another Google Plus post. Maybe there's a little something to this Google Plus. My LinkedIn profile, my Amazon page, my Facebook fan page, my Facebook personal page, and my YouTube page. First 10 results. So it's essential that you claim your profiles. That's why everybody said, when people say to me, there's a new site you got to check out, first I do this. Then I go and grab my name. Just go grab your name. You don't have to use the site at all. Just go grab it, because if that thing does take off and you are Bob Smith or Laura Jones, you're going to be glad that you had it. So there's 3 parts that I want to cover here today. The creation of content that will get you that trust rank, the distribution of content, and then the sharing of that content. Or I could just attempt to juggle, but it's not going to be real pretty. Content? Yeah? Okay, well, let's go that way. Number 1, creating content. No matter what anybody says, content is still king. Content is still the driving force of everything you do. People are looking for compelling content. People on the internet have questions. You can be the resource with the answers. And it's not on your branded sites just about self-promotion. Nothing makes me shake my head more than when I go to a brand site and their blog is all about their products, all about their service, giving people no compelling reason to really come back because it's just a brochure. There's so many things in your industry that you can talk about, new technologies, things that other businesses are doing, other brands are tapping into. Remember the whole Miracle on 34th thing? Macy's gimbals? If you don't have it, our competition does, that's okay. That's part of the sharing economy. There's nothing wrong with that. Find relevant topics, regardless of the type of content we're talking about, whether it's articles you're writing on your blog, whether it's audio for a podcast or other distribution, SoundCloud, whether it's video, whether it's live video that you're repurposing. Find relevant topics that your audience is going to be interested in, and think like your user, the person that's searching for you. When you're trying to come up with the perfect topic for an entry on your site, think, what is somebody asking that will help them find me? For example, think about the searches you do. How do I fix a type that you have topicked their entry, but a lot of people are not a rocket scientist. Make sure your topics are relevant. Make sure your content is high quality. Google is looking for this. I don't know how their bots figure out what's good and what isn't, apart from social signals, but they know. Make sure your content is high quality, and frequency is important. Quality is results. As far as articles go, I'm not going to tell you how to write. But if you don't think you're a writer, if you're a content creator of any kind, you can write. It's basically taking the thoughts that you're streaming. If you're really afraid to write, let's just see a show of hands. How many are just video content creators? Raise your hand, please. Video only. Okay, a few of you. Transcribe that stuff. Find somebody on Elance that you can pay $10 to transcribe your content, put it on your page with your videos. That will make Google love you more. It will make you more findable. Video is the big deal, and we've heard some about it here today. Of course, YouTube is the mama jamma, the grand poobah of places to put your videos. And you've probably heard these numbers, but they're worth revisiting. Billion users. 1 billion. It's a big number. It's 1/7 of the world's population. 4 billion videos viewed every day. Hundreds of hours of video uploaded each and every minute. It's staggering. But Google gives preference to videos that are uploaded on their site. So I actually did a search for fix a shower faucet. And apart from this new thing that Google seems to be experimenting with, which I don't know if it's sponsored from this family handyman or not, the next two things that came up are YouTube. Title your videos wisely, the same as you might do with your blog entries. Answer the questions that people are asking. Those are the topics for your videos. Now we have entering the picture Facebook native video, and it's killer. Show of hands first. How many people are YouTube video peoples? Put your hand up if you're YouTube. I really need to see. Okay, how many of you are now doing Facebook native? Okay, the rest of you, I would be uploading your content to both platforms. If you're uploading on YouTube, put it on Facebook too. And why? Because as you're looking at it, for mobile, those videos are playing automatically. In order for a video to play automatically on YouTube, you have to go to the video. Then it starts playing. If you're on Facebook, you're a captive audience. When you come across it, it starts streaming, and all you have to do is tap it, and now you're hearing the audio as well. This is powerful stuff. And how powerful? Well, my friend Robert Scoble has been uploading videos on Facebook when he goes and sees new technology. Usually he'll get anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000, sometimes more views, just on a lark. He was at a conference last month, and he came across this guy with this new camera. This is an Android device you're looking at with, I don't even know how many lenses are on it, but the pictures that come out of this device will compete with any DLSR in this room. You'll soon be able to have a camera in the palm of your hand that will bring the quality, the high quality 35 millimeters. So he posted this video just talking with the guy in the parking lot. Last week I took the screenshot. Almost 4 million views on Facebook alone just by sharing something that was powerful and relevant to him in the moment. Look at those shares, 42,000 shares. You don't make viral happen. It happens. Scott Stratten said it so well. Happens when you connect with emotion. The emotion here is what? When people saw this, wow! I am freaking blown away. This has me as excited as the next Star Wars movie. That's what people are thinking, to be able to share something like this. So Facebook video is powerful. If you're shooting video at all, repurpose it. I'm also repurposing this stuff, which I recommend that you do. Whether you're using Meerkat or Periscope, all of this is repurposable. Save those. Upload them to YouTube, put them on Facebook, and then write a blog entry that has 2 or 3 paragraphs of the content that's in that video. Remember, we want to build trust from every angle possible. And you don't have to worry about duplicate video content the way you have to worry about articles being duplicated and getting penalized. You can put that video everywhere. Gives you another opportunity to be found. And Facebook has recently rolled out their Facebook mentions, which they started with verified fan pages. Now you can do it if you have a verified personal page, and I suspect sometime in early 2016 that our streams are going to be absolutely jam-packed with all of our video streams on it. And I hope they come up with a system that lets us control. Could you imagine scrolling through Facebook and seeing all of your friends streaming video, doing day-to-day, oh, you're brushing your teeth, that's great. Of course, I make fun of that until I tell you that 2 weeks ago I had come back from a sabbatical and had a really full beard, and I chose to shave on Meerkat, Periscope, and Facebook Live at the same time. Put all 3 devices in front of the mirror, and something like 2,000 people have seen it. Why? People connect emotionally somehow, and they wanted to be part of that bizarre experiment. Who knows Mari Smith? Oh gosh, if you don't know Mari, please follow her on Facebook. She's actually in a partnership with Facebook, going around the country doing trainings now, and she's a really great example of doing Facebook Live in the moment. I don't know, she's got several 100,000 followers. Google Hangouts. Never got excited about it. Anybody in here ever get excited about Google Hangouts? 1, 2, 3, 4, a few. I've been streaming video online since 2008, since Ustream.tv, and Hangouts came out, and what I discovered is it was incredibly glitchy and buggy and difficult for people to use, and there were so many features that we all just kind of defaulted to the hats, because the hats were the best part of Google Hangouts. And I want to tell you about something I've discovered. How many of you have heard of blab.im? All right, a handful of you. The rest of you that are creating content of any kind, be prepared to be blown away. I wish I was a shareholder. I'm not, and no, they're not paying me. But I haven't been this excited about a technology I found online since Apple said you can develop apps for the iPhone in 2008. So Blab is attempting to be a better solution than Google Hangouts. Basically, this is your interface. Up to 4 people can be on screen at a time. It's easy to tweet on the left side, and comments are happening on the right. So what that looks like in motion is something like this. You can follow people, you create your own show, you can have co-hosts, and people ask to join seats, and you as the moderator let them in. Let your mind start blowing with the possibilities. We're seeing people interview celebrities. We're seeing organizations have meetings. We're seeing support groups start to pop up. We're seeing niche interests, photography groups. We're seeing religious debate. We're seeing people being able to jump in on this incredibly easy platform and having conversation that makes social media truly social. Because think about what's missing from Facebook and Twitter and even the video sites that are static. Face-to-face interaction. Now, we can claim to have some of that on Periscope and on Meerkat, but those platforms are one to many. It is us broadcasting to the world, this is what we think, and then we do this with our phones to look at the comments and people get to see our foreheads. Right? I need a monitor to see what the comments people are saying, because you're always looking at my forehead because I'm trying to interact. You're just performing. But Blab is like a town hall. And the thing that's made it so compelling is that it's easy to use. So once you're in a Blab room, you just click tell a little bird and it'll automatically compose the tweet based on the subject that's there. You hit it, and Blab has single-handedly reinvigorated my Twitter account like nothing else that I've done. When I do a show, the tweets just start piling on, and friends telling friends, you want to be found? Try to take your content to Blab and do a show live. Interview somebody, bring a group of your fans together. I think for celebrities, what we're going to discover is it's a great platform because they can sit at home behind their screen and be safe and engage with their fans without fear of, oh, here come the paparazzi taking pictures and so on. And on top of that, it's just a lot of fun. We just have fun. We got Robert Scoble on there for the first time. He said, I'll do an hour. 2.5 hours later, he said, I really got to go. So what I'm actually doing right now is peddling digital crack. Because what we've discovered, are you a blabber? Are you addicted? Yeah, once you get on, it's hard to turn away. So this is just the latest discovery I've had. They've been around probably about 5-6 months. Who remembers Bebo? Video site. The guy sold it for buttloads of millions, and he's funding this whole thing, so it's not going away anytime soon. So if you happen to go on Blab, at Joel Com, find me and try to check out one of the shows or tell me about one that you're doing. Okay, so from video, being found with video, let's hop over to images. Pictures are a big, big deal, and there's some basics that a lot of people are missing when they're posting images on their website that make a huge difference into the search engines loving you. Your file name. Don't use the big stock photo name for your file. Give it a real name that relates to the actual content, something people would search for. If there's an option for caption text, the link to the image, the alt tags, all of these things, they're little things, but they make a big difference. And if you look on your WordPress site, the fields are right there. If I don't do it, it's because I'm lazy. Don't be lazy. Take those extra steps. Google sees those sites that just don't have the garbagey image names or no alt tags. They take that seriously because what that tells them is that this content matters to the author, to the composer. They're taking the time to use proper naming conventions. I know this is technical stuff, and technical stuff bores me a lot, but this is simple stuff that if you just do it and get used to doing it, it will make a difference. Cross-post on image sites. Again, if they're your images and you own them, there's no reason not to put them up as many places as you can. They're yours. Cross-post them. And be creative with your images. I like to create photo quotes. Photo quote is basically, I call it social poetry. And I don't like to create too many of them with other people's quotes. You know, how many times can Thomas Edison's quote be stuck on another image? I've seen it before. Yes, I like it. But you know, who has an original thought in this room? Okay, the rest of you aren't thinking. Share some of your own thoughts. Believe it or not, they're worthy. Whether they are educational, whether they're inspirational, or whether they're just plain silly. Take photos of yourself or where you are on location somewhere and create your own social tiles. For example, I pulled some quotes from my book, Twitter Power. Found a stock photo. Twitter is the water cooler of the 21st century. First said that in 2008 when the book came out. Slap that on a meme. People love sharing this stuff. It's snackable. Nom, 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 nom. Informational. Inspirational. One day I saw my bookshelf and I looked at all the books I have up there, my own and my foreign translations, and I took a picture and I thought, you know what? Those are my books, but it's not just about me. Everyone has a story. Slap that onto this picture. Put it up there. Thing gets shared like crazy. Just a random thought I had in the moment. And sometimes I will be somewhere and just come up with a silly idea. In fact, I was at the parks a year ago when I was speaking at another conference, and I took a picture of myself with Winnie the Pooh. Who doesn't love Pooh Bear, right? So I created this. And I'll tell you, this image got shared more than either the educational or the inspirational one. Don't be afraid to be yourself. All this talk of authenticity, that's like a real thing. Not authentic to, well, but I wouldn't show them this side of me. But I'm being real. No, you're not. Don't be afraid to take risks, even if you're representing a big brand. And big brands, if you want to have this discussion with me and tell me why that's not a good idea, I'm happy to do it. Well, we can have that debate because I think it is. I think the more personal touch big brands put in the power of their social team, the more eyes we can see and smiles instead of logos, the more we will connect with them. You might have some sort of emotional connection with the Coke or the Pepsi logo, but wouldn't you like to know that the person you're engaging with on their Twitter profile is a real human being? I think so. I think this is why Frank Eliason nailed it years ago when he first manned the Comcast Cares account back in 2007-8. His face on it, not the Comcast logo, responding to every tweet personally, and dang it, you began to believe that Comcast really did care. That's the power of social media. Miracles happen. Put faces behind them. Okay, another rabbit trail for you there. If you're not a designer, by the way, I am not, there's some great apps that can create beautiful looking photo quotes just like this. If you're on an iOS device, I use one called WordSwag. I think it's $1.99 or so, and comes with 50 different type fonts that make you look awesome. If you're on an Android device, and it might also be for iOS, is PicLab, and of course desktop you can use Canva. Don't be afraid to be creative and be expressive with your images. And while we're at it, like the last minute I went backstage and said, can I throw one more slide on? And they're like, but it's all pre-done. Here's a freebie, a copy of my book, Social Poetry, that has quotes that I've made over the last year or so, my AdSense book, and so what do? Just go to com.us/IZEAFest, and they are my free gift to you, people of IZEA. Yes. By the way, how cool is it that I have my own URL shortener? com.us, it's me, baby. Use hashtags in your images, but a few really important points. First of all, be brand consistent with what you're posting. Make sure that the hashtags you're using are relevant, which leads up to don't keyword stuff. Don't stuff your hashtags. Oh gosh, I hate when I go to Instagram posts and I see 40 hashtags. Is that the limit now? Is it 40? All the popular ones. Like if you're putting in the popular keywords that show up on 100, do you really think it's going to help you be seen anyway? It just makes you look like a spammer. Ride trends if you see them happening and it's relevant, but don't ride a hashtag just because it's popular. Don't be stupid. Or else, this is what happens. A campaign like this that was supposed to be stories of domestic abuse using the hashtag why I stayed and why I left. If you're not paying attention and you just see that these hashtags are trending and your DiGiorno pizza, why I stayed, oh, SMH, you had pizza. Don't be stupid. It's not hard. Just like find out what the hashtag is about before you try to ride on its coattails. They did apologize. What they should have done is offered free pizza. So there's a few basics that I want to go back to hit on. One of them for the search engines that's really important is keep your URL short. Seriously. Keep them short. Not only are the long ones difficult, but ones you can't spell. We didn't know what a Yahoo was, but YAHOO is simple. By the way, any old-timers or just really smart people that know what Yahoo actually stands for? Anybody? You know? All right, I'm going to drop some knowledge on you. You ready? Yahoo actually stands for Yet Another Hierarchically Organized Oracle. That's right. Well, while I'm at it, let me try something else that's almost impressive. Who knows the longest word in the English language? Oh gosh, I can't believe I'm doing this. Who knows the longest word in the English language? What is it? It is not anti-disestablishmentarianism. It is, what is it? It is not supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. It's not a word. No, my friends, totally off topic, but the longest word, going through a Peter Brady moment there, the longest word in the English language is pneumona ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Did you say bless you? Was that? Which is, I'll say it one more time, pneumona ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, which we're not going to dissect the word here because this is not an English class, but it's the medical term for black lung disease, coal miners disorder. Okay, I don't know how I got there. Keep your URL short. Subdirectory is a very simple change, but if you're using blog.whateveryourbrand.com is, Google's not going to like you as much. Switch it up, use a subdomain. It tells Google that it's within this domain. So www.mybrand.com/blog or whatever it is you're going to call it. That little switch, little thing, makes a big difference. You with me? Make sure you optimize your site speed. I like using this, Pingdom. They've got a freebie thing there. You can put your blog in, click test now, and it shows you, gives you a grade. I'm not grading as high as I want to right now. I need to kick my webmaster a little bit. Say, clean it up. Do I have too many plugins running? Or are there some that need to be deactivated? Or is there something in my cache? And the worst thing of all, which happens all the time, and you might think it doesn't happen to you, what if you've been hacked and you don't know it? I had it happen recently. We thought we had all the firewall set up and discovered some content residing within directories deep on my blog that I assure you I did not put there. Have your webmaster comb your site. First of all, you don't want that stuff on your site. Second of all, if you've got videos and images there that foreign countries are linking to and pulling from your site, it's slowing down the rest of your site and you might not even know it. And that affects your Google trust as well. If they check your site and see that a bunch of crap is coming down from it, not good. And if it slows down your site speed, also not good. Another really simple thing, a lot of people miss it. Make sure your meta elements are all on the page. Your titles, your descriptions, your keywords. This is not rocket science. It's included with WordPress. There's free plugins you can grab that make it even easier to pull elements directly from your article. But if the goal is to be found, take care of these basics. Okay, so what about this Google Plus thing? Is it dead? Well, let's just say Google's ability to be social is gasping for breath. But if they are still giving priority to Google Plus content, it makes a lot of sense for you to distribute it there still. Everybody should have a Google profile. It's kind of hard to be on the web and not have one. So whatever content you're posting, go ahead and do a share to Google Plus. You saw when I searched for my name, 2 of the first 10 listings were Google Plus. I want to show up there. Okay, so that is content creation. I need you to listen fast. Here we go. This is distributing your content. If you're not using LinkedIn Pulse yet, use it. It should be open to everybody. You can take your content, you can spin it a little bit, or if you want to take the risk and duplicate it, you can do that. And it's real simple. Now they just added this button right next to share an update that says publish a post. It actually opens up their own blogging platform. And there's some days that I get some really good shares. I've had up to 100,000 views on some of my articles. Some other days, just a couple hundred. You never know what's going to hit and strike, but it's free. Use it to be found. Facebook Notes. Did you know they recently retooled this? It used to be pretty worthless. Now, it's not even on the sidebar on Facebook. You actually have to go up into the search window, type notes, and the Facebook app will come up. And now there is a blogging platform. Lets you put an image up top, and then lets you put your text in, do hyperlinks, embed video, and it will display when you post it on your Facebook page the same way all your other content does. Click to read more, it opens up a full window with the whole article. It's way more elegant than trying to read it in your Facebook frame. Great way to be found, especially if you have an existing audience on Facebook. Use Notes. And the last one I want to talk about really briefly is Medium. Who's using Medium? Medium.com. It's a great little so I get to go and see it, and then because I love mounted it in the car, wrote an article about it, shared it, and the CEO of Uber reshared it. Thousands and thousands of views, creating relative content. Press releases are still a great way to get your content out there, but for the love of all humanity, we don't care who your new CFO is. We don't care about really any of the staff unless you are Tim Cook taking over where Steve Jobs left off. That's a big deal. That's news. Real press releases are stories that engage people. And oftentimes, it's not the story that you think it's going to be. I'm going to do another little rabbit trail here and tell you a story. When we came out with the iFart app in 2008, I'm thinking, how do we get attention to this stupid novelty application? Do we just put out there that you can now fart with your phone? Didn't think anybody would pay attention. So what I did is in those early days of the App Store, nobody knew what it meant if you were ranked number 75 in the entertainment category. How many copies are you selling? How much money are you making? Nobody knew. Nobody knew what the number 1 slot was making. Nobody had yet taken the risk to go against Apple because their terms of service, you know, can I tell? Is it okay? Am I going to violate terms? Am I going to be pulled from the App Store if I share this data? I said it's better to ask forgiveness than permission, and I started writing out on my blog every day the sales to rank numbers. I tracked it for about 5 days, and I saw that we were going up, so I really like this. And then I did a press release to the development community that VentureBeat picked up on. Because the story wasn't about the app, the story was that a developer was releasing data that the whole development community would be interested in. The story was not the story in my mind, and the story is likely not the story in your mind. When we talk about thinking outside that box and demolishing that box, you've got to be thinking about who are the different segments and markets that could talk about what I'm doing in a way that I wouldn't normally think of. Take risks. It's what got the app to number 1. If I had just stayed with the fact that we released the novelty app, I don't know that it would have happened. Tell your story, use press releases. Do guest blogging. There's a lot of opportunities to get your content and drive more people to your site and to the social sphere by guest blogging. I guest blog for a number of places, including Salesforce, but what they do is you can see your share count, and I've got a number of links that are embedded there on the site from sites that have high trust from Google. See the theme. Trust is a big theme in getting your stuff seen. These are a few of the sites. I've made a short URL for you to an article that I found. If you'll go to com.us/guest blog, it will take you to the various places that accept guest bloggers. It's a very long place that you can syndicate. As far as distribution, blog, comprehensive resource I found of 600 places to distribute your content, com.us/600 places. Okay, finally, sharing content, and I'm going to be quick. Some of the basics that I still go to sites and I discover that people don't have share buttons. Provide buttons, do contests, do surveys, have community organized types of events and ways for people to participate. Here's some examples. My share button's way prominent, right up there, right by the header image on the blog, and people click on this stuff, and they share because I'm basically telling, here it is, just, if your buttons are hidden at the bottom of your article, if it's not prominent, they're less likely to share. Contests are a fantastic way to get people to share. This is Gleam is this, and you could actually conduct contests with them using a number of different social sites, and these are what some of like their samples look like. So you give people points for each action they take that can provide them with entries. So on Facebook, one of their samples was visit our app on Facebook. You get an entry. Refer friends for extra entries. Same thing on Twitter. I made a short link for you there as well, com.us/Gleam. Takes you right to their site. I'm actually getting ready to ramp up a contest myself after asking them a few questions and feeling confident about what they're doing. Add value to your existing content. So I mentioned earlier I took a little bit of a sabbatical. I actually unplugged from social media for 18 days. Completely. I know, gasp for air. How did you do that? Had my assistant check my work email, and I set up a Gmail address. I said, if it's urgent, if it's a speaking gig or if there's money involved or life and death, send it here. She sent me no more than 8 emails during the 18 days. No Facebook, no Twitter, no YouTube, not even looking at the feeds, let alone posting. I took pictures, and for the first day that I went away, there was like, oh, I should post that. And then I thought, nope, I'm not doing that. And once I got past that first 24 hours, it was like there was new life. I recommend heartily a social media break in everybody's year where you unplug and see the real world. And I'm a social media guy. I love it. But it was worth it. So anyway, the point here is I ran across this article on Wired. How about a social media sabbatical? Well, this is an opportunity to add value. I posted at the bottom where the comments were. I took an 18-day sabbatical. You can read about it here. Now, I've got a blog. I get all kinds of crazy spam that's unrelated. Just like you, I have a Facebook page, and people post offers for things that are unrelated. Delete, ban, usually in that order. But if somebody's talking about something and there's an opportunity for you to get a backlink from a site that already has trust, go for it. Automate stuff when you can. Of course, Instagram lets you do this, so I will post pictures across Twitter, Tumblr, Flickr, and I'm not afraid to reshare my content multiple times, especially on Twitter. Because if you know the metrics, you know when you post and you've got your 100,000 followers and only 3 people replied or shared it, and you're like, where are these people? Well, they're not all watching at the same time. So reposting on Twitter using Buffer or Hootsuite is a smart thing. Repeat your greatest hits. I think I've actually got, picture here on Buffer. If we're getting a lot of traffic on some posts like these got, I just rebuffer them again. If people liked it, there's a bunch that haven't seen it that will like it again, and this will get you found in the moment. All right, one more thing, and time's about up here. So I really like this for my blog. It's called the Quotable plugin. It's free, and basically you just click on the thing you want to be quotable and click the quotable link, and it embeds in your blog this tweetable line. And I'm amazed at how many people will click on this one line and tweet out, send people back to my blog. I don't have time to go into Tribe or LinkedIn. We talked about creating content, distributing content, sharing content. Has this been valuable? Yeah. Fantastic. I have one thing I've got to do, because yesterday I made a tweet and I did something that I wasn't proud of. The nice lady who did the session on ethics, Lauren Thomas, are you in the room? Lauren, are you here? Come up here, please. Lauren, come here, sweetie. Somebody posted a picture of it, and I said, that must be boring. And then I'm like, what an idiot. Why would you do that? You know, here I am, the social media guy, and I said something so embarrassing to myself. And I'm so sorry. Would you please forgive me? Yay, I want you to have a copy of this book then. Let's hug it out, okay? All right, I'm out of here. Thank you very much.
Yay, great job. Oh, it's up there? All right. Hey, guys. All right, yeah, big round of applause for Joel, right? Awesome stuff. So we have a break coming up next. Quick break. Please be back here at 4 o'clock. We have actually some leftover stuff. So we have some great extra things to give away. So make sure you're back in your seats at 4 o'clock, which is in 10 minutes. Thanks, guys. Whew.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Erase all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Look into my eyes and show me your adventures I haven't seen. Taking all the life, it hits the spot. Open up fantasy.
Just got real nervous all of a sudden. No, not yet, not yet. Oh yeah. Hey guys, it's 4 o'clock, welcome back. I got a couple notes for you. Number one, we still have this lovely pair of spectacles. If you are such an one that you are bespectacled and are missing yours, they're a tortoise shell. I mean, they're nice. It seems like you bought them from a website that delivers from China. They don't have a brand. So please pick these up. I do not want to get an email about this later, talking about how you're missing your glasses or whatnot, because they're right here. Come and get them. Second thing, another reminder about the Shift Your Brilliance books. Those are yours to take home with you. Please don't forget. And then, of course, we have a giveaway. Yeah, clap it up. We have a giveaway. Yeah. What do you guys want to get? Everything? I have given you all that I have. Is that not enough? How about another round of, you guessed it, Pfister faucets? Yeah. So just so you guys know, Pfister does have an awesome program on their Facebook page called Friends of Pfister. Yes, that's really what it's called. Sorry, laughing. At any rate, let's go ahead and bring out the Pfister faucet vouchers. Liam has them right there, and how we're going to do this is actually by sound. So Liam is going to travel towards you with his ears, and the louder you are, the closer he's going to get to you.
We actually have 4 of us.
There are 4 people. There are 4 IZEANs out there doing that. So there's 2 over there. There's probably some over there. There's 1 over there. Wait, not yet. Not yet. Y'all need to learn to pay attention. And go. Wrap it up, wrap it up. Wrap it up. Liam, wrap it up, boy. Mr. Wink! You guys, this guy's an awesome breakdancer. I saw him the other night breakdancing. At any rate, please welcome to the stage for the content rules and the rules of content, Bill Momery. You're introing your team, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
you don't need
good.
this?
I don't need that. There's a whole panel. It's not just me, but I'll let them introduce themselves. All right. How are we feeling? Good?
That's good.
Good? So we're the last ones of the night. So rather than make this panel kind of a typical, dull, slow talking type of thing, we're going to try to keep it upbeat because I think it's a really important topic, right? What we're talking about today is content really as digital currency, right? What's the number one rule? Well, if we think about rules, what we're thinking about is everybody here, we talked about this last night, everybody here really makes their living around content. And so we think not only is it an important topic, but that it's one that requires a lot of interaction. So we're going to take this panel a little different. I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves. We're going to start talking about a few topics we think are important collectively, and we're going to really turn it over to the audience and engage and solicit questions. So there'll be plenty of mics around, but we want everybody to really feel free to answer or ask any questions that either the creators on my right or the brands on my left can really contribute to, because we think that'll add a lot of value. So without further ado, I'll start over here with Louis. We'll let you introduce yourself.
So first of all, is there anyone still here today that was at karaoke last night? Do we still have any karaoke? Oh, there's a few hands. Okay, all right. Karaoke again tonight, guys. So my name's Louis Broadnax. I run Lenovo.com's marketing and merchandising for North America. Happy to be here. Been with Lenovo about 15 years. Quick shout out to my family at home. They're watching on the YouTube live stream. Kim, Jenna Lewis, I guess. Glad to be here and talk a little bit about content, some of the things we're doing at Lenovo.
Great.
My name is Lee Gordon. I am the Director of Public Relations for Mercury Marine. Everybody like boating?
Yeah.
Right? I'm your guy. You want to get on a boat? Let's talk. I'm the Director of Global Public Relations, so I'm in charge of all PR for the world. Prior to that, I was a television anchor for a little over 15 years down here in Florida, Jacksonville and Tallahassee. Yes, go Seminoles tonight. We may be getting credit. I was also a sideline reporter for the NFL on Fox, so I was the guy that the coach yelled at halftime when they were down 30-0. I was the one that was supposed to ask those right questions. This is a fantastic conference. It's great to be here. This is such a topical conversation right now.
Good. And the creator side.
Hi there, I'm James Hills from mantripping.com. I also wear a lot of hats. So I also run a group called Men Who Blog that's about empowering male influencers to kind of come together and emulating some of the stuff the mom bloggers have done in the past with working together, sharing content and becoming more professional. But now it's time for the guys to rise and do some really cool stuff that's unique.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Paris, and I am a beatboxer. Very well known. Thank you. Very well known for my viral video, YouTuber, and also known on the BET Cypher. And I am excited to be here at the IZEAFest with you guys, of course. You guys ready? Oh man, you guys sound like you're not having fun at all. You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's go then.
All right. So we're gonna kick it off with a topic that we talked about yesterday as a group, and we know that each of you talk about quite often, which is this thirst for content that's out there, right? And the thirst really comes from the change in consumer behavior. And that's really helping all of us kind of build businesses around content. So we'll start with the brand side. Love to hear more about what you guys are doing with respect to, pushing out more content. What types of content are you looking at? And what is good content in your eyes?
And I'll kind of even bring it back a couple years ago. So, when I used to do the 11 o'clock news, people would jokingly say, I go to bed with you, and what they're referring to is, not what you think, but what they're saying is that, I get my news from you at 11 o'clock. What you tell me at 11 o'clock is what we get and what we give. Things have completely changed now. So from the Mercury side, what we tried to do is take that newsroom mentality and bring it to the corporate level. So we have morning meetings. What is the content that we want to talk about? Do we just want to talk about the engines? Do we want to talk about the boats? But more than that, it's that emotional tie. The stories that have resonated the best for us are the ones that we've got this woman who's been in a wheelchair for 40 years and she doesn't have a lot of mobility, but getting on the boat gives her freedom. Kids and dogs always win. You get a picture of kids and dogs or get them on a boat. It's that emotional storytelling that we had in the newsroom. If it can appeal to a 6-year-old or a 60-year-old and really drive that emotional tie, that's the type of content that we're trying to push out now.
Yeah, and for us, it's really been an evolution. If you go back some years, our IBM heritage was, hey, everyone wants to know about the speeds and feeds of their computer. What's the processor? What's the hard drive space? And now it's really more about how does that technology better my life? How does it make me do what I like to do? And how do we actually drive that into your day-to-day lifestyle? So we moved from feeds and speeds to really showing the product in context with how you're going to use it every day. And that's really been the big shift that we've had over the last few years.
Yeah, we talked about content in terms of being genuine. I think we've heard that throughout the conference, right? And Nicole, we talked about a lot about that yesterday as well. And maybe you can talk about kind of what resonated with your audience and kind of how that just happened and it became instantly a success. But I think there were a lot of elements there that were just genuine storytelling.
Yeah, definitely. Well, as far as the content that I do is a lot of videos, as you can tell. And what I really strive for is doing me, honestly. You see a lot of people in the entertainment system they do a lot of the same music, So I was really raised up on just doing my own beats, doing my own sounds, just doing me, what's best for me. And so I put that out, I put the content out, I do things differently, things that you don't hear, nowadays. So.
Yeah. Well, and I think that it's a big part of it. And James, just to add in there, you have an interesting background because you also worked with the Washington Post and in traditional media, and you kind of went out on your own. So maybe talk to us about that transition in producing different kinds of content.
Yeah, sure. I think one of the challenges, and I was lucky to be with WashingtonPost.com, that kind of the first .com boom. We're lucky I got laid off, but not so lucky maybe. But it really got me prepped for this concept of always on, that there's new stuff, that it was more than just regurgitating what was in the paper once a day, and something happened at 5 o'clock, you posted it. You didn't have to worry about news hole, you didn't have to worry about that kind of stuff. But it was still very highly regimented. You had a very highly organized editorial calendar. And today the reality is like, hey, I'm sitting backstage, I'll snap a picture and do it. So it's good to have an editorial calendar be regimented, but you got to be able to seize the moment. I think that training that some people just don't do it. Frankly, even me, I mean, now I'm almost 40, but I feel old compared to some of the guys doing Snapchat that like, oh yeah, just take a picture of what you're doing. I'm like, but nobody cares, but they do. And so that's kind of it almost defies editorial calendar. We got to have both. And I'm thinking it's probably going to continue transitioning where it's going to be more free form, but you have to know the higher level stuff. If not, what you're going to post at 5 o'clock versus at midnight.
Yeah. One of the things we hear at IZEA from advertisers all the time is that they don't want content that is advertorial in nature, meaning that it's gratuitous promo so much. They really want to get into finding out and learning about genuine stories. And one of the things we talked about, Nicole, was that your dad's reaction in that first video was what really kind of also captured a lot of interest, because you could tell it was a natural, proud moment, the smile, and you guys were both laughing. You were just having a good time.
Yeah.
And maybe all of you can kind of share, experiences and kind of creating those moments, whether you're on the creator side, you say it's just being you, but also on the brand side, how do you find people who have that affinity for your product? And I'll let you start over here on the creator side. Maybe how do you do that again, and how do you kind of make that come out naturally?
Oh man. I take it back to how I was raised, honestly. Family oriented. My pops, he used to listen to old school hip hop, and he'll tell me a lot of stories about the old school concerts, how they would dance like for 24 hours. I'm like, yeah. Nowadays, nobody dance for like an hour, but they would dance for hours. He would talk to me about the performance, the underground, of the old school hip hop. And he will always come home to me every time. Every day he get off work, he'll come home to me, I'll be wide awake. I'll be like, where's Daddy at? Where's Daddy at? And he'll beatbox to me, and he'll share his insight of what he grew up on, which is the old school hip hop, KRS-One, the Public Enemy, And it's really about how you appreciate your audience, honestly, And so that's what I base my content off of, I respect my audience feedback, So if they will say, well, Nicole, this isn't great beats, you know, and you have to put more beats to it, more sounds. You sound as like, you know. And so I say, okay, that's cool, and I respect that. And so every week I try to give them what they want. It's really all about respecting your audience and your talent and the content that you put out.
Right, and I think that's one of the things brands tell us all the time, and I'll let you jump in here. And basically they tell us that, you know, if it resonates with the audience and it's true to being natural, that it's going to really create a better ROI for the brand. And maybe you guys can speak to what you're looking for in a content creator.
And I think that goes for Mercury Marine and in my house as well, because if we post pictures of engines and specs and oil filters, and I've already bored myself with this. I've bored most of the people. But if now we're posting a picture of here's a guy and his wife and his kids and the dog and they're wakeboarding or they're surfing or they're tubing, I look at that and I go, I look like them. I get that. You know, and one of the really cool ones, and we get these stories from all over the country, you know, you get guys in Thailand who say, because of your engines, I can provide food for my family. We get friends of mine who will say, you know what, one of my fondest memories is going out on the water with my grandfather or my dad, you know, and they recently passed away. And every time I go out on the water and I see that Mercury engine, it reminds me of them. It brings me back to my childhood. And those are the kind of ambassadors, those are the kind of memories. And in my house, I look at it too, because I could say something to my wife till I'm blue in the face. I could tell her, I don't like that. But if the blog that she reads doesn't like that, well, that's what's happening, right? I mean, that's how my life is, and it's how a lot of ours as well. So it's that resonating with that person, and socially, we try to focus less on the engine and more on just the experience and trying to get people to go, I can be just like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And for us, I'll tell you a little story. How many people play fantasy football? Or know people that play and are annoyed when they're talking about fantasy football day in? There we go, okay, all right.
A lot of hands.
So we're the PC sponsor for the NFL, and over the course of the last 3 years, we've really tried to figure out how do we activate that? How do we do a good job of activating it? And owning the Lenovo.com sales number, we never really did a good job of tying in, you know, what is the NFL tie-in to buying a computer online? So our first year, it was very, very, you know, hey, there's a chance for you to buy a computer and win a trip to the Super Bowl. Very basic, not a lot of. They came up with helping us create content around someone's passion. So it's back to passion and what you're passionate about, what you really want to be relevant for. And we did a really good job of engaging the customer or engaging the user base with tying in fantasy football to the NFL sponsorship. But there still wasn't that direct tie-in to a purchase on site. So this year we actually have a third program which takes it to the next level, where we have what's called Fantasy Online College. Again, video content, print content, online blogs, lots of social engagement, and for the first time, we now have product that's laser engraved with teams' logos. So as the fantasy football season's kicking off, we're trying to make sure that we're relevant, we're in the conversation. We have football players that are sending their competitors, you know, a computer with the other team's logo on it. So we're just trying to make it fun and make it a little more relevant for the tie-in between the sponsorship, the product, and passions that people have. And then the one that we're working on right now, of course, is the fantasy football.
Yeah, and I think, you know, brands have always, and James, you know, jump in here, because brands have always really been worried about their customers for all the right reasons. And so everything that they've been doing is about clustering, you know, content around what the customers enjoy, what they need, and what's also going to convert ultimately, right? How have you seen from starting your blog and to today that part of managing your own brand and really worried about the audience? And maybe take us through some of that.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm going to challenge the concept that brands care about their audience.
Okay, fair enough.
Some brands, we have personas, and it's, you know, Sally is a homemaker who drives a Volvo, and she uses a Lenovo computer. But the reality is, Sally is different on Twitter than she is on I think the first thing is you really know who your audience is on that channel and speak to them. Yeah. You know, as a creator, it's important for me to know, who my audience is. But it's not even, it's a little bit different because it's not even who Sally is. It's they're following me. And I think one of the challenges is, as someone and you can probably attest to this as a journalist as well, we were trained to not be the story, to be reporting on an event. And I think the most successful bloggers and influencers, we are the story. And so to put ourselves out, and that's a challenge that brands have as well, that they just don't understand how to do the content that puts themselves out there. As an example, earlier, 10 minutes ago, we were talking about beatboxing. And you're like, yeah, James, you can beatbox. I'm like, I'm the whitest white guy you can imagine. Like, what do I know about beatboxing? But, and I think later we're probably going to do a little video or do something,
Yeah.
And like, that's cool. It's something that I guarantee you, even me looking like a complete idiot, you guys are going to retweet and engage and can have a connection, with me, with you, and probably with IZEAFest. So I think that's one of the biggest things that all brands, whether they're a corporate brand or a creator brand, really needs to be aware of.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. So do brands care about their audiences, and do they care more now than they used to before? Is there some validity there, and what tactics do you take to ensure that you're listening?
I think we care differently today than ever before. And to your point, which is a great one, because I remember the first time, and we were talking about this yesterday, the first time my news director said, we are hiring a social media reporter. And I went and I said, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. There's no way I'm sending it to this person. We're going to do our stories. And I said, well, what do you want to do? They said, well, we're going to compile the tweets and the Facebook posts, and she's going to read them off. I'm like, that's ridiculous. I'm like, that's the stupidest thing. I said, people are going to change the channel. Now, and again, we used to kind of be the voice of it, and we used to joke, when a reporter would, if you're interviewing LeBron James and you tell the photographer, get a two-shot, we call it me roll instead of B-roll. You'd always kind of want to be part of it. Now, in the news business or us, I'm always looking for that user-generated content. Before, I would have said, absolutely no way. You got CNN's iReports, and everybody's doing it now, that the content that our ambassadors give to us is so much better because we're in the office. We're in the office where it's probably snowing, and we're not out there boating. And the stuff they give to us, we can write stories around. That's the good stuff. 2 years ago, it would have been a completely different story. It would have said, I'm telling you what's important. Today, it's completely shifted on its head. That's why with this conference, it's kind of mind-blowing in a sense. It just kind of opens that up to, this is the new reality, and as a brand, you either accept it or you're going to fall way behind.
Yeah, I wish more brands had that attitude, but both as somebody internally practicing social media as well as a consumer, because it's no longer good enough to say this is what this stove is. I tell you what it is, and if it's crap, I'm going to tell you it's crap, and you should fix it.
Yeah, and on our side, it's really taking that feedback and driving it back through to help with product development, to help with your new marketing strategies are, surfacing it so other people can see it on your website. So it absolutely has completely changed. Yep.
So we'll do one more question, and then we definitely want to get questions from the audience, so hopefully you have a few ready. But we're talking about brands. So traditional brands obviously have their own brand strategy and approach. What do personal and individual brands do? And talk a little bit about your individual brands. And Nicole, we can start with you. We talked about what it takes to kind of all of a sudden when you're instant celebrity and you're instantly turned into a brand, the things you need to do to kind of protect the brand and make that brand resonate for what you want it to be.
Definitely protect yourself. Legal, you need to get IP and intellectual property. Before the video went viral, I posted it on my Facebook, and at the time I had like 400, 500 friends, and I only posted it to Facebook without any watermark, my names, hashtag, anything. And I have no idea how it got out, but it went viral. And I actually had people from all over the world lift the video and post it on their YouTube channel, their Facebook, and they were getting like millions of people, and they were making money off of it. And so now what I've done since the video went viral is I make sure that I have watermark. I made sure that I have an IP, which is an intellectual property attorney. I made sure I had a manager, which is my momager. I call her my momager.
Momager.
Isn't that sweet? But anyway, yeah. That you can trust, after the video went viral. But if the viral didn't get viral or went viral and before, you know, it all happened, that's what I would have done. I would have got a team together that I trust, and I would have had all of my ducks in a row, meaning my watermarks, my hashtags, and also at the time I had like different accounts everywhere. I had like 500 Facebook accounts, I had like 2 YouTube channels, and it was all over the place. It was hard for people to find me. So you definitely have to have your ducks in a row, you know. Make sure you have everything in order before you put out any content. And definitely make sure you have your handle on it. You know, your name. Don't go out there and put window slide as your name, hashtag window flow or something like that, you know. It has to be your name so that it can come back to you.
Yeah, so then you're protecting your brand, and then what about marketing your brand? Talk about that, James,
Yes,
not pushing it out.
Yeah, I think first thing, definitely making sure you understand what your brand is. And truthfully, I've been blogging for 20 years, but I've only really been a blogger and someone who's concerned about that for the last year. And so, you know, honestly, I'm still in the process of formulating that myself. But from what I've seen over the last year and I've done, you know, you define yourself first. I think, you know, Mario Lopez did an incredible job of explaining exactly who he is and who he's not. And that's not rocket science. I mean, yeah, it works great for him, but it works great for everyone in this room too. You know, there's certain things that you kind of say, hey, this is who I am, this is what I cover, and embrace that. It's almost better to be, you know, focused than it is to be not focused. You know, and that's probably the biggest thing. But once you do that, making sure you've got your stuff in a row is your, and this is just basic, even corporate stuff. Does your logo match on your business card and your website? You know, does your pages load properly? Do you have 4 different colors of red, or do you have, you know, whatever? You know, it's consistency so that people understand who they are and who they're following. Because otherwise, you're just, you know, in the ether, not having any consistency.
Yeah. So when we talk about this in terms of digital currency, right, with content, one of the things I think we all kind of agreed on and what we're hearing here is that, you know, it's about the ability to kind of think of it as cash in your wallet, right? You save some of it, you spend some of it, you run cycles through producing a lot of content, right? And you're hoping to earn more of it. And you're trying to earn content in every way you can and earn, obviously, social equity. So with that premise, I'd love to take some questions for either brands, creators. If anyone wants to throw up a hand, we'll send some mics out, or we can keep talking if you guys are a shy bunch, which I can't imagine. We've got one over there in the back.
Ready for the pre-party.
Yeah, everybody's ready to drink.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to meet all of you, and thank you for this talk that you're doing. I have a question about if you're trying to identify the influencers in a new market, or a subsect of a market that you don't really have as much of a grasp on. You're trying to find, you know, the current people who are influencing that market, and possibly building collaborations with that. Are there any steps or key points that you look for that you found helpful? I don't know if that phrasing is...
Yeah, what do you guys look for when you're looking for influencers?
Yeah, so I think it depends on the segment that you're going after, who's your audience, your target audience, and then, you know, really finding a good partner like an IZEA that can go in and really understand your business, understand what your longer term direction is, and then matching together your audience profile with those influencers.
And from our side too, you've got to, you know, it kind of is the ABCD of personal branding, appealing, believable, consistent, distinctive. You know, in our world, our advocates know if you're faking it. They know if a story's wrong. They will point out the most minutia detail. So we have a competitive angling team of about 1,400 or so that, you know, that sometimes they'll write for us, sometimes they'll tweet. They get it. But from the outside, that's always been the resistance of our industry, of the marine industry, is because if you engage with somebody that's a fantastic writer but doesn't get it, you're going to lose that message. So for us, it's number one more than anything is, do you get the industry? You don't have to get the nuts and bolts in the inside of the engine, but if you kind of get that overall picture, then there's a much better chance that story will resonate.
Yep.
Yeah, and Louis, we were talking about technology that way, where a lot of tech companies would get the engineers to write and produce stories, right? Talk about the pitfalls there where you can get too technical.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, and that's where we started, right? Our Lenovo bought the IBM PC division some years ago, and it was really tech spec driven, and all that content was coming from the bowels of the product developers. And in today's world, technology is more than just that box that's sitting in front of you. It's part of your lifestyle. It's part of who you are, whether it's PC or tablet or mobile phone. And the content that you need is absolutely different. So yeah, there's the details that you have in the background, but it's more about how are you going to use it, how is it going to improve your life day to day. And that was a shift that it took us a while to actually figure out.
It's funny you mention that because when I talk to our engineers, I always say, talk to me like I'm in kindergarten. And I'm like, you've got to dumb, I'm around it all the time, but you've got to dumb this down because they are so high level with the detail. I mean, just literally, if I'm explaining this to my first grader, can I explain this to them?
And what we found was we did the same thing. Talk to us like we're a kindergartner. I was like, wow, that must be a really smart kindergartner that you're talking to, right? It's like.
Exactly, good. Any other questions? Let's throw some hands up. Yes, sir, we have one here in the middle.
Thanks. I think Lee touched upon this point a little bit. We were talking about it at lunch, actually. It's interesting how social media has really produced a paradigm shift for how businesses need to react in the marketplace, right? Like Scott Stratten talked about how Delta and the 3-minute reaction time from the tweet. Do you think that we're at a far enough space and for that social media is kind of that we're at the pinnacle of that point, that we're just at a normal state, that's how businesses operate? Or do you think that that space is evolving, and if so, in what different avenues or ways that we'll see in the future?
Once I get my budget numbers in 2 weeks, I could probably answer that better. It's a slow adoption for us, and even as big of a company as we are, it's a very slow adoption to believing social, because when I bring it and I say, okay, here are the metrics, we got these impressions and likes and shares, and they just look at me like, huh? And so when I can say this piece of content led to this sale, which is tough. It's a gray area. It's really hard because you don't go motoring, you go boating. So we're the ultimate ingredient brand. So it's in our world, it's tough to kind of piece A plus B plus C. But we've been able to do it with some of our social engagements. And the more we're able to do that, the more it's going to evolve. I think in our world, it's just only begun. I think we're years behind, but so is everybody else. So it's not a bad thing. But I think the future is all about social, and I think where we're headed is in the right direction, but you just got to prove those cases first.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to see disruptive business models built around social. How many people are familiar with Xiaomi? Xiaomi is the #2 mobile phone manufacturer in the world, and their entire business model is built around social. Their social base helps develop the product, alpha test, beta test. They get all the feedback directly from the end users. They buy purely online, and they are growing like crazy overseas. And that's just disruptive business practices that social is driving. So I think, I think you'd be amazed at what we're going to see through this industry over the course of the next few years.
Well, and how long have you been blogging? You said
Since about 96.
96, okay. And how long have you been in the social space and kind of on in your brand?
I've been on since 2013.
Okay, so, I think this is a good example too of just kind of maybe you've seen a lot of changes, right? You've seen a lot of changes in the space. And to your question, right, there's an evolution and slow any legacy things, right? And everybody has to change. We've talked about this conference. You've heard people talk about change is tough. We all know that change is definitely tough, but it's even more difficult when you're making a lot of money, right? So you're making a lot of money, you have a lot of complacency, you're there. These large organizations, there has to be real motivation to change, and I'm sure you've seen that as you've been blogging, because we talked about yesterday, traditional media, used to really frown on the blogger. It was considered a competitive set, or like the blogger was considered the novice, amateur, the little cousin who didn't know, had bad grammar. and they were just really anti it. And then we've seen now where the lines kind of come together, and maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah. You know, a few years ago when I go on a fam trip and there'd be it was like 5 bloggers and 5 traditional media. And, the traditional media kind of whispering behind our back, wondering why we're there. And the reality is their perception was we were stealing the trips. That was their perk, and similarly that we're doing a review now instead of them getting the laptop. Now, I don't think that wasn't fair then. I don't think it's fair now. But what's happened as the traditional media industry has really failed their readership and collapsed the way it has. I have writers for major newspapers like the Chicago Sun-Times that are writing for me, unpaid, which is just a bizarre turn of events. But they're doing it because the guy is an auto writer, and he wants to do entertainment coverage, he wants to do food coverage, he wants to do something different, and he just can't have that outlet with his own publication. That's a huge change. That's not just that one guy. There's other bloggers, probably guys and women in this room that have the same event. But the one thing that's consistent with the inconsistency and the transition is technology will always change. And I think if you have, and I was the AV dork in high school, carrying the camera around and on the morning announcements and stuff like that. And that allowed me to be a communicator and allowed me to really understand what the story was. And as a result, I've been able to transition from public access Cablevision to Powwow and ICQ and AIM back in the 90s to whatever's happening now. And even though I don't get Snapchat personally, it's not right for my brand where I am. I do explore it. I do follow it, and you got to be there. You got to understand what the technology is, but don't lose sight of the fact that you're a communicator, because that personal nature is never going to change. If you can walk into a mall and say hi to 5 guys, that's social media too.
Yeah. Well, good. Other questions? Please don't be shy. Yes, up here in the front. We have a mic up here in the front. Thanks, boss.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I guess each and every one of you are representing a brand or a company that's very unique in its own right. So my question is, well, sorry, I don't usually talk in front of all this amount of people.
It's just us.
Small group.
So as a brand, you usually try to break away from the pack. But like you were saying, a lot of companies that are your size, like motor companies, they tend to be years behind. So are you trying to find a way to break away from the pack, or are you kind of just going along with the other companies as well? Do you find it advantageous or disadvantageous to do so?
We try to be ahead of the curve in all the different things. So we were last year, or that's actually this year, this February, we were the first marine company to stream a product launch. But we are, then I also have to take a step back. We're a publicly traded company. So while I want to go rogue sometimes and do some crazy things, I always have that, that guy on my shoulder going, hold on a second, wait a minute, it's got to pass all the muster tests. But I think what we're trying to do is set a new standard. You always have the people who are like, oh, I don't, the no comment, and I'm like, don't ever say that. Don't ever say no comment. We're going to say something, but so I think there's kind of that happy medium between trying to be a trendsetter, trying to set a new trend for how we get the content out, but then also making sure our stakeholders and my boss is happy in the way that we do it. It hasn't changed the business model in any way. So there's kind of that dynamic, but I think as we continue to move forward, they're starting to see, there's a lot more value to the social currency, as you brought up.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as it's you're being true to the brand and you're being true to your customer base, we try to do everything we can to be as bleeding edge as possible, but not just to be bleeding edge for the sake of being bleeding edge. What's the longer term strategy, and does it fit in?
Yeah, I think we hear that a lot just in talking to a diversified group, that you can win by biting off small pieces versus kind of this transformational disruption. And I think you're seeing that in the influencer marketing space. You're seeing people who are individual creators who really care about what the audience is telling them. They're really listening. They're attempting to really value the core content and their beliefs, and they're to make sure that they're true true, which is just a great aspect of it altogether. And the brands are kind of getting the same way. We're seeing that the brands are kind of trickling in. They're like, I can take a little more chance now because I'm confident that the creators following the rules. They have a rule of engagement. The creators are not only loyal to their audience, but they're loyal to themselves, which you guys talk a lot about. So I think it's a good question.
I'd also add, as far as with brands, you're by nature, you don't want to collaborate necessarily with somebody else. But I think one of the things that I noticed with the mom blogger market is they were very, very good at working together and collaborating, whereas a lot of the guys, we just went and did our own thing. And some of us became incredibly successful, but we never actually worked together. And I think competitive collaboration is the future, and I think that's ultimately going to be the future for brands as well. Finding compatible brands. Like when I was at Sears, we'd partner up with it. Well, actually, we had a towel brand, a house brand, but those kind of opportunities, so we're not all going it alone, and so we can do fun stuff together. And that's, I think that's the future is collaboration, because it's the individual brand. I think is less important. It's what you stand for. Yeah. I mean, collectively, the men who bloggers, are powerful. Individually, I'm not that powerful. Drew has an awesome blog. He's not that powerful. But together, when we're able to retweet stuff together, we suddenly become cool.
Well, yeah, and Nicole, you talked about your excitement around the culinary arts, right?
Yeah.
So that might lend itself to other brands that you can engage with in the same way, right?
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely a bond between me and my pops, and that's actually what I went to school for. So I actually have a degree in culinary arts, but yeah, that's definitely a bond that me and my pops do, and so I try to incorporate it in my content as well.
That's great. That's great. Other questions? I think we have time for one more, maybe two. Yes, in the middle.
Hi guys, thanks for being here. My name is Omar, and this is my question. So, we talked a lot about how the market really rewards those who focus on micro niche environments, and with our own customers and followers, those are the ones who really define and write the story. It's not us, but it's them. So it makes sense to not make assumptions and to go directly to them and ask them questions. What do you want to see? What's important to you? So my question is this: how often should you do that, and what are the best ways to do so?
Okay.
Yeah, so I think all the time. I mean, you have to have that continual feedback loop. An example of what we're doing right now is we're about to launch gaming products. We've never had a foothold in gaming, and we know that audience has a very, very specific set of requirements. So we've spent tons of time getting that feedback, and now as a program, we're actually running a game development play where we want the game developers and people that are into gaming to help create a game for the community. So it's how do you get the community working on content themselves to help the community out, and at the same time get you more input from that group of people. And that feedback has to happen continually. So it can't be you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. You have to put the effort in and make sure that your entire organization's behind it. And it's a pitfall that we ran into some years ago where we thought it was one big burst. You go out, you get feedback, have your product launch, and then you're done. And you never get that 360 loop if you do that. So you have to have that continual way of measuring.
Good. Yeah, we still have time. Let's do another question. We had another hand. Oh, sorry, over there. Sorry. Sorry.
Well, thank you. My question is somewhat of a fun question for you guys. I want to know your insight into the future, considering how, as technology keeps evolving, the audience keeps getting distracted into micro niches and smaller and smaller and smaller. For example, the final episode of MASH captured an audience of 100+ million viewers. A couple decades later, Friends' final episode only caught about 50. And Breaking Bad a few years ago, deemed the best show ever, only caught 10 million viewers' attention. Given this trend, how can we capture our audience's attention in 10 years, 20 years, 40 years from now?
I would say let's talk about what the schedule looks like at this conference next year. You know, I mean, what are some of the panel discussions we have? I think it changes. I think it's going to change 6 months from now. I mean, you know, again, we didn't have Snapchat before, or Vine, or Meerkat, or Cyberdust, or fill in the blank, what's next? You know, I mean, we live in a world now where I can binge watch Orange is the New Black with my wife over the course of, you know, a night or two, and I love that. You know, you don't have to do anything on schedule anymore. And there's the only schedule I have is I have to be at, you know, this child's birthday party at this time, or the real things. But to do the things I want to do, I do that on my own time. So where is it going to be 5-10 years from now? I assume we'll be holograms. We won't even have to be here, you know, at some point. But I don't even think we can grasp where it's going to be. I think, you know, to your guys' point, we used to, when we would cover a story in the news business, you know, and the bloggers would come around, or the website guys would come around, and like almost second-class citizens in a way, and the coaches and athletes treated them as such. Now they are the most important resource to news, and the traditional media is kind of the second-class citizen. It's the same socially. You know, we know what we know today, but if we're having the same conversation next year here at IZEA, and I hope we are, I think the title of this will be something completely different.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, I think just to add in, and as we wrap up here, you know, I think that we're fortunate to work with both sides, right, with the creators and with the brands. And, you know, one of the things that we see is that there's a lot of fragmentation, there's a lot of a niche approach to things, but we don't necessarily think that's bad. It seems like, you know, what seems to be really rewarding in the terms of revenue and ROI, rewarding on investment, is the ability to go deeper, not broader. So instead of the massive reach of what MASH got, for example, to your question, maybe we just go deeper now, and we go deeper categorically, and I think that's paying a lot of dividends right now, and that's what we're seeing, at least in the market. So.
Applause for our very last panel of the day and the last panel of IZEAFest 2015. You're just gonna sit there? Yes, you are free to go. You're free to go. The couch crew is coming to do their job. All right, so we've given away a lot of stuff. Everybody had some fun. Did you guys learn something? Tell me you learned one thing, please. Yes? Okay. Great. Y'all are beautiful. No matter what they say. Here's what we're going to do now. Yeah. We're going to give away a car. We're giving away a car. It's a Toyota. Yeah. Hands are up already. That's good. It's a Scion, right? We're actually not doing that. Why? Because we don't have a car to give away, but somebody did lose their Toyota Scion keys. So, if you would like to drive home, please. Here they are. Do these belong to anybody? Anybody? Toyota Scion. It's got a sweet little glasses cleaner right there. Wow, no one's raising their hand. Well, finders keepers, I guess. All right, guys. It has been an awesome. Oh, is it you? Are these yours? What? Someone's boyfriend? What? Oh, here you go. You are welcome. Almost drove home in a new car. Me in the parking lot. Beep, beep. Where is it? It's been an awesome. Who had a great time at IZEAFest? It's pretty much over. It's almost over. All right. Yep. All right. So the party tonight is at the Swan and Dolphin Lake Terrace. It is from 7 to 10 p.m. Again, there will be adult beverages. You know what that means. Drink responsibly. Don't make a fool of yourselves, guys. You're old enough. And please eat something prior. Before I leave, I would like to welcome one last time to the stage IZEA's founder and CEO, Mr. Jen Murphy.
All right. We live here? Is this thing on? Is this thing on?
Can I sit?
Oh my God, are you so tired?
Yes,
are you guys tired? That's right, you're not tired! We got another party to go to, people!
Oh my God.
All right, so our good friends at XShot, who have already hooked everybody up in this room with selfie sticks. Let's give a round of applause to these guys. We have, do you have the clicker? You got the clicker? All right, good. I'm gonna get that. All right, so we have 3 bags filled with stuff that you have not gotten for free. There's some like GoPro accessories in here. There's this little sticky tripod thing that I don't even know how it works, but it's amazing.
It's amazing.
So we were trying to figure out how are we going to give away these last 3 bags, because we've been pretty creative, I think.
We've been trying.
We've been trying.
We've been
creative. So we were like, all right, this is like a social media conference. Let's
true.
use the social media.
Get your phones out.
Yeah. So do you guys have the Twitter? All right. Great. So here's what we're going to do.
What's Twitter?
This event, did you guys have fun? Yeah? So I think we're going to do it again next year. All right? So I'm going to pull out my phone loaded with the Twitter. You can get it on the internet. And the first 3 people that tweet out hashtag IZEAFest 16 will get one of these bags.
Are you tweeting?
What's in the bag? Oh, these are the X-Shot bags.
What's in the bag? What movie is that from? Somebody yell it out.
All right.
Yes,
let's
thank
see.
you.
I don't have
Let's
anybody
see
yet.
what's in the bag. Okay. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, of course, including X-Shot Fister Faucets, Amazon, Red Bull. They're amazing. An X-Shot selfie stick. What else we got in here? An X-Shot travel-friendly,
All right,
compact
hold on.
design, ultra-lightweight
First,
adjustable tripod.
George.
Oh God. George.
At George Basin.
Where you at? Where you at, bro?
At Candid Comments.
Oh, I want this one. Is this you?
And
Congrats.
at Agent
Yay.
Shep. All right.
Catch. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, guys. Have an awesome night. Have some drinks on me. Drinks on me. I'll see you guys later at the party. Thank you.
Hey, congratulations.